What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back for some more action. Let me go in and share my shit. We're just getting started, so if you're coming in, make yourselves comfortable. And we'll get the show going. Let me turn this down. What's up, y'all? All right. I'm gonna share the shit out of this thing. We are live. Live at 5. What's up? What's up, Crunchy? Texas V and the place to be. What's up? You are the first contestant on The Price is Wrong, bitch. Good morning, Jesse. Thank you for the shares. Appreciate it. Thank you for the heart me. Jesse, I appreciate that. Let me pop out my chat. All right. I spent most of the morning going through these fucking e-files and the redactions. Covering the tracks for those who abuse children. Kind of gross, y'all. Kind of gross. I mean, I guess I didn't expect any different, you know. But what it tells me, though, is that nobody's going to go to jail over this. Nobody. Unless we get some, you know, outsider progressive to get in there. Democrats aren't going to do anything either. I mean, hell, we got Howard Lutnick accusations from the FBI about money laundering and shit, engaging with Epstein. We got proof he went to the island 2012. Why is it that Trump just keeps like surrounding himself with people that are associated with this guy? Right? Oh, I didn't like him, but you like everybody else that like him. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Zaysar. Yeah, well, you know, that's one reason I don't believe in God, but I hope that there is a hell. Because otherwise these people just do terrible things and they always get away with it. Thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate the coins. I don't really have a program laid out for you guys. I spent all that fucking time clicking through links and I mean, it's, you know, fucking redaction after redaction. Just, you know, they purposely put in there, like, I don't give a shit about this dude's fucking vacations and his receipts for his travel agent. But it's, you know, it's a lot of crap. And they, you know, kind of scattered everything. So, like, documents that should be attached to an email, you would think would be placed in the file next to it, you know. But no, it's just scattered wherever the fuck. I mean, of course, I think this is an old image. You know, we got this here. But that's, you know, Melania with O'Donnell. They were boyfriend and girlfriend at this time, I believe. You know, the illegal immigrant that Trump married. What is it with these people that hate immigrants married to immigrants? Like, what the fuck is that about? Lonnie says too many people would be revealed and they can't have that. Yeah, exactly. With this email dump, I think Sasha Riley is right. What do you mean is right? That nobody's going to get in trouble? Tracy, is that what you mean? Yeah, I just, you know, and in 2021, you know, Lutnick had somebody that had worked for, I don't remember what bank it was. Let me look it up here. I got the document. BGC Financial, Cantor Fitzgerald, and was the person responsible for like reviewing the flags. And Biden didn't fucking follow up with that shit. And now he's what, Secretary of Commerce? This person who has allegations of fucking money laundering and global Ponzi schemes. I mean, it's nuts. And, but that's what I spent my day sifting through documents that make no sense because all names are redacted. And you can tell the names are of people who were abusive to children. And those weren't supposed to be redacted, but, they were. And I just wonder, like, they're redacted to the public, so we don't necessarily know who all's involved. But Trump and the FBI know. And I'm certain that Trump is going to use that information to do what Epstein was doing, which is blackmail people. I have a feeling that's what he'll do. Or maybe not, because he knows he's in on it too, and he was helping them traffic. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? I don't know. These are sick puppies we're dealing with. And they run the country. It's pretty gross. And then we still got these MAGA. Of course, there's fewer and fewer now. It's hard to get any opposition in here that isn't like a troll or just full-on Kool-Aid drinking fucking Rabbi Shmuley dildo fucking, pieces of garbage. At least it's kosher, I guess. So there's that. It's being said, I'm over it. I think the big picture is back and forth. Benjamin, if you're in, you sent me that. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know what it is. It was fighting like cats and dogs. Yeah, I mean, we're fighting over somebody reporting on an incident in a church while the same day they dump all this Epstein information. That's why they did that. They know he's not going to go to jail. They know that conviction's not going to stick. SLT, what's up, man? Glad I have a good live time watch. I'll be here all day with you, Lib. I appreciate that. I mean, you're welcome to come up. They just know better to go on with a foul mouth. I don't know what that means, Drone. Dewey, yeah, definitely more coffee. Definitely more coffee. And if I seem irritated, it's because I am. It's because I am irritated. And then you have people, I was reading this fucking Guardian article where people who publicly like, I'm so sorry that I, once was friends with this guy. And then because of the document dump, they sent the motherfucker emails apologizing to Jeffrey. And like Andrew invited this motherfucker over, or is that Prince Andrew, I think it was, invited him back over to Buckingham Palace after his house arrest was over. Like, and they're just all full of shit. And then you got like, and the women that were a part of it too, who I assume knew it was going on. Sarah Ferguson with her daughters, Prince Eugene and Princess Beatrice. Sarah Ferguson thanked Epstein for being the brother she always wished for in an email sent a year after his child sex abuse conviction. Yeah, Ferguson appears to suggest she and her daughters, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, met the disgraced financier, saying, "I've never been more touched by a friend's kindness than your compliment to me in front of my girls." Epstein was under house arrest when the email was sent, but Ferguson implies that the pair had lunch the previous week. It's not been confirmed if she visited him while he was confined to his home. In the emails, Ferguson also discusses conversations she's had with retailers regarding her Sarah Ferguson brand. And as she says, Epstein gave Ferguson at least €15,000 to help pay off debts, but some reports have suggested he bankrolled her to a much greater extent. In 2011, Ferguson said her relationship with Epstein had been a gigantic error of judgment, but later emailed him privately to apologize. Like, these people, like everybody that leads any goddamn thing, probably in any country, anywhere, is full of absolute trash. And you got to ask, do people get to those positions because of they're full of shit and they don't mind lying through their teeth? Or do they get that way after they get into power and they're like, oh, shit, I can do whatever I want. Oh, and I can just, get myself out of trouble. I don't know. I'm just, it's kind of fucking nutty. It's kind of fucking nutty. And now we're dealing with another fucking government shutdown because Lindsey Graham wanted to make sure that the U.S. government had to pay out our elected leaders if their phone records were looked at. Like, what a little bitch. And of course, Israel's still doing bombing in fucking Gaza, just killed 27 people. It's all bullshit. It's all absolute bullshit. Kate, that's what it seems like for sure. What do you mean? Yeah, I said a lot of things. Much of it out of frustration. Well, let me ask, are you guys able to request up? Because when I came in under my main account, it didn't have the option, but I just assumed it was because it was my own show. Let me go into my alt and see if it's there. It's not letting anybody request up? Well, that's fucking weird. I didn't get a violation or anything. Oh yeah, sure enough. No guests. Well, that's funny. The day I don't prepare anything for a show, I just assumed people would want to come up and talk about it. Let's see. Did I get a violation or something? You were a popular guest. Gain more followers by going live. Your live rewards payout couldn't be processed because your payment information is... this is my alt. Hold on. So now Israel just says, well, you don't get to talk to anybody. And anybody saying that, they won't go after you because you're too small is bullshit. Let's see here. System notifications. Scaled live rewards, earn 70,000. Join before slots fill up. No, there's no violation. So I don't know why it wouldn't allow me to. I have to get 1,000 likes. I'm sitting at 8,300 likes, boo-boo. Crazy. Let me see if I can invite. Crunchy, I sent you an invite. Tell me what it says. That's weird. Yeah, my multi-guest, it appears I should be able to. Here, I'm going to send SLT, I'm going to send you an invite. Jesse, I'm going to send you an invite. There we go. Okay, so they just took away the button, I guess? That's so weird.
It is weird.
Can you guys click on the box? See if you can click on the box. Because if that's the case, I'll just bring my alt in here and just have him sit on the panel. You can't
I'm not
even
loaded in all the way.
Oh my God. Well, see, can you guys hear her? What the fuck is going on?
This was happening you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Yeah, I just got somebody requested, so it's working for somebody.
This was happening
that was
when the Great Shift was happening the other day. Like no one could request up. And I remember, I think it was Dogman that was like the only one that was like still live. And no one could request up, and you couldn't see like half the people that were in the boxes, and you could only hear like 2 or 3 people on the entire panel.
Yeah, we've seen that stuff before. Okay, so Rando, I did not request up. I didn't send you an invite, did I? Did you click the box, Rendo?
Yeah, I left and closed the app and restarted it, but this was happening with Jazz's panel yesterday too. He it
Okay.
ended up doing this, and then he eventually got it working, and then it would just drop people randomly. It wouldn't let anybody come up.
Okay, yeah, the button is there now. That little friend button at the bottom right next to the message. So it's there now and it wasn't earlier. So I guess just a glitch. Anyway.
Well, and your other thing isn't up either. That like little creator thing or whatever's always to the left isn't there either.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. What the fuck? I wonder if I should restart. I don't know.
Americans ruin everything. Give us that good old Chinese technology, please.
I know, right? Have you guys seen that Xiaomi car?
Yes.
Oh my God. Marquez Brownlee did a review on this Xiaomi car. Xiaomi is like China's version of Samsung, like, high-end phone. This fucking car will blow your mind, and it's like heated seats and, fucking software out the ass. It's EV. It's only like $42,000. But we're talking like high-end shit inside this car for $42,000. We're getting
that's
fucked,
what happens
y'all.
when you focus your all your money on infrastructure and development instead of funding endless wars and forcing regime change across the world.
What do you mean? Who does that?
I just heard.
Israel. Israel does that. I don't know, guys. We're gonna have to if we can get somebody in office. Like, would you guys be in favor of literally just attacking Israel?
Yeah, I don't even think we should have to wait. I think we should just do it.
I mean, because what they've done, they've stolen our documents, they've unalived our soldiers, they've dragged us into wars, they've taken our money, they continue to blackmail our politicians. I mean, they've committed act of war after act of war, and I feel like that, the only response to that is, fuck you.
Yeah, either attack or ask them to give us back the money that we've been giving them all these years. So either we get reparation and compensation for the failed investment, or we get it the hard way. I mean, we have every right to, no?
I think so. I mean, all that I see, like they're the way they've kind of ingratiated themselves into America and taken it over, that in and of itself is an act of war. To me, because anybody that is supporting Israel over the United States and is elected representative is a fucking traitor. It's treason.
East LA Bakery came on my panel yesterday and said,
God.
I am Israel first, 100%. I support Israel. I am 100% Israel first. And we called him a traitor.
So we asked him, I don't know if it was East LA, but I was on another panel earlier today. I think it was Jazz's panel or somebody. And he said the same thing. We said America first or Israel first. They said Israel first. And I gave him this hypothetical. I was like, hey, what about if Israel decided to invade and attack USA? Who would you side with then? And then we didn't get a convincing answer, to be honest. He started hitting wall after wall. I mean, how can you split your loyalty like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Honestly, I don't think we're going to need to. I don't think we're going to be invaded. I think we're on the brink of economic collapse as a country. I watched a gentleman speak this morning, and he was able to determine that the night before Maduro, there was a bunch of Trump administration and Federal Reserve people making phone calls to Shanghai. And he was talking about how that if 30% of the countries that buy debt bonds don't buy them, like our country will collapse. The economy will collapse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great. Now, real quick, this is unrelated to what you guys are talking about, but somebody's talking about a survey. You guys had to take a survey in order to continue with the live. What's that about? Is Crunchy still here? No, Crunchy dropped. Yeah, so what happened? Explain it to me in the comments. I'll wait. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
No, yeah, I haven't heard anything about that survey.
You guys didn't have to. None of you had to take a survey.
No.
I don't do live, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the question is: this appropriate? Well, of course. Fuck this. Oh, Crunchy's gonna explain it. Let's see. All right. So what did Israel do? Crunchy, you're muted.
Can I? So I'm obviously living in a black hole. So TikTok is owned by Israel now.
I mean, yeah, effectively, yeah. Crunchy. So what happened? You requested up. What's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say, they're commenting that when they left the live and had to come back in, they had to take some kind of survey. I didn't have that, but it did say do I want to leave the live? So then yes, I had to leave the live, and then I came back in and had no issues. Everything was popping up properly, but then also it looks like the comments, you have a character limit on your comments now. I can't even fully produce a sentence half the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been a character limit, hasn't there been? Let's see.
Oh, maybe
Well,
just comments.
they may just be glitching out. I mean, TikTok does that from time to time anyway. Like you'll have somebody up and people in the comments can't hear them, but everybody on the panel can hear them. Weird shit like that happens. But okay, I was just wondering.
Sorry, host. But Noor in the comments just said that she just got the survey. Maybe I don't know if you know Noor.
Yeah. Noor's been up.
Good
Hey,
morning.
Noor.
I just got the survey.
Did you say it was
really
inappropriate? Did you tell him it was
Yep,
inappropriate?
it was asking me if this live is appropriate for TikTok.
These motherfuckers, man.
Yeah. Oh no. Yes, but only for over 18s. There's a couple other options, but.
Jeez. Well, I mean, that's fine. I curse a lot, so. I mean, you had to confirm if you were over 18 to see the Epstein files. So I guess here we are.
Yeah. But anyways, I have to drop. My phone's actually about to die. I'm surprised that it let me up.
Well, it's good to see you again. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming and let me know.
I appreciate you.
See ya. Yep.
Long live the Noryatola. I love you.
Bye.
So you. Okay. Well, we got that worked out. Yeah, I see that from time to time when I'm flipping through TikTok. So I don't know what prompts that, but maybe they're trying to figure out if I'm just appropriate or not. What's up, Dun? Good Lord.
What's up, man?
Ain't seen you in a while. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, have you been on here consistently, or did you go somewhere?
No, I've been on here consistently. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just haven't seen you. You still mad at Trump, or what? Or are you coming to the right side of everything?
Am I still mad at Trump?
Yeah, you still hating the best president we've ever had?
I don't hate Joe Biden or Barack Obama.
No, I was talking about the best president.
Yeah, I know.
Trump. Talking about the best president, Donald Trump.
Oh, the worst president? You mispronounced worst.
Still don't like Trump. That's crazy, man. After all this stuff. It's crazy.
I mean,
let's get back to
like
the Epstein files and ignore this guy.
Yeah, let's listen to the self-hating white woman.
Dun is that's my wife,
original.
bro. Hey, that's my wife, and you can just keep your fucking mouth shut. All right? Yeah.
But she cut me off.
I don't give a fuck. She can cut you off. This is her fucking panel too, bro. You just show a little respect, all right?
Oh God.
Oh God, what? You wouldn't get onto somebody for talking shit to your spouse?
No, it's just
kind
the
of
way
man are
that
you?
women corrupt men, bro.
Women corrupt.
It's so yes.
Okay,
Yes.
you think my
This
wife
is your
corrupted
panel,
me?
you built it, and then
Yes.
you got to share it with somebody that didn't do anything.
Go.
And that's just
What
like
is it?
life. That's just like
Yeah,
that's
the only reason.
Today.
That's the only reason that you're here. You just said that I have to share it with somebody who didn't do anything, and that's why you're here.
But women aren't particularly innovative with their thoughts or interesting at all.
That's why you.
I have
Okay.
a question.
That's
Did you
ridiculous.
when did you first realize that you were an incel?
When I was born.
Okay.
Okay.
That tracks.
There you go.
Was Ping Pong Pizza real dun?
I thought it was a Comet Pizza. Was
Ping
that
Pong
you talking
Pizza.
about the Pizzagate thing?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was Comet Pizza in D.C. I didn't know it was Ping Pong. I believe it was called Comet Pizza.
Ping Pong
I
Pizza,
don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure. Either way.
No.
Do you think that Democrats were trafficking children with pepperoni pizzas?
I don't think it was all. The thing is this, it's not Democrat. I think child traffickers come in all groups. So I don't think it was just specifically Democrats or Republicans that do it, or, you know what I mean? It's kind of a stereotypical thing. Do I think Democrats have had some interesting things? Yeah, so have Republicans. So
Yeah,
I think,
as we're
I don't
seeing
think,
now, when they're redacting the names of abusers of children, yeah, we're seeing that for sure.
but you know somebody's just going to produce an absence of evidence argument, right? For that. Like you don't know that because you don't know what they're redacting because the information isn't there.
Well, we know
Well-
some of what they're redacting because they didn't actually redact it correctly. That's what happens when you hire unqualified people to redact documents, and then they just put black text box over things.
So you can see behind what was redacted.
Yeah. There
Okay.
are multiple Epstein documents that were not redacted correctly that have been successfully unredacted.
Released by whom?
The DOJ, who
I
releases
thought that they
the
were
info.
redacting things.
Yeah, and they did it incorrectly, and a bunch of documents
How?
ended up unredacted.
How?
What do you mean how? How did they not do it correctly?
Yeah.
There's a process for redacting, usually through a software like, for example, if you use Adobe Pro, there's an actual redaction software selection tool that encrypts it and keeps you from being able to remove it. What they did was they put black text boxes over it, did it incorrectly, and then when people copy pasted the whole document, it copied and pasted the redacted parts.
So what were in the redacted parts?
I mean, do you have Google?
I do.
I
haven't read- have you read all the
encourage
files?
you to Google
Have you read all
what
the
was
files?
in the unredacted Epstein documents. It's
Have you
very
read
easy.
the files?
Have I
I
read?
prefer to go to a primary source. There's like there's millions of these pages that have been released. You read them all?
No, but I did use this great tool that Zateo created that they dumped all of them in there, and then you can search and filter. So if I want to look up a specific predator like Donald J. Trump, I can select the Donald J. Trump filter, and it will bring me back everything.
What did
And then I can
what did
read
Donald
through
Trump
those
do?
documents.
What did Donald
In
Trump do?
the ones released yesterday,
Yeah.
there was a FBI confidential human source document that cited that this person had direct knowledge that Donald Trump was compromised by Israel and that Jared Kushner was actually the, quote, brains behind his presidency.
That's hearsay. You're telling me another
it's an
person
FBI
said they had,
informant, and it's an official FBI document, a CHS.
but that's
is a
not any direct
confidential
source.
human
That's what
source.
somebody else said.
That is an FBI informant. Do you know how that works?
No,
It's not like somebody called.
I don't
the
think
news
you know how it
line.
works either.
I do. I work in the government. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you.
That doesn't mean anything. You can be a
Unfortunately,
janitor
you're
and
limited to
work
your
in the
current level
government.
of
Let me
misunderstanding.
ask you a
You can be a
question.
janitor and work in the government.
Let me ask you a question, Dun. Do you think that the people who were accused of doing things against children, do you think that their names should have been redacted?
Maybe. I think that a lot of this stuff is speculative at best. I think that there's one thing, if I can write something about you, it doesn't make, I also have to have proof. So like if I write something about you or what I feel that you've done, people can lie about these things.
Sure, and there are civil options for those people who are lied about. If that's true, they can sue them for defamation and or libel.
So you can sue a dead person?
How do you feel about the accusations against Clinton?
We're not talking about dead people, bro.
Jeffrey Epstein is no longer alive.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the names of the people who were there. So if somebody was named in a document, and it doesn't even have to, because it's not only Jeffrey Epstein written stuff that's in those files. Surely you understand that by now. if somebody's named in it, should they not investigate those people for if there was a crime?
In order to prompt an investigation, right, you have to have evidence. And what I'm saying is that from what I understand about these files, I think that a lot of these are crap. How are they compiling these, right? Is this secondhand information? Is this, I saw this person that did this?
It depends on the document, Dun. You're applying.
What do you feel about the accusations made against Clinton?
I don't care.
What about the accusations made against Clinton? I mean, like, do you feel the same way?
I don't care.
He doesn't care.
You don't care about the biggest child trafficking ring on the planet?
He doesn't want to see any investigation. Dun. Look, we're not jury here, okay? I think that's where you're getting this fucked up. We're not a jury. What we're talking about is these people need to be investigated.
This is gossip, bro.
No. This
is political version of TMZ.
Listen, when you have circumstantial evidence that can lead to probable cause affidavits for an investigation into somebody, it should happen, right? We're not. We're saying investigate them. We're not saying, well, or at least I'm not saying that they're absolutely guilty because look, this document says it. But these documents do suggest that they need to be investigated, some of these people, depending on what the document is. That's all we're saying.
But you're basing that on these documents.
May I share a quick fact, host, if it's okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Just to emphasize on what Rando said, I did a simple search where I said, is it true that government documents that were redacted could be redacted in a bad way where it would be possible to unredact them? Yes, that is absolutely true, and it is not a conspiracy theory or fringe claim. It is documented embarrassing reality of how governments have sometimes handled redactions. Let's walk it clearly and carefully. Short answer, yes, some governments' documents have been redacted incorrectly in ways that allowed the hidden text to be recovered or revealed. This has happened multiple times across different agencies and countries. So yes.
Yeah.
Did I ever say they couldn't be redacted?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I asked a question on how. I asked a question on how they were redacted and what was in the redaction. I never said that they couldn't be.
I would gladly explain to you how they were redacted, if you allow.
No, she already explained it to me.
Yeah,
she said that she could take it from one app and they didn't do it correctly. She explained that to me previously.
Here's a document related to the prison, right? To the prison investigation, right? The FBI's investigation into that. Now, this is the first 2 pages, I think. Now, I'm just going to scroll really fast. There's 35 pages in total. Now, watch this. Do you think this is okay?
I don't know what.
Do you think that's okay? Exactly. That's my point.
So,
do you think that's okay? To just
I don't know.
Black out the entire page?
What if it's irrelevant information? I don't know.
We don't know what's behind that irrelevant information. You know what's irrelevant is somebody's receipt for a hotel stay. Somebody's receipt and communication between them and their travel advisor. Yet we have duplicate after duplicate of those. Most of it is just stupid shit. Completely irrelevant to anything.
What I'm saying is that you don't know. In this case, I understand that the ones that she says she could redact, but we don't know what's behind this.
Exactly. That's the thing. You're getting it.
For fried chicken or something like that.
Now you're getting it. Why would you redact that? Why would you redact that?
In plain words, you are saying that we have evidence, but we don't like to share the evidence with
But you don't know what's there.
I just have one question for Dun real quick. Dun.
You're trying to prove their intent.
Why was nobody convicted other than Epstein and Maxwell? What was Maxwell convicted on? If there are no victims and if there are victims, who are the perpetrators and why have they not been prosecuted? And if there are no perpetrators, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison?
I don't know.
Explain that to me. Please make that make sense. How do you make sense of that in your brain?
Make sense of what? I don't think
the fact that nobody has been charged other than Epstein.
Honestly,
we have multiple victims, confirmed victims, and Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison.
Confirmed victims of what?
Look at this. Look at this. Dun. Look at the picture on the screen. Like,
what's up with this picture?
This is Melania and Trump. with Epstein and Ghislaine. Look at the sexual nature of her face. It almost looked like she's drugged up.
Sexual nature?
Yes, she's like leaning into Jeffrey. And this is the president. And then not just that, but we now have evidence that Howard Lutnick went to the island as well. And Howard Lutnick is now the Secretary of Commerce. And he also was a big Dun. Was a big
Can you
part
prove that I was not at the island?
Bro, I just showed you an image.
Can you prove I was not at the island?
We can prove that Howard Lutnick went to the island.
Can you prove I didn't go there?
I don't give a shit. We're not talking about you. You're not in the files.
That's what I'm saying. All this is speculative at best.
No. You're like, can you prove a thing that didn't happen that isn't in the files that you're talking about? And therefore, the information that we do have is irrelevant because Dun says, I went there, prove it.
With the redactions, what can you truly prove?
This isn't redacted right here. We know that Don and Melania loved these two, didn't they? And we know that Epstein was trafficking his own employees out of there. That's what we do know. That right there, that in and of itself. And what we do know is that
conspiracy theory.
And Dun, what we do know is that Donald Trump did not report any trafficking to the police. Which means if he is claiming that I stopped seeing, Epstein because he was trafficking children, then that means that he didn't report it. And if he did know and didn't report it, that's a fucking crime also. And so he's the president now who is surrounding himself by people who are also friendly with Epstein. And you're like, doesn't matter. We don't need an investigation. It's totally irrelevant.
What I'm telling you is that the court of law is a very tricky thing, okay?
And they aren't even going into
what
it.
I am telling you is this.
Is it though?
Is a document with this is going to be poison of the same fruit or something like that, or poison of the same tree. When a document
was obtained legally.
Let me say this. What? That's insane.
It was obtained legally.
Okay. What is
because the fruit of the poisonous tree? Listen, fruit of the poisonous tree relates to information that you have illegally obtained as the government.
Where did the information
during the FBI investigations?
Some of this is conversations.
Okay,
some of this is writing.
Could I please,
some of this is nothing in terms of evidence. It's nothing.
Well, of course to you because it makes your president look bad.
No, not to me. To any prosecutor.
No, to you.
Could I please,
Tara, go ahead.
Could I please speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to ask Dun. I was 19 years old on the campus of University of Illinois, Chicago, in the summer of '82, taking a class, a night class, because I had to work a full-time job. I went to U of I Champaign on a softball scholarship, but they weren't the same 40 years ago as they are now. A security guard would ask me out every time I went. The day of the final exam, I was late. I had a flat tire on the Eisenhower. I got there with only 10 minutes left. I had an A in the economics class. The professor said I could stay and walk the test to his mailbox and put it in. That security guard was in the room when he said that. He was waiting for me at an empty professor's building. He grabbed me from behind. I recognized his voice. He violently raped me. He broke my jaw. He broke my nose. I went to the police. And they said I didn't have enough proof. He knocked me unconscious. And I'll tell you something else. I had a broken hymen because I was a virgin when he assaulted me. You tell me how I get proof, because men like you do not assault women and children in the middle of the town square. So you tell me 40 years plus where I get my proof.
This is so annoying. Like, you're looking bad.
That's fucking annoying.
Yeah, it is.
My first sexual experience was being assaulted.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Like, you're just acting out of line.
I'm not acting out of line.
Yes, you are.
This is why these victims are not getting justice. Because
then go get your justice then.
Who roofie a woman's drink.
Then go get your justice then.
The police told me I didn't have
evidence.
Fuck the
police.
The Chicago
like, fuck the police.
Police.
If you feel this way, go get your justice on your own. But the idea that you're going to come up here and throw accusations in my face,
and then you would
your
bitch about
story
that.
in my face.
You're disgusting.
Like, I was fine with it until you said something.
Bitch, you're
like
disgusting.
Me.
Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you.
I mean, this is
what
they think. This is what they think. And this is why 40 years, I still cry about it. Because no one believed me except the nurse in the hospital.
And that's the problem. Like, it's
I had lost my virginity to the man I loved on my prom night. She had to throw them out of my exam room. So, I mean, these MAGA men, there's nothing in that list is going to change their mind. Even a video. He could do it on the front lawn with a 2-year-old screaming and then barbecue her and eat her. And they would still say that baby was woke. So she deserved it. They are sick.
Yeah.
They are sick.
That's
I'm disappointed he never answered my question. I really want to know how they make sense of that, and they can't. They can never answer that question. If there's no perpetrators, then what is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for? Please make that make sense. And they never can. They don't have an answer. They switch to it doesn't matter.
Right. And if you condone this, you most likely commit this.
Yeah, but keep in mind, they told us that there was it was all for personal use. That's what this administration told us. This was prior to signing over all of the documents that proved that wasn't true. But that's what they said. They're full of shit. Like, Dun is just, I don't know if he's a troll or what, but that's ridiculous. Dun, you need to check your fucking humanity somewhere. Pull it out of Trump's ass or something. I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what, Charlie, I went on his profile and Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk is the one who told these young men that consent was a gray area. And they are running with that.
They should just follow his lead, because in the end he leaned left, right?
Yeah.
And then, and then it makes the rest of us men look bad because there are fucking guys that exist like that. And I don't know if the guy's just fucking trolling or what, but Jesus fucking Christ, man. I can't. I just can't. I don't get it.
And the sad thing is it hasn't changed. And now with this MAGA movement, it's gotten worse. I'm scared for my nieces. I'm scared for all young women. That's why when I got gassed by the ICE agent at Broadview, Illinois, I don't care if I die unalive on this hill, because I am 61 years old. I've had my rights, and I am willing to sacrifice myself for these young women so they don't have a horrible life.
Hey, Tara.
Yes.
Tara, my name is Matt, not Ammo. And I just wanted to tell you, I can only be on here for about 30 seconds because I got to go to work. But I want to tell you that I believe you.
Thank you.
I believe your story. And so do a lot of people down in the comments. And we're here with you, even though that fucker's not. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and Tara, I came up here to say I hear you. I believe you. I don't care how long ago it was. I believe you. And what that guy said is not right. I hear it when they talk about Preddy, too. It's always... It's always victim blaming, and they dig up maybe some negatives from his history and victim blame, which is absolutely disgusting. And it's not right. And I just wanted to come up to also say that I believe and hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. I'm sitting outside, fucking sucking one down, and then I hear this jackass I'm like, oh my God, can't burn down my house, but what a fucking jerk.
It's not the first time I've been on a live hearing that,
Oh, I imagine.
A lot of these men, because I do a live with a bunch of women who are SA survivors, and these MAGA men come on and say the worst things to us.
Yeah,
they just don't care.
Empathy is weakness, they say. Like, they're not even human at this point.
No.
I just can't. I can't fathom that level of like depraved mindset where you like start talking shit. Somebody's telling this fucking horrific story, whether you believe it or not.
I think men like that.
It's gross.
I think men like that. like don't believe women or act like that when women tell stories like that, because they would have to face the things that they've done to other women as well. No women could like that couldn't be true of any woman, because if they believed that was true, then they would also have to, face the fact of what they've done in their past as well. So I think that shows a bit of guilt as well, that type of reaction.
And they're also becoming ICE agents, because the ICE agent who gassed me when my girlfriends and I were all 50 and 60, between 50 and 60, his first encounter was asking us why us grannies were protesting. And my girlfriend said, "Hey, I think I'm younger than you." And the ICE agent was 57. He probably weighed about 300 pounds. And then he told her she looked awful, but he said it really nasty. And then he looked at me and said, "Hey, are you a natural redhead?" And that's why I don't put my camera up anymore, because he's driven past my house, this ICE agent. But my first encounter with him, he asked me if I was a natural redhead. And when I wouldn't respond, and he just kept harassing, he wouldn't drive off, because he was coming out the driveway of the ICE facility in Broadview. And I wouldn't answer him. I wouldn't engage. And so finally, my girlfriend, who we called ugly, but not in that nice term, she said, "It's none of your business. It's between her and her husband." And you know what that guy said to me? He said, "I could take her into the detention center and find out for myself." Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And then we protested on Tuesdays and Fridays. That was a Friday. Tuesday, he just came out and threw. We were on the parkway where we could legally protest. We weren't where the kids were trying to stop them from going in. I had a kidney transplant a year ago, and I can't afford to be, But then he just drove by in the same car and threw a tear gas canister at us. And they're like a magic 8-ball. People aren't talking about that. They're like a magic 8-ball, and they splinter, and they cut you to pieces. People don't know that. We all had to go to urgent care because it was a warm, October 3rd was warm in Chicago. And I just had on like yoga pants that came to my knee, because I play pickleball every day, and a short sleeve shirt. We had to go to urgent care and have all these like plastic splinters taken out of us. And then the next Friday, that's when he got out of his car. That was a Tuesday when he tear gassed us. Friday, we just had peaceful signs. My sign said, "John Lennon would not approve of ICE." Imagine that. That was what my sign said. And then he came out of his car this time at me with his phone, and he had my TikTok account on his phone. And when I tried to record him, because they were arresting people who were recording the ICE agents. So because he was coming at me, and I was like, "Oh my God," and there's my face. And I was like, "Oh shit." And that's when he grabbed me. I have the bruises. I have pictures of all the bruises. I went to the Broadview police, and he threw me to the ground, and we just ran off because he couldn't. And then a week later, he drove past my house when I was putting up Halloween lights.
And that was the same ICE agent that had asked you that about the
same car. It's a light gray Ford Bronco. And every time I get pictures of the plates, it's different license plates on the same car. So they're just like putting fake plates on their cars. At least in Broadview they are, but I heard they're doing that all over.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I think everybody that's going to go out and walk outside in an area where ICE exists, you got to buy a body cam, have that bitch on everywhere you go. I do. Yeah. And everybody needs to have the body cam. Yeah.
I spent $250 on a professional gas mask, because the tear gas made me go into a brief rejection of my new kidney from all the toxic fumes. And, my team at University of Chicago had to mitigate that. It took about a month to get my numbers back to normal. So when I go, I wear my gas mask, because they just throw that shit out now like they're throwing confetti. They don't even care. They just come and tear gas.
Hearing what you're saying, Tara, I can't help but remember the time when I used to live in the West Bank, in the little village of Na'lin by Ramallah. and you're literally like describing the daily life of Palestinians and what they go through by the violence of the IDF and the illegal settlers. And when they say that ICE has been trained by the IDF or there is a relationship there, I will never be surprised or deny it. I will absolutely believe it, because what you just mentioned is literally what happens there. The only difference is, unfortunately, these kids in Palestine, they can't afford the gas mask. They get onions with them when they go and protest by the apartheid wall. They bring onions so that they can use the onion smell to help block the gas from the tear from the bombs.
I'd like to just give you credit and say that whatever you experienced in the West Bank is not even close, or like what we are experiencing is not even close to what you guys experience. So I want to respect that you recognize what we're going through, but I want to give you credit, and anybody who could survive what's happening over there. I mean, like, yeah,
Thank you so much. But
you have gone
honestly,
through
I don't even deserve
way
the
more
credit.
than what we're
Even though
experiencing.
I stayed there, man, even though I lived there for a brief time, but I don't deserve that credit. I tell you that only because I was privileged. I was lucky enough to be able to visit there because I hold an American citizenship. I'm originally Palestinian. My mom and my dad were both born and raised in Palestine, but after the Nakba, they had to move to Jordan, the country next door, and that's where I was born. I was born with a Jordanian citizenship. My dad immigrated to the US. I got my American citizenship, and that American citizenship is the reason I was allowed to visit the West Bank and even the occupied territories. And it was a shocking period of my life when I went and I crossed the border of the Jordanian border into the West Bank. And that was very familiar. It's just like Jordan, But then I crossed the apartheid wall and I went into the Israeli territories, the occupied land, and it felt like I was in Europe. I was in Paris or Rome or something, And that difference shocked me to my core, man. And the lifestyle, the comfort versus the oppression over there, it's insane, bro. We Americans, we have the opportunity to go and visit both sides. I mean whenever hopefully if things calm down, just go and see for yourself. And nobody, not a single soul that enters that country if they deny the apartheid, that means that they choose to ignore reality. Nobody can not see it or can be confused by it. It's so obvious. It's clear, crystal clear. Sorry to ramble, but yeah.
No, you're not rambling. And Michael John, I could just stay home. No, I can't stay home. Even though I endangered my kidney, had no idea tear gas could do that. But no, I'm not staying home. I'm fighting for all the women who are young and should have body autonomy, and they should be able to vote, and they should be able to get the job if they're qualified for it, and not to some mediocre, inadequate white man like you. No, I'm going to continue to fight. This is a hill I am willing to unalive on. Seriously, I'm not kidding. My
Because
sons
Tara's
are
a fucking patriot.
Yeah,
my
yeah,
sons
that's
are scared to death.
patriotism right there. And guess what, guys? Look, when we see a group of people in my country that have been undergoing whatever they have been undergoing, and still they choose to fight for their freedom and for their liberation, or die or be unalive trying to do so, that for them is enough. Is enough. Like they would rather be unalive than bend the knee. This is freedom. This is patriotism. This is standing on business, standing on principle, right?
And look what he just wrote: risking your life for people that don't belong here. Who don't belong here? My father came from Ireland. I am a first generation American. What do you mean? My dad didn't belong here? He came
First
here for a
generation
better life.
American.
So
Yeah.
you are the reason why I'm getting my sons their Irish citizenship, so they can escape people like you if this really goes to complete hell and we can't turn it around.
Yeah,
Every
Michael
single
John
group of
just
people-
wants you to comply. He's like, I'm a weak male, and I don't want to have any confrontation. I won't stand up for anybody. That's Michael John. I invited you, Michael. You're welcome to come up.
The root of the issue is they have a gherkin pickle where you don't want a gherkin pickle, and black and brown men don't. and that's why they're angry.
Yeah, I did
They
a
wanted
video
to marry a
once about
supermodel,
that.
and they could only get their cousin.
That they're upset because God was punishing them. Apparently, it's like, sorry about your dick, bro. Not really sorry. You kind of deserved it. John Eastwood.
One more statement, bro, and I swear I'm done. I promise. The last thing I'm gonna say is just I want to emphasize the fact that there is no single group of people that was oppressed in this country, in the United States. Every single civil rights movement that was able to make a change and gain the rights that they were robbed of, they did it, and they had a huge price to pay and a sacrifice to make, and it was like they reached that goal by blood, by sweat, and by struggle, and by violence. There is no way you can gain the rights that you deserve as a human being if you were robbed of those rights. How in the world are you able to gain them back without pushing the limits and going against the grain and residing to violence?
Well, Michael will tell you, if you comply hard enough, they'll give you your rights back. But you have to comply really hard. Right. Okay, that's the thing.
Michael just said if purple and orange men were coming into the country, we'd be getting rid of them too. And I'd like to say that didn't 4,600 white South African immigrants be allowed to come into the country? You're fucking stupid, Michael. And no, they wouldn't. That's your point.
Notice he didn't say white.
Well, and I also
it was any other color but white.
I would ask Michael. I live in Chicago. We have the largest undocumented Polish population outside of Warsaw, for God's sake. They're not going there. Do you know how many undocumented Irish are in Boston? They're not taking them.
Yeah, John, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Go ahead.
How you going, mate?
I'm all right.
That's good. I must have missed what dumb cunt had to say because I can't bear him.
It was just a bunch of dumb cunt shit.
Yeah, I imagined it was. I mean, that bloke has the brain plasticity of a rock. I mean,
on behalf of Rock, I'm insulted.
It's so bad, actually. We created a meme of him. That's how bad that man is. And he hasn't been up on the live for a while, though.
Yeah, I mean, the lot of them have no brain plasticity. I mean, essentially their brains are locked in like little pebbles in the, sort of bouncing around in that skull, and not a new thought can enter. And, that's the extent of it. But look, what I wanted to just say was more along the lines of peaceful resistance that actually, starts to push back in whatever way you can. I was thinking about the indelible ink that retailers use on clothes. That if people steal clothes, they get it off. It gets all over their hands. You can't clean it off or wash it off. The permanent ink. Imagine getting yourself some of those paintball grenade launchers and filling them with indelible ink and launching them at ice agents from a distance, so they have to go around with the indelible ink on their face for
that's funny
weeks on end, for example. I mean, can't be that hard to mix up something that was indelible of that nature if you get the right ingredients. I'm sure you could do it in 44-gallon drums and do that at scale. And drones these days can drop things. I mean, you could beyond just the old 1960s protests, I think there needs to be some innovation, let's put it that way, in how you engage these groups at, from a distance as well, in a way that starts to turn it back on them. I mean, obviously if they're wearing masks, well, what penetrates the masks? Indelible ink does. Mm-hmm. So, maybe that should be a thought for some people there.
Well, it'd be funny if you use like invisible ink, so while they're out in the cold, they don't see it. And then when they go inside or whatever, now you get ink all over your body. And so you just have to like
stuff.
have a heat gun or something, you know, as you
An
walk by
ultraviolet
people. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's like you're one of them. That way you can know who they are when they're out in the public because they won't even realize they're covered in ink.
Well, I think, you know,
So
I think that's
I was going to say I'm an avid hunter. Like, you know, I'm a deer, bear, boar, a lot of stuff. And something that I frequently come across is deer, bear, and coyote urine for tracking and hunting. And that stuff's pretty cheap. Like, I'll tell you what, you could get, you know, like 20 fluid ounces of it for like $12. And that stuff doesn't come out of clothes. I'll tell you what, like I've got it on my hands or on my boots or something. It does not come out. And that it'll make
That's
you vomit.
funny.
You know,
Yeah,
throw that in a water balloon. And toss that somewhere, and no one's going to be having a good day.
If you do that, I mean, be prepared to go to jail. You know,
It was a
be
pleasure
prepared
meeting
for
all
jail.
of you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hassan. Have a good one. But yeah, I mean, if you do that, be prepared to go to jail. If you're caught, you know.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that doesn't come with consequences, but I guess you know, what you guys are obviously confronting in very short order. I mean, we're only talking weeks here since this has all commenced. Is this escalation that is you know much faster than what we saw in Germany, going back to the period when it happened there, much faster. And of course, there's an industrial surveillance, you know, machinery behind it all, which Tara was just talking about, with ICE agents pulling up profiles and all the rest. Well, no, you know, it's not like he's a super sleuth, is it? He's just gone back to the headquarters and used the surveillance subscriptions that they've all purchased as part of the interagency Palantir supply chain. And so, you know, he's just gone and used the tools that they've been given to do precisely what has happened there, which is to attempt to intimidate her directly by suggesting that, hey, I can get inside your business. And, well, you know, social
I'm sure
media
that's how he found my address.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's what I'm
past my
saying.
house.
Of course.
Yeah.
And that's and this level of intimidation, you know, at some point will need to be, you know, squared up, because it's I don't believe that it will desist. And so then you've got choices, and the choices, obviously, if you're honourable, will be peaceful. That is, they'll be non-violent, but that doesn't mean that they can't be disruptive. And I quite like that urine suggestion myself. Now, these things aren't pleasant. They might certainly lead to incarceration and to other consequences. But you know, what history shows is that when the Nazis had got across Europe, taken France and so on, and had occupied Western Europe, what happened, of course, was that the resistance kicked in. And their success came historically not through targeting people at high levels within the Nazi administration, but rather those at the lowest local levels, the ones that you could get to, because they all live somewhere. They all have to do something. And what happened was that once they started to become unalived and started to have, you know, were seriously targeted at a neighbourhood level, the administration started to break down, because when you just have people go missing, you know, when essentially people no longer rock up to work, when that threat starts to square up, what happened in that regime was that they very quickly became destabilised at an administrative level, and so it was much harder for them to coordinate. And that's the reality of what resistance movements have done through history, is that it doesn't tend to be, you know, trying to target top level people that have got security all around them. It's those that can be picked off at a neighborhood level and squared up.
Right.
And, you know, one of the scariest statistics is that out of the, throughout history, there's been, you know, arguably 12 to 15, you know, like fascist governments that have, you know, attempted to take control of their respective countries. And out of those 12 to 15, again, there's a few that are like kind of arguable whether or not they were actually a fascist government. But out of those, only 20% of them were defeated through peaceful means and voting. The other remaining 60 to 80% of them were only solved through, violent resistance, essentially. And that's a really scary statistic. Like throughout history, it's been shown that statistically, you're not successful voting your way out of a fascist government control. And that's really scary. And I think that America is on the precipice of whether or not we are able to gather enough solidarity and pull like the people together to essentially vote our way or like legislate our way out of this. Because if we're not able to legislate our way out of this by 2028, I don't think that there is another option other than violent resistance. That's just the eventual end and the eventual goal of it all. So very scary statistic.
Yeah, and what I'd say to that is, I mean, my reading of it from a strategic perspective is that the midterms are lost already. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but I just don't think that that's, as much as people might hold on to that, I don't think that that's a reality, because we've already seen what happens when you put thousands of troops in a position where they can intimidate, and that is a whole bunch of people that would vote for the Democratic Party won't turn out.
Yeah, and the recent raid on the voting rolls in Minnesota, the recent raid that happened where they took the voter rolls from Minnesota.
That was in
or
Fulton
Chicago.
County, Georgia. No, that was in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah,
Okay.
but in Minnesota, Pam Bondi sent and said that, well, we'll pull ICE back if you give us your voter registration records. So, this is a goal of theirs.
That was in Georgia, though.
Yeah, I mean, and they sent in the fucking Tulsi Gabbard she was there during the pickup of all those records. Like, why is the director of national intelligence there? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, because
this is all telecasting that they're gonna do some really shady shit when it comes to the midterms. They're already planning on it. It's clear that they're taking actions to secure whatever cheating method they're gonna use.
Yeah, well, I think the method is, the most likely, in my opinion, is that they try to provoke violent responses from people wherever they go in blue states, to give him the just, outright excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act leading into the midterms. And when he does that, they're going to go, we got to protect it or whatever, and then they're going to, the documents they take from Fulton County, they don't even have to actually factually have anything wrong, but they're going to claim that there's something wrong, right? They're going to say, we found the document that was stuffed under something. They're already making those claims. And so we have to protect the voting. So you add the Insurrection Act to that, and now you've got troops standing out the polling places to protect voting. But really, it's to intimidate people of color. And they may even just start detaining people of color that show up to vote, U.S. citizens, and then detain them for 24 hours, and then they don't vote.
Because what's interesting about what you just said is, it's like, Elon Musk and Bill Gates, who tweeted today that the stuff that was found out about them in the e-files was absolute baloney. And I replied back to Elon and said, well, then sue for defamation and proven discovery. They're not going to sue and that's the same with the Department of Justice with this Fulton County case. They're not going to bring it to court because then they have to show in discovery what they have, and they don't have anything.
Yeah, the E. Jean Carroll case with Donald Trump is one of the most telling versions of what you just explained, where during the court case, E. Jean Carroll, said that, they were friends and they had interactions at this time. And Trump said that he didn't even know who she was. And then he mistook her for, his wife, and said just right. In any case, in the courtroom, they said that there was no physical evidence. And E. Jean Carroll said, I still have the dress that I was assaulted in, and it has his DNA on it. So she submitted it. They pulled what they found as an unknown male's DNA, and she said, if you're so confident that you didn't do this, submit your DNA so that we can put it up against the unknown male DNA from my dress the night that you assaulted me. And he won it, and they settled out of court. That, I mean, like that, you know, so like the guy who was just in here earlier who was saying there's no physical evidence, you know, this is all hearsay, no physical evidence. There was physical evidence right there, and they chose not to take it further or look into it any further because they knew they were guilty.
They wouldn't
Yeah,
cooperate.
but hang on, I just want to say something about the Epstein files, and that is, look at the timing of it. Like, so nothing was happening, right? Defying the law, and now 3 million documents dumped when, right? On the back of what's happening.
Don Lemon, right at
right.
the same day, around the same time that they did that. Yeah, Don Lemon gets arrested.
So part of my concern with, I mean, I understand why people would focus on it, of course, but I also feel that that's the whole point, and you shouldn't. Because I'm like, focus on the fascist takeover, not the fucking Epstein files.
And
because the
FTL.
Epstein,
Yeah, because I mean, the truth is that nobody's going to jail over it, and we're just we're just gonna have to accept that for now. You know,
it's barely in the water, designed to attract the fish away from where the better food is, right? And so you know, and that's the concern I have for it. Because look at the timing, and look at the number of documents. And then look at the other names that are involved, and look at what's happened in the last 24 hours as a result. And look what's moved off of the headlines to make way for it.
And STL,
Can I ask a question, please? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
yeah, Zarina, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
I'm so sorry. I cut you off. You go. No, that's fine.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we've been talking for a minute. You just got here, and then we can get to Paul after you. Go ahead.
I've been listening. I just wanted to ask, like, obviously I'm not American, and I see online, like, the debates and everything, but I'm curious to see, what is America like right now? Because, unfortunately, Trump does have, like, cult-like followers, but I am thinking, like, for some people, there has to be a point, and you would think that, like, a decent amount of them would, like, start doubting it. Like, is it changing? Are people going, oh, my God, this is insane? Or are there still, like, does he still have the people he's always had? Or, like, is there any change after this?
He still has the people.
Well,
I mean, it's so bad that they are sending ICE with our Olympic team, because I personally think they're afraid some of them are going to want to defect while they're in Italy.
Really?
Yeah, they're sending ICE instead of our regular security that we send with our Olympic team. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I would go to the consulate if I was an ass figure skater or something. I would want to get out of here if I could. So
yeah, now I mean, you know,
I'll say that
they've moved around some of the people in the cabinet. You know, like Bovino, he moved him back to El Centro, California. Noam is getting, you know, pulled back. They brought in Homan instead. So at least the optics of it is that he's trying to do something. But again, you know, he sat and watched what happened for a long time before he did anything, because he doesn't actually care that his people shot somebody, you know, or unalived multiple people. Like he doesn't care, but he's all about optics. And so he's trying to combat that by making it seem like he's doing something. But, you know, there may be a lull for a week or two, but it's just going to go right back to crazy, because now they're focusing on Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. And now to answer your question more broadly, like, I think life for the majority of Americans right now is, like, for me, there's no ICE where I'm at. I'm in a red state though. So I don't really feel it. I see it, but it's, you know, my experience is nothing more than what I'm witnessing on news and social media. So, you know, it's, but that isn't to say it's not going to change, or, you know, see troops at your fucking voting place.
I live in California, but I'm in, like, Northern California, and I'm in the deep red portion of Northern California. And so I don't, you know, we don't have ICE here or anything. There is an ICE building where I'm at, but there hasn't been any active enforcement going on. But, you know, when this all started, I mean, like, there was red hats and Trump flags on every giant pickup truck that you could see. I mean, like, you couldn't go even 5 seconds in my town without seeing Trump memorabilia in some way, shape, or form. And in the last, I mean, like, in the first 4 or 5 months of his presidency, it all disappeared. I mean, like, I hardly see any of it anymore. You'd actually be kind of pressed to find some of it right now. And I'm really getting the sense that, Yeah, I'm really getting the sense that eventually, especially in this area, one day, it's all of a sudden just going to be that no one ever really supported this to begin with. And that's complete bullshit. I hate the fact that they get to take their hats off and peel their bumper stickers off their car and put it in the attic and never know. Like, these people should be held responsible for what's going on. And yeah, like I see it happening in my neck of the woods, where one day no one will have ever supported this. No one ever supported this from the beginning, and it's complete bullshit.
I mean, unfortunately, that's how humans work. Like, I always see people going, how could anyone support this bad thing or this bad thing? But then, like, currently, right now, there's so many people supporting stuff that in 50 years, people are going to do the same crap of, how do we let that happen? Never again. But, like,
right.
Yeah.
But see, the difference here is that, like, we have been taught history of this happening in another country and been warning about it for a long time. So it's not like we didn't have any, inkling of what was happening. So these people are just the worst of the worst because they knew better. They should have known better.
The crazy thing is, the person who is really behind all this is Jewish. Stephen Miller
is right.
Who would have thought Adolf would come back? And then
That's
the female
funny.
equivalent of Ava Braun now is Barry Rice, who is turning CBS into a propaganda.
Oh my God!
Who would have thought
so bad?
those two would come back as Jews?
Yeah, it's crazy because anytime I see a CBS report of anything, my first thought is what I'm about to read is bullshit.
Right.
And I hate that because they've done it to a lot of. Now they're trying to merge. I can't remember the name of the companies, but if that merger goes through, they'll own like 80% of the media in the country. This one
Larry
company.
Ellison.
Yeah. Yep.
And he's the majority owner of this app now.
Well, I think it's split. I think it's 19% ByteDance, and then I think they have 15% with Oracle, and then there's 15% for another company. But we all know who's pulling the fucking strings because the guy, Adam Presser, is the CEO of it. And this motherfucker, let me play this video that Adam Presser, just to give you an idea. I should still have it. It's been a few days since I played it, but this will give you an idea of what they're doing exactly. And why, I guess I should say. Yeah, here is this fucking piece of garbage. Is this? Yeah, right here. 1 second, I got to do some things. There we go.
We made a change to designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist, but if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
Yeah. And then, and this is, anecdotal, but right after the transition, there were these people who have been going after me, trying to cancel me since, fucking a month or two after I started. They were placed into my group chat and just in there, even though I have them blocked. They were in there, and one of them even went and took a bunch of screenshots and tried to make a shitty video or whatever. So, this operation has been going on for a while. And like Jules is posting in the comment section, Hawk, if you know the history of Hawk, he had people doing the same shit to him that was happening to me. John, this is mostly to you because you and I talked about this. So I think that may have been what all that was. At least, well, maybe not all of it, but so yeah, it's we're under the thumb here, and but Americans are waking up.
Can I address Michael John here? How about kicking a light out in a federal office? Okay, hey John, so you're saying that Alex got what he deserved, and so did Renee. So we're in agreement that Ashley Babbitt got what she deserved because she didn't comply when she kicked out that window and the congressmen who were hiding in that room. She got what she deserved, right?
We're also in agreement that
Well-
Kyle Rittenhouse should have been gunned down when he went to protest with
By
his
the
AR-15, right?
Well, I mean, it's like Michael John is talking about kicking out a light in a federal office vehicle. What's interesting about that is that was 11 days before they shot and killed him. But they let that man go. They didn't arrest him. They had him down on the ground. They had him detained. They let him go. That makes no sense to me. And so even if he had done that and they let him go, 11 days later, he didn't kick the light out of the vehicle. So that has absolutely no bearing on what he did before his shooting. So I don't even know why you're bringing that up, Michael John. It has no relevance whatsoever.
Is there a video of this? Is there actual proof?
Yes.
Of this? Oh, there is? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I think I have it, so I can pull it up. Pretty sure I downloaded it. It may be in one of my specific live.
User Dictorium. Yeah, I get paid all the time by Antifa. When I went to the No Kings profile, I got a check from Antifa for $50,000.
Why are we arguing with this fucking two first name fucking piece of shit like this? What is he, fucking Michael Brown? God damn, dude.
I'm talking about this girl who just posted that we're getting paid to do what we do. Yeah, I've made.
Yeah, but like you should take it as a compliment because they only make that argument when they have no actual thing to say back to you.
That's a fact.
Go circle jerk with your cousin Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
Ricky Bobby. That's fucking funny.
Billy Bob.
I thought I had it. Okay, yeah, here I think this is it. Let's see. I think this is yeah, right here. This is a different angle, but it's still the video. Here we go. The guy screaming is Alex. And he was armed here too, by the way. But look at that. They let him go. And that's why, like, it's just all weird to me. Why that makes no sense to me unless you, like, okay, he's a white guy that did something wrong and they let him go. And you have a black or a brown person that doesn't do anything wrong and they don't let go. I don't get it.
I heard
makes
that was
absolutely no sense.
What it is
what?
a pattern.
I heard that was AI.
It's not. The family came out and acknowledged that it was him.
But what it is a pattern that you'll see a lot more in the future, and that is a pattern where this mass surveillance is used to try to keep profiles in every individual with minor infractions. So anything that you do that is considered to be unlawful, speeding when you shouldn't have, minor incidences, maybe your trolley at the shopping centre bumps into a car.
You deserve to die.
You walk away. Whatever minor infractions that humans make, will be recorded. And then what can happen, of course, is when you run foul of the authorities in whatever form it happens, they then simply can return to all of that old footage, cherry pick particular things that are frankly minor or incidental in the scheme of things, not worth even commenting about, misdemeanors at best. And then, fuckheads like the cocksucker in the comments starts, calling it out as a felony. I mean, it's, a misdemeanor at best. And especially given the provocation of unlawful troops on the streets. So, the reality is that these people are acting outside of the Constitution. and you would have a very strong constitutional argument if you were to use your Second Amendment to take matters into your own hands on the basis that you couldn't actually confirm their identity because they're masked. I mean, that's a case that hasn't been tested in court, and I'm sure it would be a very strong argument that could be made. And it will be tested in court at the moment, when that finally does happen, because it will happen, unfortunately, at some point in the future. And so now, I wouldn't want to be the person who was on the end of having to test it, because obviously the Supreme Court stacked against you politically. But it's not to say that the case won't be fought on those grounds. If not to embarrass the Supreme Court in history, because whatever they do in their currently corrupted fashion will stand as in perpetuity as the corruption that it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do have Supreme Court precedent that says you can resist an unlawful arrest, and apparently up to unaliving the person trying to arrest you. So that did happen. U.S. v. Bad Elk. Yep. If you guys aren't familiar with that, you go look it up. But yeah, I mean, it has no bearing on him being shot, but that makes me wonder, either that was all used for, more, propagating stories or whatever, getting the news riled up, or those ICE agents let him go, knew who the guy was, and then targeted him later.
No, I think it's the former, because I think ultimately, did they intend to do what they did? It did look to me like that was organised. It looked to me like they were just idiots who acted in the moment and then, doubled down on it. And once they'd made the error, well, the fact that the administration came out straight away and just lied through their teeth and everyone saw how much bullshit it was, because all the video said the opposite, just shows that, it's political. So, they're doubling down. So
well, I mean, they've targeted people in the past that have, quote unquote, doxed and followed ICE agents. That one lady, they actually smashed into her car and then shot her while she was still in the car. So, they do have a history of that. And I don't trust this DOJ.
I wasn't saying you're wrong. What I was saying in this instance is, let's put it another way. Let's say that he wasn't shot and he was simply just, pushed aside with the woman that he was trying to protect, or let's just say they touched him up a bit or they arrested him. Would that footage have come out? Probably not, because there would be no reason to. So I guess what I'm trying to say there is, if they were targeting him, it would have been more likely they'd just stick him in the back of the van, take him to the watch house and, do him over, right? As opposed
not if they want the footage,
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll never know until one of them's made to, turn on the others because he takes a deal under prosecution. I mean, at some point in the future. I mean, that'll be when we find out whether it was premeditated or whether it was, whether it was murder or manslaughter. I mean, that's essentially the argument. So either way, it was an unlawful killing. And, that's what it was. So, but you're not wrong, Tim. Of course, they're targeting people. I mean, they're profiling them.
Well, I'm just saying, they're, the fact that they let him go for doing for a criminal act. I mean, him kicking the car is criminal. They should have arrested him.
Sure.
I mean, they should have, but they didn't. And then 11 days later, the same guy that just did that, I think it needs to be, I think that question should be asked.
Does that footage even show him breaking a tail light as opposed to just kicking it? I mean, tail lights are pretty hardy things.
It does show him, because the other angle is better. But this was the video. I can pull up the other.
No, that's
one.
Okay. I wasn't
very clear.
Angles, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Either way, I mean, you're talking about pretty incident. You're talking about very low level property damage. I mean, it's
they probably built from that and targeted them. They probably knew, from that incident. They probably planned. They said, we're going to, follow him out, because the lady that they scanned her face, she was avid. She was following him, but she followed him from a distance for the car she was following. And later on, they came up. Another car came up. They came out. They took a photo of her in her face. Anyway, she was going to fly to L.A. and she was on a do not fly list. They scanned her face. They took her picture. So
absolutely no doubt that the surveillance is ubiquitous and everywhere, and that all those things are being tracked. No doubt about it. I guess the question of whether they let him go to come back at a second bite, I'm simply suggesting that the surveillance was used in retrospect, which I think will become a much more of a tactic, and that is they're mass surveilling people all the time, so that way any infraction at all can be brought up to show, your bad character and blow things out of proportion, while at the same time they turn a blind eye to a whole cabal of, child rapists and the rest who are on these files. So, I mean, it's obviously just nonsense. But at the same time, it's unavoidable. I mean, the Palantir contracts are clear. I mean, what's happening with mass surveillance is clear. All those multi-touch points where people are being allowed to travel or fly or sending ice to the Olympic team, for crying out loud, because of what? Defections. I mean, what are they going to do? How are they going to stop that anyway? I mean, that's hilarious. Well, they're going to manhandle their Olympic team, are they, in Italy? Is that what's going to happen? I mean, I'm not sure they'll have any sort of legal immunity just because they happen to be ICE agents. I'm pretty sure if they commit a crime, they'll be arrested over there. So, yeah.
This is the crowd for the Melania premiere, I guess. But there was a Craigslist. There was a Craigslist ad paying people free tickets plus $50.
I thought so. Rent a crowd.
It was like, I want my money. It's my money, and I want it now. No, I mean, there's no telling what they. But they've done that for a long time. Like they did that with Michael Brown when they shot Michael Brown. They immediately came out with like every infraction that this guy had ever done in his past. Right. And then when it came to evidence for the actual incident itself, they were like, it's still under investigation.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a tactic they've used for a long time. But, I mean, I'm not saying that they absolutely targeted the guy. I'm saying that that's a question that should be answered by the investigators.
I agree with that, yeah.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Were you banned since yesterday afternoon and your account came back? You appealed it or no?
No, why?
Because I was talking to a friend of mine, like I say, he lives in China, and I was telling him about the live, and he looked, I give him your thing and your name here, and he said, oh, no, I don't see him because, like I said, now he's in China. So I went to look you up. I said, yeah, I go, let me make sure I'm getting it right. And it came up and it was like you were grayed out, right? And then I clicked on your thing. It said account banned. I said, wow, you must have got banned from yesterday.
No. I mean, but this morning, though, people weren't able to, the button to request up was gone. So, who knows? That's probably TikTok being Israel.
Right. Well, like you got to watch on that name. You got to watch on this. You got to say Z. You got to say J if you refer to the nationality. You got to refer to that state.
Well, that's hate speech, sir. You can't do hate speech on my panel, sir.
Right. It's so like, and that came from my friend in China. Now he can do it, but like I say, because they're not under the same.
And people in Canada can do it too. It's like land of the free, home of the brave, but you can't say that word or that word or that word or that word. Fucking, it's crazy. And like
he did not know about what Donnie Lemon. He didn't know that happened. I told him. Then he started looking. He goes, "Wow." He said he had to research that on his side. So they're suppressing that. Even that type of shit, they're suppressing it. But he
suppressing.
Didn't know.
The Don Lemon story.
Huh?
Yeah, the Don Lemon story.
Yep. I go, it's all over TikTok. He said, well, it's not here. And he's got like 500,000 followers.
But he's in China. I mean, China.
Right.
China.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
China doesn't allow them to see a lot of things. So, like, they don't have access to Google. They don't have access to YouTube. They don't have, you know what I mean? I don't.
No, he
I'm
has
still on the
access.
fence as to whether or not that's a good or a bad thing because I mean, look what it did to our fucking country. It turned half of them stupid as fuck. You know,
Yeah,
all
but
the fake
he
news
has
and shit.
access. If he researches, then it opens that up. Now he can see it all, but I'm saying it isn't like they restricted it. It was restricted on our side because that's what he said. He goes, well, that's probably because of the guy that you
No,
have monitored.
it's restricted on their side. No, I know people from China, and they can't. There are things that they cannot do. Like their TikTok is way restricted. Their government restricts a lot of shit. Granted, I mean, you know, it's what's the saying? Ignorance is bliss.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
so you know, maybe they can stay in a state of, you know, more happiness by not seeing all the crap, you know, and they go about their day and life is okay, and you know,
Yeah, right. But anything like that, it's like derogatory against the United States. That's not kept from the Chinese people. They'll say,
well,
"See."
yeah, of course not. Yeah,
But he
I mean,
said that was like he couldn't see it. He goes, that is really strange. He said, but then again, you got your guy over there, probably got an algorithm, and he can list the countries. He goes, because they can restrict it, because he's in some kind of. He made his money. He came here when he was 18. He went to college because he couldn't get into the top colleges over there, so he came here and went to UCLA. And he made a lot of money. At the time he was 28, he went back there and said he had enough United States because at that point in time in his life, Trump was running for president the first time, which he couldn't believe. But yeah, he had enough of this country.
I got a quick question for you guys.
What's up?
What do you guys think about the latest Epstein drop on where there was an FBI file that labeled Alan Dershowitz as a Mossad agent and said that Kushner was behind is the brains of the presidency. It's an unclassified FBI investigation report, and the FBI actually said that in that report. And then today, the Epstein files dropped like a day ago, and then today, Israel breached their ceasefire deal with Gaza and did 27 strikes. And on top of that, we sent out a carrier strike group to towards Iran, and the carrier strike group is now positioned there. And there's rumors that the commander of the Fifth Fleet has moved on to the carrier strike group.
I think you answered your own question, which is the Epstein files are a distraction to enable these other, military moves, both overseas and domestically, to occur. I think
that file that you mentioned as well, the one that said that Kushner was the brainchild behind the Trump administration and his office. That document got scrubbed like 12 hours after it got dropped. It's no longer up.
Well, yeah, it's still available. You can still get it. I have ways to get in there. There's places that still store those files.
Every file that they have that's documented that they're taking and they're printing, all those files unredacted are available to certain people. They're not eliminating them. They cannot get rid of them.
You guys realize that the redactions that they're making, you could unredact it by using Microsoft Word and doing 2 or 3 little things inside Microsoft Word. They're not redacted like as they should be, is what I'm saying. So, anyways, for getting back to it, the fact that they said that Jared Kushner is the brainchild of this, and they're labeling who's the Mossad agent and who's not. There's also mention in some of those files that Epstein himself was a Mossad agent. I mean, sorry, not Mossad, but a U.S. agent and a foreign agent.
Right.
Okay.
I just find it crazy that the number of files that have been deleted by the number, and they're breaking the law, first of all. The number of files that they're deleting versus the number of files they're releasing. is crazy. They're deleting way more files than they're releasing. And if this is
You
what
must have
we
a
are seeing,
faithful senator behind you.
if this what we're seeing is bad, imagine what they're deleting that we're not seeing.
Now, where are you seeing that it's been reported that they're getting deleted?
I mean, I'll look it up, but there's been a report that it came out from the congressmen themselves that said there's more files that have been deleted. Ro Khanna sat in a meeting, an open meeting, and he said, "Hey, we passed a law that required them to release so many files, and they've only released this much, and there's this much total. And now they're saying, this is what Ro Khanna said, that now they're saying that there's X amount of files not available."
Yeah, I mean, do you have a link to that video or something?
I'll have to look for it.
Because I'm looking for it, and I don't see anything like that.
I'll have to look for it, but I mean, I have to dig for it. But yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying you're not being honest. I just I'm trying to find that, and I'm not seeing it. But either way, look, they fucking blacked out like 30-some pages of one of the documents I put in my drive. They're all black. So, we're not going to learn anything really new out of this. Nothing's going to come from it. Nobody's going to jail. We already know that Kushner's a fucking plant. We already know that Dershowitz was working with Epstein. We already know all this stuff. And so, it's at this point fucking almost irrelevant.
Well, my thing is, what if, and this is, I don't like to sound, I mean, this, you could call this a conspiracy thing, but I don't think this is much of a reach. But what if we have foreign influence in our government, and that foreign influence is why what's happening right now militarily with Iran and Israel is what's happening.
Absolutely what's happening. We absolutely have foreign influence from Israel in our government. I mean, this is... there's a country where you cannot boycott or divest from in many states and be a state employee or contractor. Only one country, and it's not this country. So in Iran even at one point, Israel, damn, now I forgot what I was going to say. I did, however, find available to download Friday some Epstein files no longer there Saturday afternoon. This is old. This is old reporting. Okay, my bad. That was December 21st.
But those redactions, as I was telling your guys' people on here, they're easy to remove. They're very easy. I've done it myself. You could YouTube how to remove redactions from the Epstein files if you are interested. There's a video on how to use Microsoft Word and how to remove those redactions if you are interested in seeing what's behind those.
Okay, so have you done that?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. You can do that.
Can you show us those unredacted documents that...
I'm watching my girl. That's why you hear all this noise. I don't have that by me. But I'll send you the link if you're interested on how to do it.
Okay. I mean, with that, Crunchy, did you mean to come up? Crunchy, did you mean to come up?
I'll tell you what, Tim.
Can't hear you, Crunchy.
Crunchy's dropped.
Okay. It was an accident. Tim. What's up?
The actual, setting aside the files, because I agree with you. I think it's just a furphy at this point in time. It's a waste of time, and it's a deliberate distraction. We've got to come back to where success was occurring, because on the back of what happened in Minneapolis, obviously the narrative had switched significantly for the first time away from the administration and all the bullshit their trolls are perpetuating on social media. And so any move to take the pressure off them gives them what they want. And so what we need to really be focusing on beyond what ICE is doing in the streets is the fact that the capacity of the number of detainees that when Trump came to office last year, was roughly 40,000 people. Shortly, that capacity will be increased to 135,000 people. So that's 100,000 people, 135,000 people at any given time. So that's a lot of people that you can take off the streets and put into a camp, and of course a lot of them, as we know, are being rendered from one state to another, taken out of Minnesota to Texas, and then basically, if they are released, put on the streets without any money or resources. There is literally an underground railway system that's been developed by activists to transport those people back to their home states, because they've got no means or way of making their way there, literally not even the money to call people. So what you've got is a massive increase in the number of camps. We're talking about 135 camps. Now, if you think about what was happening in Nazi Germany, the number of camps they built was less than that. And we all know what happened in those camps by the end of it. Okay, so this massive increase in industrial scale building of camps, the Don't Tread on Me crowd, the MAGA Don't Tread on Me crowd are now up for camps. I remember when it was part of the whole conspiracy theory of, FEMA, they're going to lock us all up in camps and all that bullshit. Remember that? Well, it's actually fucking happening, and you've got that coward in the comments, Michael John, amongst others, these pinheads, cheering it on. I've got to tell that cunt in the comments that if he's worried about a felony, someone kicking a tail light, he's about to see a whole wave, a whole civilization level number of felonies coming his way if this keeps up, because I can't imagine Americans are going to live with it much longer, to be perfectly frank.
Well, I believe it was Pam Bondi worked for a company called Ballard Partners, like a law firm, and she was actually registered as a foreign agent for Qatar. And she also, during that time with that same law firm, did lobby work for Geo Group, which runs our private prison systems. And they're the ones, a lot of, in a big way, are the ones that are building those detention facilities and getting paid for it. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that they're doing that. And now they're even throwing out, if you're an addict or you're homeless, we're going to send you to this paradise camp that they've built out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And it's weird to me that, like, we have history to look back at in what they were doing, and people see this, and MAGA's like, oh yeah, that's just great. We can house them, like, even though they don't want to pay for anybody to do anything unless it's to go to prison or to be forcibly removed, and pay for them to sit somewhere else. Like, it's weird to me, but.
I saw some Republicans.
We're in it.
You're in it. I saw some Republicans representatives. I can't remember if they were senators or congressmen, talking about camps that they're looking to establish for single people, and the only way that you get released from them is to actually marry someone.
They'll turn it into a game show.
Guys, do you actually believe this shit?
Zach,
believe
what? Wait, well, hold on. Specifically, what do you want us to answer about?
Well, do you believe that they're going to round up single people and put them into a cage that they can't get out of until they're partnered? Do you believe that?
I believe that I saw with my own eyes two Republican representatives on a Fox News broadcast talking about it. Yeah, I believe that happened.
And if we found this discussion,
do I believe that they're using that? Do I believe that they're acting like cunts using propaganda to try to terrorize people? Well, yeah, of course.
Well,
that's what they're doing. Wake up,
let me just pull this up for you, Zach, since you came up here without any
to break it all down. Amy, great to see you tonight. So first, there's a lot of
marriage boot camp.
Get into. First, let's talk about the legal aspect. Everybody thinks they know what happened from the video, but with your expertise.
Now, I don't know if this video is okay. So this video is unrelated to the article. A new report from the Heritage Foundation suggests policies it says will strengthen the American family, including marriage boot camps. for unmarried people and two-child families. The group, which was behind the controversial Project 2025 policy document, is also advocating for other policies, including those designed to encourage people to marry young and forego education in favor of starting a family. One recommendation is marriage camps, which would serve as boot camps that would prepare couples for marriage with a communal wedding ceremony and financial reward for completion. Couples would also be assigned a mentor to help them through married life. The document emphasizes a policy geared towards two-parent heterosexual families. Bro, you just asked if we believe that that's true, and I show you, and you're like, hey, that's great. So which is it? It's bullshit. It's bullshit, or is it great? Which one is it, Zach? Make up your mind, buddy.
Did it say compulsory?
Did John say compulsory?
You're a cunt.
Because I think what it
sounded
like is that they want to.
John, did you say compulsory? John, did you say compulsory?
He's a
okay, there you go.
Fucking MAGA cunt, trolling like a fucking traitor. The traitor troll. Go fuck yourself, cunt.
Okay, well,
trolling away.
John, let me stop you there because they will ding the live. They'll shut the live down. Stop calling names. Stop doing that.
Fair enough.
Normally I wouldn't give a shit, but I've already gotten bananaed for it since since they've taken over.
Well, I just noticed something.
But again, I want to point out to everybody in the comments that Zach came up here acting like, "Oh, do you really believe that?" And then I show him evidence that it's true, and he just immediately switches to, "Well, that's great."
You can't stand corrected.
Wait a second. Right. You went from talking about.
No, you went from making a claim and not owning your bullshit
facilities.
You haven't owned your bullshit,
addicts,
mate.
To addicts.
Own your own bullshit. You went from making a claim and you can't own your own bullshit.
Zach,
you went from two other compulsory ideas. Well, actually, one compulsory idea to a
you made up compulsory.
Well, John, hold on. Let him finish the damn statement.
If you start with ICE detention centers and then you go to rehabs that they're talking about, these health camps, which is an RFK proposal, to this, and you don't ever mention, but by the way, obviously ICE detention centers are compulsory. You don't get to choose. The health camps are for people who desperately need it, and it's a way to fix our broken rehab system. And then the marriage camps is us wanting to give young couples a helping hand in navigating the entirely and reasonably difficult sort of challenge that is marriage in the modern world. And that they might actually get some financial compensation for doing it correctly. That's awesome. That's not
doing it correctly.
Nothing like
an
ICE detention
camp. How many camps did you and your missus go on before you decided to tie the knot?
I know. Like he's like the only way to get married.
How retarded is this guy?
Okay, you can't say that. Okay, the only way to get married, the right way, is to go through one of the Heritage Foundation's marriage boot camps. Says Zach.
We really need that help.
What's our divorce rate? What's our divorce rate?
Help like that, you must shoot yourself in the head.
Zach,
you think we have marriage under control?
Do you know why today divorces are happening? Do you know why? As opposed to a long time ago? Do you know why?
Because they're allowed to happen.
Correct. That is correct. Because women are finally allowed to get out of an abusive relationship.
Do you think that every marriage
men like you, Zach?
Do you think
because
every marriage that ends in divorce
men like you, Zach, and don't want to be with them?
No,
women meet men like you and then realize, finally we can be free of the Zacks of the world.
Okay.
We can divorce the Zacks of the world. Hallelujah.
Okay, hold on, John. Do you asked me if I believe that every marriage ends in that? That isn't a stupid question because I never said that was true.
So
and it's irrelevant.
It's
irrelevant because the reason for the divorce rate increasing, and this is factual, is demonstrably true. The reason that divorce rate increased is because women were finally allowed to divorce without fucking cause. Because even when you had to have cause, you had to have absolute proof of X, Y, and Z. And a lot of times women didn't have that proof. Or they would have the proof. Yes, and guess what? I've been married for almost 27 years, bro. And I never went to a boot camp to the same woman. That's the first woman. That's correct. Yeah, that's right. I was 17 when I first got with her. That's correct.
Incredible Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
Didn't
That's
need to go to a
massive
boot
achievement.
camp.
It's a massive achievement in America today. You know how rare you are. Right?
Zach, can I ask Zach a
My
question?
parents also met when they were 20 and 23, respectively. Been married for like 50 years
Well,
now.
that's the
They're happy as
problem. I
clams.
mean, if your dad had worn a condom, we wouldn't be here.
John, you're a fucking idiot.
No, you've got the brain plasticity.
Stop with the
plasticity of a
name
fucking
calling.
rock.
Stop with the name calling.
Right.
Please.
Right.
Everybody. You're going to get my
Zach.
shit. That's bullying, harassing. Fucking TikTok is ridiculous. So let's not do that, please. Okay.
Zach, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Butch.
How many times you been around the sun?
Just turned 40 this year.
Turned 40 this year? All right. And are you a devoted Christian?
I'm a practicing Jew.
You're practicing, so...
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Remove Zach. Zach's live content contains themes. Would you guys stop fucking reporting? I've got to drop you, Zach. I don't know what happened. It'll tell me here in a second. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Harassing and bullying.
Wow.
If you're in the comments, like reporting, fucking please stop that. And I'm certain that it was because John called him several names and didn't get flagged himself.
Well, that's true. But he deserved every one of them. Let's be honest.
That's not good. That's not good. You can't do that because all you're going to do is hurt Tim, you know.
Right.
Well, I haven't been up for a while, so perhaps I'm not quite up on the...
And then you know
they're just coming down really hard, man, on that kind of shit. I just have to cut it.
Fair enough.
I was the last banana I got. They sent me a clip of what it was, and Pyre starts to say something, and I'm like, before you finish that, be careful. TikTok's not going to like that. She finishes it. I get a fucking 3-day banana, and even though I said in the video not to do it, and she continued, I still got a banana. So
Larry Ellison just needs to get a bit of Australian honesty direct to his fucking face. That's what he needs.
But when they come up and like I say, when they get you to start yelling and stuff like that, they're winning. They're winning. They're doing what they want to do. That's their goal.
I'm not so sure about that. The reality is that he came up, with a load of shit, and then Tim immediately disproved him, showing him the evidence, and then he pivots to compulsory. I mean, they're just trolling. What they want to do,
right. But I heard him throw your name out there and try to he said.
I don't give a shit about that, mate. Honestly, I would prefer, obviously, that Tim wasn't subject to the.
I'm just saying you can't engage with the name calling. It doesn't benefit because, like I'm saying, they're winning. Then you know what I mean.
Well, I guess the pettifogging that's going on this platform. That's
pettifogging.
Right,
what does that mean? Is that an Australian word?
No, that's
pettifogging.
That's an Abraham Lincoln term, my friend.
Pettifogging.
Yeah, pettifogging. Look
Hold
it up.
on, I gotta look this up.
PETTIFO.
Placing undue emphasis on petty details. Pettifogging attorneys were the bane of civil society.
There you go.
You learn something new every day.
It's pathetic. It's petty, literally pettifogging.
Right? My next account somewhere is going to be called Pettifogger.
It's pretty good. It's a good term. But I think I first saw that term in the Team of Rivals, written by Stern. Was it Dorothy Stern? Anyway, about Abraham Lincoln. But pettifogging, yeah, that's how he described a number of the people he had to contend with, pettifoggers. But which I always thought was a great term. But I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, obviously, there's been so many political videos that I see that they stop playing or they break halfway through, and then all the cat videos are playing fine. So there's this clear intervention.
The cat videos.
Any video that's not political, no problem.
Unless it's an Israeli cat, or an Islamic cat, and you can tell because they're fully shrouded.
but I think that part of the difficulty is that you obviously want to have a debate with people who are coming up to expose their ridiculousness. At the same time, the way that they really win is by simply participating in that debate, because they do it in bad faith. They immediately keep moving the goalposts, and Zach the Pinhead was an example of that. I mean, he came up, he made a claim. The moment you immediately disproved him, then he pivots to compulsory, and then you're like, well, John never said that. No, and it's like, and well, my rule, Tim, the moment it's bad faith, I'm not obliged to maintain any good faith. So I give it.
I mean, I get that, but again, it's about protecting the show.
Yes, I understand that now. I think it's been a number of weeks since I've been up, so I probably should have been a bit more cautious. At the same time, my natural instinct is to not cut him any slack, and so that's where that rests. But I'll take it on advisement, of course, because I don't want your show to be fucked up.
Yeah.
There, Tim, aren't we friends no more? I just noticed something. You're red up there. I'm not following you now.
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah, we were friends before.
Well, follow me again. There we go. I had one person in one day followed me 6 times. So I think it was like force unfollowing. I lost, I don't know, a couple of hundred subscribers at one point. And then I gained them back over the course of whatever, but I don't know. Guys, we're losing viewers here, so if you would send some gifts and tap the screen. We're only at 27,000 likes to get it out. Otherwise, I'll just shut it down early. I can't keep doing the show if people don't support the show. Okay? I'll just put it out there like that. So if you want the show to continue, it would be helpful if you could gift, tap, and if you have Crash App and Vimo and you want to support it that way, you can send it that way. I hate doing PSAs, but
turn red again there, Tim. So I don't know. I'll try again later. Just turn back like you're red again, like follow.
So it unfollowed like immediately after?
No, it took I just looked up. It's red again. I swear when I came in here it was yellow. I don't know. Anyways,
thank you, it's Cher.
You were following me too, because we were friends. I know that. I mean, ever since I've been on you or talking to you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything, but it wouldn't surprise me. I had a video go from 51 or 52,000 views down to 30,000. And it went from almost 5,000 likes down to like 1,800. So they're fucking with us.
They're definitely fucking with it. There's something going on. Hey, Tim, I've got to just say, though, especially for Jules in the comments, Jules, your dating life is solved. You can now attend a local MAGA singles camp and meet your perfect match. What every burgeoning couple needs is a marriage camp from the Heritage Foundation. I mean, and
the ridiculousness of that is, like, I don't want to pay my taxpayer dollars to go to somebody to help them, because they got married. Like, that's a personal fucking problem. They don't want to feed children. Right. These same people don't want to feed children, but they're like, if you go and get married, we're going to pay you out of somebody else's money. And then you feed a child, and they're like, that's socialism. Oh.
Socialism. But the gall of that idiot to come up and go, oh, do you really believe it? And then he's giving a testimonial about it. Oh, we just.
But that's great. We want people to be married. It's like, well, then go get married. I don't know that he said he was 40. I don't know that he's married.
And then he said that he was.
Young people today are finding it so hard to connect their dick and their pussies together that we really need to give them some mutual assistance. I mean, he started giving me a testimony. I was waiting for him to tell me he'd found Jesus, and You know, the whole
No, he ain't
sabbatical.
gonna find him. He said he was Jay. He said he was a Jay, so he ain't going to find him because he didn't exist.
Well, you know. I mean, but he went from, do you really believe it, as if to say that it was not true, to actually then talking about why it was needed to help young people navigate the difficulties of marriage today. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, seriously. I mean, you can't take these idiots seriously. Surely,
Okay, listen. This just came from. This is Politico. It's on my phone. Judge rejects bid to end Trump administration's immigration enforcement surge in Minnesota. A federal judge has rejected a bid by state and local officials in Minnesota to end Operation Metro Surge, the Trump administration's massive deployment of thousands of federal agents to aggressively enforce immigration laws. In a ruling Saturday, U.S. District Court Judge Catherine Menendez found strong evidence that the ongoing federal operation, and this is a quote from her, has had and will likely continue to have profound and even heartbreaking consequences on the state of Minnesota, the Twin Cities, and Minnesotans. Quote, there is evidence that ICE and CBP agents have engaged in racial profiling, excessive use of force, and other harmful actions, Menendez said, adding that the operation has disrupted daily life for Minnesotans, harming school attendance, forcing police overtime work, and straining emergency services. She also said there were signs the Trump administration was using the surge to force the state to change its immigration policies, pointing to a list of policy demands by AG Pam Bondi and similar comments by White House immigration czar Tom Homan. But the Biden-appointed judge said state officials' arguments that the state was being punished or unfairly treated by the federal government were insufficient to justify blocking the surge altogether. This fucking cunt.
Mm-hmm.
They said we would pull ICE back if you hand over your voter registration. And this bitch is like, well, you know, it's really bad, and there's evidence to suggest that they're doing it for other reasons and that they would pull back if you would do these things that are unrelated to immigration. But you didn't give me sufficient enough evidence to stop it. What? These people, all of these motherfuckers, gotta go.
She's from the Merrick Garland.
That's right.
Juris School of Cowards.
I don't want them to call me an activist, Judge. Fuck this cunt bitch.
A lot of them.
Can I ask you a question, liberal?
Jesus Christ Almighty. Yeah, what's up, man?
What do you think about our potential and probably eventual actions against Iran?
I think they're terrible. I think we should mind our own business. Why do you think that we should go and invade another country?
Well, they're not making a nuclear deal, so first we'll stop them from, gaining nuclear capabilities.
Okay, lift and shift.
It's a repressive regime.
Lift and shift.
Before we get too far from that other subject, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want to go to a different subject before we go away from that.
I apologize.
I'm sorry about that. Can you read through that again? Because it sounds like the reason that the state and local officials gave was that they're being unfairly treated. And it sounds like maybe she saw, but that's...
Yeah,
so there was no evidence that they're being unfairly treated, but they weren't asking like that ICE was being too harsh on them, just that they were being singled out is what it sounded like. You see what I'm saying? It sounds like the state and local gave a stupid ass fucking reason to request that they leave. And she was saying, yeah, I see all this evidence. They've done all this, but they haven't singled them out. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Yeah. I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but that I guess I don't really see the difference. You're saying that the state presented just a bad case?
Yes. I'm saying the state presented the bad case by saying, they're more or less saying they're picking on us because of who we are.
She's saying they emphasized the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that judge could have ruled whatever way the judge wanted to.
I guess
Well-
we need to.
Yeah,
we
the
have to
judge
go
could have
to the
ruled the way
findings.
the judge could have ruled
But
in whatever way the judge
but
wanted
the judge has to rule on the case that was brought to the judge. So if
Yeah,
they
that's
brought the
true.
wrong case to the judge, she had to rule on the case they brought her. And
That's true.
it may be correct. I just want to say I need to look more into it, and I can't. I'm in my car right now, so I wanted to bring it up to y'all to make sure I wasn't seeing things backwards, because I do very often.
Well, look, you'd have to go to the
to.
judgment,
I'm
not a
not going to
report of
give.
it.
I'm not going to give that judge any grace. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that's cool, man.
Yeah,
mean,
we're being
I was
taken
just pointing
over
out
by
the-
a fascist, and a judge has an opportunity to stop it. And
Yeah.
she said, "Well, yeah, I see all of this stuff that you're doing, and you're not being unfairly treated."
I agree. I just wanted to point out the legality of that, and I wanted to see if I was hearing it right, but I agree.
Liberal.
Somebody's got to fucking put a stop to this shit. And if
Liberal.
a judge can't do it,
Judges-
you can.
Judges' judgments mean nothing if they're not enforced. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is also true. And the enforcement is not there. The judgments aren't there. Nobody's
You don't have
fucking
any
stopping this
enforcement.
shit.
I was listening to NPR. First of all, I'm a Republican, but second of all, I was listening to NPR and I heard that whatever is going on in Minnesota, something like 80 or 101 court orders were violated by ICE, and nobody's doing shit. So
right.
But that means that we should be abusing that, because now we know how it works. Now we know it doesn't work. Now you can push your agenda as you see fit and not worry about the judicial branch, checking you. So
Yeah.
I'm saying that as a logical person, I'm saying that both parties can do
It doesn't
that.
work for
I've
the
only
people,
seen
though.
one party do it.
Liv, I got to drop back down. Thanks for bringing me
Okay,
up.
sure. Yeah, it doesn't work that way for the people, though. They don't rule in favor of the people. They rule in favor of the corporate class. That's what
Yeah, but
judges
what
do.
I'm- but what
They're
I'm
there
saying
to
is that-
protect these corporate fucks, these pedophile fucks. That's what they're there for. That's what they've been doing.
But what I'm saying is, we've seen it work one way. Why can't it work the other way? Right? Why can't
Okay.
it work on behalf of the
Well,
people?
then-
Why can't we violate these court orders? Nobody needs to listen to these judges
Because
anymore.
you'll go to jail.
You're not going to will.
Because they will
Nobody's
arrest
going to go
you.
to jail.
Yes. No. What are you talking? If you have a federal judge that tells you to do or not do something as an individual, you
Yes, as
will
a
have
device, yeah.
you will have a warrant put out for your arrest. They will come and fucking find you.
Oh,
and if
yeah?
they can't
Oh, yeah.
find you, they will
No,
put
no.
a bounty hunter out there, and that bounty hunter will go
Let
find
me
you.
ask you a question then. How many warrants are there for ICE officers? Huh?
I don't know.
Zero, motherfucker. So sorry.
Okay, motherfucker.
I got excited, sorry. I apologize, dude.
What's the relevance here? Because the ICE agents are government employees. They aren't individuals like you and I.
The relevance is that one party is willing to do whatever it takes to pass their agenda, and one party doesn't really give a fuck.
Okay.
All right, and that party that doesn't really care is the Democratic Party.
Okay.
I can understand people who fight for their values, whether I agree or not. I like that people fight for their values, and I only see one party doing it. To be honest,
Well, you only see one party not caring about the rule of law while claiming that they're the party of the rule of law.
Not rule law. One party fighting for their agenda.
No,
let's phrase it.
no.
Let's phrase it that way.
Discarding the rule of law. Ignoring laws. That's what this party is doing. You're characterizing it as they're just fighting for their agenda, when in fact you're literally saying that they are ignoring courts and they're ignoring laws no matter what is said, and they go and do it anyway, and yet the other party won't do that because the other party isn't trying to break the law.
Okay, and you know what? They can not break their law all the way and not do shit their entire time that they're in office, right?
And you're
they
in
can do that.
favor of
They want
breaking
to
the
do that.
law as long as it gets you what you want.
No,
Is that
no,
what you're
no.
saying,
I'm a
Liv?
proponent of people fighting for their views and enacting them.
But by breaking the law?
So I think were you
By
leaving,
breaking the law?
If it needs to be done, yeah, obviously.
Okay,
look,
so
when
then
we had-
you're
back
not
in
for the
day-
rule of law. correct? Can you just say it? Just own it.
There were slavery laws, right? They should have been broken, right? They were broken. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a different.
Are these slavery laws? So are you telling me that you disagree with the laws currently? What law is it that you believe equates to slavery law that you should be able to break?
No. It's not about equitability of laws.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, because one is a violation of a human right. The other is protecting a human right.
It's a principle of not following law that you disagree with strongly enough and getting enough people.
So don't ever in the future, don't ever say that you are in favor of law and order, because you're literally sitting here arguing that as long as what you want is there and you can break the law to get it, that's cool. That's your opinion. That's fine.
I'm in favor of law and order when it's enforced. It is not enforced anymore. We're way past that. It's not happening anymore. I think we're done with it. We're done with that. There's no more law and order. We're done with that.
So people should just start gunning down ICE agents? Is that what you're arguing?
No. Obviously, I would never say something like that.
Oh, but I thought you said that you could break laws. So what is it? Just the laws that you want?
I disagree with ICE only because I believe in states' rights. States should be able to empower and enforce their own rule of law. And federal government is getting way too big. I have no idea how the fuck this happened because as a Republican, I believe in states' rights. I believe that federal government should not be playing a role in our daily lives. I don't know what the fuck's going on, to be honest. I understand that it's immigration, blah, blah, but now that we're getting civilians down, it's kind of going past immigration. It's now, and I think part of me thinks it may not be about immigration anymore. It's about, I don't know, silencing certain cities and states. And I have a pretty big problem with that, to be honest.
Silencing dissent, yeah.
What was that?
You said silencing dissent is what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude, I have a problem with that, man. I'm okay with the immigration. I'm okay with a lot of stuff. I'm not okay with infringing on states' rights. And the reason why is because Democrats get back into power, they're gonna they have first that they're pro bigger federal government. So if we have someone who's quote unquote not into bigger federal government doing what he's doing now, what are going to be the impacts of someone in office who does want bigger federal government?
Yeah. Okay. So wait, let me get this straight. You believe that Donald Trump is not in favor of big federal government?
I believe Republicans aren't. I don't know what the fuck happened.
You believe that, and let me just take it back to reality here. Who is doing what we're seeing right now, and do you believe that is a bigger federal government that comes in and ignores states' rights?
Dude,
He did just say that he thought it had gone past immigration.
Right, but then he followed that statement up with Democrats want a big federal government. And he says a party that doesn't want a big federal government, which is Trump, who's leading your party right now, you claim doesn't want a big federal government. Yet they are all behind what Donald Trump is doing currently. Your leaders in the party, which means they aren't for a big federal government, which means the premise that Democrats are for a big federal government is a lie. They lied to you. And I want to point out that Lee Atwater is the one that came up with this whole states' rights argument. Do you know why he did that? This was part of the Southern strategy. It was about racism. Because you couldn't say N. You couldn't say the N word. In 1960, I think it was 64. And so instead of that, we use language like states' rights, tax cuts. And that signals to other people because it's just not appropriate to say the N-word anymore. That's what Lee Atwater said. And here we are with one party that's screaming states' rights and then doing things that harm people of color. And so I don't know that you're a racist. I can't assume that, but you've fallen into that whole rhetoric propaganda that was built on the back of racism. And the people that you're electing who are using that language, they are actual racists that don't like people of color. And they're using that propaganda to get you to get on board with it. When in fact, they're all in favor of a big federal government, as we can see.
I don't think they are. I think they're in favor of a cult leader who just inspires people. Okay.
Well, you don't think all the troops on the streets putting the National Guard into states, you don't think that's big government, literally?
It's a show of force, man. We haven't seen somebody put their foot down, and
which
now
is big government. Which is big government.
I disagree that it should not be coming from the government. I agree with you.
Okay, then let's remove the argument that Republicans are in favor of small government, because in my lifetime, they've never been in favor of small government. They say that, but then when they get into power, they push things like the Patriot Act.
Right.
I mean, that
bigger. Right.
That was as big as federal government you could get. They just funded.
If you had someone like Mitt Romney in office, this would not be happening. Like, we would actually see stronger state governments and less federal intervention. Let's be real.
Lift, I've got to put it this way, okay? I'm a progressive, right? So when I look at the Democratic Party, I think they're all co-opted. But I look at AOC or Bernie Sanders, and I think, well, they're people, you know, even James Tallarico, you know, who's running for the Senate there in Texas. These are honest people who don't want to make money from their position in Congress or in the Senate, and they're not Democrats, right? They're essentially independent progressives who really are the future of the Democratic movement, because the Democrats have all been bought off. Now, I could say that about the left. Can you say the same about the right? It's like you can't seem to separate what might be old traditional Republican ideals that have never been heeded to since Reagan.
Never.
Because as much as they've said small government, they've always made the deficits larger. They've always made the military bigger. They've always made, you know, foreign wars happen. They've always done
intelligence.
Make the government right. So they've always done that shit. So at what point can you actually like bite the reality bullet and say, you know what? Yeah, I've been sold a bunch of crap, just like we say about the Democrats. Hey, they've just, you know, like that judge.
Fact.
Hey, that coward judge who just made that fucking judgment.
Every politician sells shit. Okay, when you vote for them, you know that they're selling BS, right? What matters is if they're proponents of what you believe in. Okay, that's really the end all be all, right? They're going to say whatever they need to say to get elected. And I don't disagree with that.
And what does that matter though? Why do you continue to vote? Because think about it. It's like every person that you voted for has lied to you on the Republican side, because they've expanded the federal government and they've ignored states' rights. And yet you keep voting for them, saying that they are in favor of states' rights. That doesn't, thank you, Bunny. That's cool. That doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. I am not a fucking Democrat. I'm a liberal, but I ain't a Democrat because of what John just fucking pointed out. They're just as fucking, it's like good cop, bad cop, right? But Republicans are bad cop, Democrats are good cop, but then they go out of the interview or the interrogation room and then they work out how they're going to fuck us while they're in the room with us, telling us, oh, well, we're real nice. Oh, we couldn't get health care passed. Oh, we couldn't codify Roe v. Wade. We couldn't do, you know what I mean? Like it's all bullshit. So stop buying into it, man.
Yeah, but then do better messaging. Like Democrats don't have good messaging at all. They're not messaging well enough to convince people to vote for them. Like let's be honest, dude.
I think you missed the whole point. Let me play this clip though, because this is where the whole states' rights thing came from. Let me play this clip. Campaign consultant Lee Atwater working with Ronald Reagan when he was interviewed by Alex Lamas. He lays out how Republicans can win the vote of racist without
Here's
sounding
how I would
racist.
approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger, that hurts you, it backfires, so you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know.
Yeah, so all of that rhetoric from Republicans was a way to pander to Southern Democrats who would then flip to Republicans because they were fucking racist. That's what all that shit is. It literally was it's something they thought up, and how do we reach these people without, coming out and being racist? And that's what all that is. They never believed it.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
So most of these policies, either from Democrats or Republicans, right, they're not going to, they won't make that big of a difference in my life. So I vote based on what I see, what agendas I see being enacted, right? And I just see I'm not saying I would never vote Democrat, because I would if I saw them doing something, if I saw them making a real change, then I would, right? Because wouldn't that be novel? It wouldn't affect me if they were. But I'm seeing Republicans making real change now, and so I don't know. I guess I just voted that way,
So
What
even if
change
it's
would you want them
it's
to make?
bad, even if it's bad, you're like, it's still change. It's like I'm on here. I'm in here picking fruits, and they gave me an apartment back there, and I'm I don't get any money otherwise. But yeah, it was change.
Yeah,
I'm sick and tired of wearing clean clothes. I'm going to put out my dirty clothes.
Look,
every change
Lindsay,
that
go
a
ahead.
Democrat or something has tried to make, it's always socialism. What change do you want made? Seriously.
What change do I want to see made? I want to see medical coverage for people, because that
socialism,
not of money.
That's what.
But I also want to see. But I also understand, because this doesn't impact me, but I understand how people feel impacted by immigrants taking their jobs. I can understand.
Has an immigrant taken your job, Lyft?
No. Remember, I'm not impacted by any of this, because yes, I work in corporate, so it's not going to impact me. But I see how it does impact other people.
So what jobs are
I know
taken
people
by
who work.
immigrants?
I know people who work on farms. I met people who work on farms and stuff like that. I see it, and they could get higher wages if there's it's just supply and demand, right? You got less.
Okay,
people
so here's my solution then. Here's my solution. Why not, if we're so worried about these immigrants, give them amnesty? Then they have to be paid the correct amount of wages that they're supposed to be paid, like American citizens. Give the ones that aren't committing crimes, other than the fact of them not being here documented, give them amnesty, then they're paying taxes, then they're in the same competition as Americans are with these jobs.
Look, I won't agree to that, but I will agree to something that I think that you might also find agreeable, okay? Now, back when I believe Bush was president, right, I think that there was some type of agreement or something where we had immigrants come from Mexico, they would work in the U.S. and then they could just go back to Mexico, and like there was no I don't know, like I don't know exactly how it worked, but like they could come here, work, and at the end of the day, they literally just went back over the border and went back home.
Okay, I had a pool
Okay.
built. Anthony Sylvan pool built. Anthony Sylvan had a group come up from Mexico. They built my pool. 3/4 of them didn't know how to speak English. And they explained to me that they spend 6 months here during the time when they can build pools, and then they go back to Mexico and build pools there. This is what they do. Okay, and they have a special visa that allows them to do that. But all of a sudden, we decided we're not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, and besides, aren't they taking your job still if you do that?
Well, of course they are.
No, I was asking Lyft because it was his idea to, I don't know, what is it about them like staying here and working that's different from them coming over here working and then going back and then coming back and working?
Then you have to worry about like housing and other. There's like a multitude of other things, right?
Excuse me, where do they live for 6 months?
Hold up. You got to worry about housing. You got to worry about them creating local economies where they stay and don't leave. Like there's different aspects to it, right? But if they were to come here, work, and then go back, like I think that is some bridge, a starting point where we could agree on.
We have that already.
Did you build more houses?
No, I'm not talking about visas.
Build more houses. You don't think that we
Not
can
only
build more
that.
houses? Like we've got 11 million, I think, vacancies in the U.S. right now.
Exactly, and then also change
I
the
wish-
way
I
that
wish-
things are working with corporations buying up all of the housing and not allowing people to actually buy property themselves.
All right, look, I'll agree with you there. I do not believe that corporations should own residential houses. I'll agree with you there. Okay. I think that, and I'll take it one step further. I think people should not own more than 2 houses without getting some type of tax, like some type of
I
tax.
agree.
I don't know. Right, 2
No,
houses.
I
only
agree with
because
that.
Some people live in in the northern states, and then they want to go somewhere where it's warm. So fine, no taxes on those 2 houses.
Thank you, Bobby.
But anything other than that, I think that there should be some type of tax, annual tax or monthly. I don't know, but like some tax that restricts them so that they have to think if they want to buy another house, they're going to be paying more taxes. Maybe it's not the best investment.
Or you can't turn a profit from housing, right? You buy a house to live in. That's it. You buy a house to live in.
Well, that is the current tax law is kind of that, right? You live in there for X amount of time. You can sell without getting taxed on X amount of the value of the house.
And that's really depends on like the loan types that you can get, where you have to stay in the house for a certain period of time. I'm not sure about, because anybody that's buying multiple houses I'm not sure that they're really going to be deterred because of some tax, but unless you make it just egregious, or you could just say you can't buy a house to make profit off of. You buy a house to live in.
How about this suggestion, right? This would be equitable to both Republicans and Democrats, okay? How about 2 houses, no extra taxes on those 2 houses. Anything extra, you pay taxes on. How about that?
You just can't own more than, one house and a like a vacation home or something. I mean, unless it's like apartment complexes.
People will disagree if you say that, because I know many people who have a house and they also have a vacation house. So if we eliminate taxes from those 2 things, and then we excise taxes on anything other than that, then I think more people will be on board.
Okay. Well, let me play this
Okay,
clip.
how did
of-
we get?
let
How
me-
did we
let
get
me-
from people working here from other countries to taxes on
Because
houses?
he brought up the issue of housing. Whenever I asked, what the problem was with them, because they'd still be taking your jobs. I said, if they come here and work and then go back, they're still taking jobs. And he said the other issue was housing. That's how we got there. But let me play this clip of Donald Trump as it relates to housing. This was 2 days ago. Well, it'd be helpful if I could hear it. Hold on. Let me fix this. I guess I muted it. Yeah, it was muted for some reason. That's weird. All right, here we go. Got to rewind.
One of the things Scott said, though, is, again, existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like they've, that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen.
Support.
Yeah. So drive housing prices up. The average home price is like 400 and some thousand fucking dollars, and median income is what, 80? So this motherfucker wants only wealthy people to own property. That's what he's saying. If you're already wealthy, you get to own the property, and we're going to drive the prices up to make it even harder for anybody else to get property. While he's trying to claim that it's about, we want to,
family that
we want them to stay
really
wealthy.
I had a family that worked 7 days a week to earn their money. They purchased a house, and now the value of the house went from $400,000 to $700,000. Right?
Cool.
Yeah, but there's a point that he's making in which that there is, you can't discount those people who purchase houses. You don't want the value of the house to go down. So, I think...
Okay. And the value of homes right now are overinflated. The price of buying a house is fucking ridiculous. It is out of reach for the average American. And Benjamin, I see in the comment section, I understand that somebody's in their house doesn't want the value to go down. But the reason why it shouldn't matter is because your home is to fucking live in. And this is why I go back to what I just stated.
No, it's not
you
just
shouldn't be
living, it's an
allowed to
investment.
buy multiple houses in order to profit from, because then what you get is people wanting to drive the price of the value of the home up, because the value of your home should be irrelevant if the purpose of it is to fucking live in it. And if you don't plan to move out, then it doesn't fucking matter, right? It doesn't matter what the value of the home is, because you're just going to stay there.
The purpose of the house is not only for living, it's also an investment, right?
No.
So you have to look at, no, it is.
No,
It is.
no, stop that. This is the culture that they wanted you to believe. It's an investment. You buy your house and then you sell it in 20 years when it's doubled in price. Fuck that shit, because having that mentality makes it so that people can't get houses.
Yep.
Why in the
Put money in
fuck
the
are we
stock market.
even like it right? You don't have to profit off of everything. A home is for people to live in so that they aren't sitting out in a goddamn tent when it's fucking hurricane outside. Okay, that's what a home is for. It's for privacy for your family. It's not so you can go around and throw your money around and make some fucking money while you drive up the cost so nobody else can get to it, because then what you have is the oligarchs that have all the fucking money get to buy up all the properties, and people like you and I, even people making 100,000, are having a hard time finding any houses that are affordable enough to buy. Or if you want to combat this, any new houses have to be fucking capped, right, at the actual price. Like, you can only make a certain percentage, but even then it's overinflated now because the cost of materials are up. It's out of reach for most Americans. And you guys arguing in favor of driving up the price of housing is hurting this country.
And it's also unproductive assets. Let's be clear. When you're talking about a house being investment, you're talking about a non-profit making box, right? It's a fucking box. It doesn't produce products or services. It doesn't fucking really make real value. It doesn't generate real value or real profits. Hang on, let me finish. It doesn't generate real value, real profits like the stock market does. So basically, if you force investment out of housing, so everyone gets a house, then investment has to go where it's productive, not where it's unproductive. Because it's when it's just bubble markets and boxes, it's unproductive investment. It might make you feel better because you and the people enjoying the lazy investments that are unproductive are basically creating a little Ponzi scheme so you can line your own pockets. But it's not actually doing anything for. Hang on, hang on. Let me finish. It's not doing anything for. It's not doing anything for the economy. Okay, it's not producing. It doesn't go into assets or machinery. It doesn't go into chips, semiconductors. It doesn't go into things that produce value and profit for the
You could say
economy.
the same thing about the American stock market. So you know what? I'm gonna write up your whatever you just
What are
said.
you talking about? The stock market is the only thing of all of the investment vehicles that produces goods and services. That's where
No, it
profits
doesn't.
come
No,
from.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Of course it does, right? Now. If you're talking about
In some cases,
stopping,
it
now
does.
hang
In some
on.
cases, it doesn't.
If you're talking about stopping mergers and acquisitions in the stock market or share buybacks, I'll agree with you totally because they're also unproductive activities. So I'm not saying that the stock market. I'm not saying that this. Hang on. I'm not saying the stock market as a whole is a perfect investment vehicle. But what I am saying is that the foundation of the stock market is based on products and services being created at a profit, right? Now, if you get rid of all of the other Ponzi scheme in the stock market stuff as well, the problem that Americans seem to have is that they're lazy, so they want Ponzi schemes in all their investment vehicles, whether it's real estate or the stock market. I mean, how about getting rid of all the Ponzi schemes and going back to when the country was in its golden era in the 50s and 60s when it was actually really generating value, employing people, creating a middle class, families could own their own house on a single wage. I mean, how about that? Okay, so there was
right now, John, the stocks are based on future earnings, not on what they've earned to date.
No, I agree. There's a Ponzi scheme there too. I was simply making
But his
the point
is that it does produce because you're investing in a company that gives them capital in order to invest in and produce more.
Okay, but what happens when gold goes up to 5,500 and the dollar is worth 30% less? That means your stock market is worth 30% less.
Yes, but it also means that the goods that you export are going to end up being cheaper also. And your debt is actually you owe, the effective debt is actually
they're
less.
not, because the goods that we're exporting, the people all over the world no longer want to be paid in the U.S. dollar. They want to be paid in gold. That's one of the big reasons why gold has gone up so high, is because they don't want the U.S. dollar.
Well, okay, so I don't want to. I don't give a shit about the stock market. I don't want to get into the stock market because this housing thing is more related to most people. People aren't, making a ton of money. The average person isn't making a ton of money on this fucking stock market.
Let me ask y'all this: what do you think about the? Oh, sorry. Good morning, Tim.
Well, I was gonna because you were making comments in the comment section about people working hard and living the finer things. Yeah, well, that's great if you are the first one to get in, and then the price and value of your home skyrockets. But everybody that came behind you, you're like, fuck you. I got here first, bitch. Now my house is $700,000 and you make $80,000 a year. How does that feel? Yeah, that's what we're doing.
What I'd like to say is yes, the system is definitely not perfect. We can't punish those that has worked their ass off and gotten ahead. Does the system favor some? Yes. I will say this. I don't think it's been talked about just yet. And you could disagree with this. I know everybody's going to have their, oh, that's stupid. It'll never work. And I'm not even going to call it what it is because that'll throw a lot of people off. Oh, I hate it because of that. I'm going to say the whatever account, the new account for the kids that we can get $1,000 in an account and start a Roth IRA with them for them to turn 18. Why hasn't the government done that since the day one. Could you imagine if our parents were able to do that, put in 5,000 for us each year, all the way till we turned 18? Could you imagine what that would have done? My granddaughter, I mean, no telling how much money she's going to have when she turns 18.
He's
I'm
not
jumping
doing
on
it
that as
each
fast
year.
as I
It's
can
one
because
time. He's not doing
Okay.
it each year.
Well, he's got
These
a
kids
he's
well,
got
I
a timer.
understand that. You
I
have
brought
to
in the
be
timer
proactive and
real
add
quick.
to
Let me pause the timer real quick. I'm gonna Benjamin has a timer. I added that because now we got 8 people, and I'd like to hear from everybody. And there's several people that have not spoken yet. So give me just a second, and I'll get to you. Benjamin, go ahead. I'm gonna add 5 seconds. Go ahead, finish your statement.
Thank you. I love the idea that yeah, it's a one-time $1,000 deal. There are philanthropists that can add to it. Tax-free. There's going to be things along the way. This is just a whole new system. But I'm just blown away the fact that my granddaughter will have a fighting chance to be able to pay for school, to be able to, even if I get 10% penalized, if she needs to buy a car with it and pull it out at 18, by all means, take the 10% hit, buy you a car, whatever she needs it for. Like, we should have had that a long time ago, and it may not be perfect, but hopefully they figure it out to where it works for everyone.
Well, they had stuff like that. Obama put something that was like MyRA or something, but it wasn't specifically for children. So, I mean, it's not
Do
the
y'all
most
like
novel
that? Do
idea.
you like that, Tim?
Well,
This
yes,
new-
it's a good idea, but people would have been able to do that through their employers for a long time as well. There are also insurance policies that you can pay into for your children that currently exist. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that, but that has nothing to do with housing. Nikki, go ahead.
I just came up to remind everyone that we're adults, and just because you agree with someone, it is not a good idea to interrupt, because when you are in the comments, you cannot hear anyone speaking when 2 people are speaking. That was all I came up to remind everyone. We're adults. Stop interrupting each other, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate that. Let me get to, and I'm not sure who got here first, but Rage, go ahead. I think Rage is the last new person. Go ahead, Rage.
Hi. Yeah, I'm very sorry for over talking him. I didn't realize you had the timer on. I just wanted to say, I actually got on back when he was talking about immigration, and I don't know if it's okay to go back and say something about that, or do you just want to keep going with the house?
Well, I mean, you can go back if you want. Let me redo your time. Go ahead. Make your point.
I wanted to say first, the guest was talking about the difference between actual immigration and migration, where migrants come and go. They come and work during their season, and then they go back home. That's a migrant. An immigrant comes, just to live. And he was, I guess the guest said something about it would be all right with him for migrants to come work for 6 months and then go back home for 6 months. That is actually, that would be like pro us, them getting the money from America and then taking it back home to spend it. So we wouldn't get any of the tax revenue or money from any of that if that were the case, if they had to leave for 6 months after they made their money.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Now, Lyft, that was related to what you had said, so go ahead, man.
No, I agree with you, but I think that us as Americans were well off and we were doing just fine, right? Prices were lowered for Americans. So I think in that sense, I think, allowing that is okay.
What prices were lowered?
Hold on.
Prices, I don't know. What are fucking the industries they work in? The fuck if I know. But there's a reason why we allowed it, right? Right?
You got 30 seconds left. Is that rhetorical? I can't tell.
No, I don't have. No, I yield my time.
Okay. What was your question?
I was asking what prices were lowered.
No, Lyft.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't really have a question. I was just saying that I think that we should kind of go back to those times where we allowed.
So what decade? What decade would you say?
I think that was under Bush administration.
Under Bush administration.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was after the change in our tax system. This was, right after the change in our tax system, and it really hadn't driven
happens pretty often, right? So
driven home because when the middle class was the biggest, we actually had a top marginal tax rate of like 90%. Effectively, it was like 50%.
Hey, I'm not talking about 1920s.
That's not 1920s. In fact, the 1920s leading into the Great Depression, we saw them cutting taxes and increasing tariffs right before the Great Depression happened. Is literally the same, kind of thing that happened, led to the Great Depression that we're seeing right now. What I'm talking about happened after the Great Depression as a way to resolve and not repeat what the Great Depression did. They jacked up top marginal tax rates because nobody wants to get a paycheck and half of their paycheck or 90% of their paycheck is gone to the government. So they just didn't pay those employees. And so CEOs, for example, or the directors and boards of these companies who grew enormously during this period, by the way, they wouldn't pay themselves 3,000 to 1 what their average employee makes. They would pay themselves maybe 300 to 1. And what that did is the businesses kept the money in the business and then used it to either pay their employees more or to invest and grow. And then when Ronald Reagan came in there and they started cutting and hacking at the tax rates and dropped it down to 30-some%, then Bush came in and dropped it, and Obama came in and dropped it, and now we're where we are because we no longer disincentivize paying the guy at the top 3,000% of what the average employee makes. That's why we're here. We literally repeated exactly what we did in the 1920s, and we're repeating it now, and it's going to have the same exact outcome. Well, the only difference is now we have SNAP and other things too, but still.
And ice in the streets.
Liberal. Here's the thing. Look, I understand what you're saying, and I understand there's more context to it, right? And the thing is that context behind it is not explained to the general populace, right? Because there's some stuff behind that, right? Like roads, paving roads, the American infrastructure, right? That contributes to it, right? Is that fair to say? But that isn't. But the average American doesn't know that, so you can't tell people that these millionaires and billionaires should be paying more because of our American infrastructure. Because first of all, it's not easy to explain, but it's not possible. So you have to find another way to do it.
But you're not actually like taxing them. See, that's the thing that people don't understand. It's just that they're getting paid less, and the company keeps it. It disincentivizes a company. And it actually, gives them plausible deniability to not pay their CEO an enormous amount of money. Because currently now the companies want to compete with each other, so they give all these fucking balloon packages and shit to the directors and the CEOs and stuff. But if the government said, well, if you do that, we're going to tax them at 90%, they're like, well, we're not going to waste our money. Then that shields the company.
You're going to lose a CEO, and you're going to lose a CEO who is transformational and changing a company.
I think you overestimate the abilities of these current CEOs. They aren't actually like doing anything spectacular or special, right? Some of them do, but most of them don't. The CEO position is something many, many, many people can do. It is. Right. This is not some only. There's only 1 in 100 million people could run this company. Bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yep.
That's absolute bullshit. I mean, half the time a fucking monkey could do it.
The reason why I strongly disagree with you is because there is so much involved with running a company, right? If you're going to be CEO, first you need to know how to play the political game. There's politics you need to be involved in to change the entire direction of a company. Like, it is very difficult. I'm talking about Fortune 500 companies. Like, it is not easy to do. And as a result, we pay them a lot of money to do that.
Okay.
But it's not as simple as you're making it out to be. It's very complicated because you have people in offices who are legacy individuals, right? People who want the way things are to keep going the way things are. So the CEO just isn't like, hey, let's do this and everybody follows. No, they have to. It's a political game. You have to influence people. It's a lot more complicated than you think it is. To be honest.
And do you think that a CEO would do it for $500,000 a year?
Hell no. Hell no.
You don't think that somebody that's capable of running a company would say, "I don't want $500,000"? What are you talking about? You got to give me $15 million. Really? You think that somebody will say no to if all the CEOs of companies like are just dissuaded by the tax policies, they're dissuaded from paying the CEOs these outrageous amounts. You think that they will never be able to fill those positions?
They can fill it, but will it be successful? Is a different question. And
Yes, because it was before.
No, really.
Yes, when those companies were their best and grew the fastest was when the middle class was the biggest, and it was also at the time when they paid them the least. That's right. I understand why you think the way that you're thinking, but it's the reality is much different.
Historically not correct.
Yeah, you offer a CEO $500,000, $250,000, they're gonna fucking take it. That's good money, even in today's standards.
Okay, my first house I bought, I was making $9,000 a year. The house cost me $7,000. Okay, that's all. 17,000. Excuse me. The house cost me 17,000. Was 2,100 square feet on a quarter of an acre.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm not. I don't.
I was waiting for everybody to be shot. I'm 74 now.
I wish I had my cricket sound effect. Cricket.
Okay,
I was like, what the
here
fuck?
we go. My nephew.
Tim.
My nephew. Wait, hold on, John. Let me finish then.
We got to give it. We gave him enough shit. Go ahead.
He and his wife graduated Penn State. They're 41 years old now. They cannot buy a house because they're bogged down with student loans.
Yeah. And that's another thing. We used to have to pay almost nothing to go to college. And now it's outrageous. And you end up spending a good chunk of your paycheck paying that shit back. If you make good money, if you can even pay it back. I heard a female voice there. Who was that?
That was me.
Yeah, please.
I was just saying that we actually literally just bought a house in Arizona. It cost nearly $250,000. I mean, I'm sorry, nearly $500,000. I apologize. And it's just a 4-bedroom rambler, 2-bathroom, 4-bedroom rambler. And with paying all of the interest rates all year, and claiming zero on taxes, still owed the federal government $1,000 this year. It's wild.
So
it's like beyond me.
So if you have a child that is a boy, he will have been born a rambling man. You're welcome.
I do have a son. That's funny.
I'll be here all day. That was the dumbest fucking. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. That was really bad. Anyway, I mean, the house prices are. It's getting. It's ridiculous because, guys, to me, a house you live in, and if you're not living in a house, then I don't sell the fucking thing or whatever. But not for an outrage. Why I don't understand why people think they have to buy a house, slap a coat of paint on it, and get another $100,000 for their house. I don't get it.
Yeah, I didn't buy it for a resale. We bought it to live in, for my kids to be able to come. They live in Minnesota, to come down and be able to be with us. That's all. I didn't buy it for any other reason.
Right. Yep. And
Right,
I mean,
like-
that's what they should be for. And I'd be okay with. Would anybody disagree with legislation that says you have to, if you're buying a house like a residential home, single family home, that you have to stay in it, and that you can't just buy it to rent it out?
Well,
I would
actually,
disagree
Like a
because I don't
homestead.
think you need legislation. You could
Yeah, I
do.
think that's a homestead.
so
You can,
most mortgages
you can-
won't allow you to do that.
The houses or the CEOs?
Liberal, you can enact tax laws to benefit from those situations, right? You don't need to necessarily say you can't do that. You can just profit off it, right, as a government.
But if you do that, if you tax more somebody who is, renting it out, because that's where your profit's going to come from. If you do that, what that does is jack up rental prices. So unless it's like really easy to buy a house instead of renting, then your renter's really going to get fucked if you do it that way. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Have renters, then it drives the market down. Yes, it's more complicated than just that. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's not that complicated. In fact,
It is that complicated.
No. There's an easy way to solve it.
Tell me.
I will. I'll tell you.
Yeah, let's see.
It's like, I got this. I'm an Aussie cunt. I got everything.
No, the way to solve the modern housing crisis in Western countries is to have a broad-based passage of legislation for tiny homes. And let me explain why.
Come on, dude.
No,
Nobody wants to
shut.
fucking
Hey,
live.
cunt. Let me finish. Right now, listen. You want the answer? I'll tell you why it works. The reality is this: those tiny homes. A lot of people who are single or homeless or retirees. There are a lot of people who would be quite happy living in a small footprint home like that. Think about New York. I mean, there's a lot of people living in places that are smaller. Now, the fact of the matter is there's a lot of spare properties in suburban neighborhoods where you can park those things. And if there was legislation, I'm talking about across all the states federally, that supported the use of those, what would happen would be that a lot of renters would go out of the market. They'd spend $100,000 on a tiny home. They'd own that asset. That would be the deposit they could use to get into a proper home. And all those renters going out of the market will then lower the prices of homes because you'll be competing for renters. That would actually force housing prices down or at least maintain them where they are. So what would happen would be
Your
people would...
suggestion is absolutely
let me finish, cunt. Hey, just because you don't like it, just shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Your idea is
No. What you don't understand...
Okay.
Hey, let me finish.
Okay.
No, I don't care.
No, you don't.
I heard
You
enough.
just don't
I
like
heard
it.
enough.
Okay, hold on.
No, you don't like it, mate. You don't like it.
Let me bring in the timer. Let me bring in the timer, and I'm going to give John 40 seconds to land your plane, and then lift. I will go to you. Go ahead, John. 40 seconds.
He was just on for 40 seconds.
I get that, but to give him a chance to land his plane. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. What it does is it creates another market altogether, and that other market, because the price of the house is only 50 to 100 grand, then it's accessible. People can afford to get into it. Now, if there were actually land plots that were set aside, that is in suburban neighbourhoods and other things, then that secondary market would be an independent market. It would then actually cap housing prices, and it would solve the homelessness problem. And that's the solution, right? Once you create that market. But what it does do is it undercuts people like Lyft, and that's why he doesn't like it.
Okay, John. These things are called trailer homes.
Let me.
Number one. Number two.
Let Danger go.
And
Before
number
I go,
three,
let
they have
Danger
to
go.
pay
Let
rent.
Danger go.
Oh, you want Danger to go?
Because
Okay, Danger, go ahead.
You can't buy a 24th of an acre.
That's why I said it had to be legislated.
Well, hold on, John.
That's the point.
Hold on,
Wait,
John.
wait.
Hold on.
You have
Danger.
John, you finished, okay? Hold on a second.
You didn't listen to me.
You have to have sewers installed. You have to have electricity brought there. You have to have all this shit done that these people don't have the money for. So somebody who owns, let's say, 10 acres can just take all 10 acres and put one tiny house next to another. Problem is, the people who buy the tiny house, whether it's $50,000 or $100,000, we call them trailer homes, okay? Some of them are tiny, some of them are big. But you still have to pay close to $1,000 a month just to live there.
I want the right to reply, Tim.
Okay.
Just for 20 seconds.
Yes, and let me let
John.
Butch talk after I give John a rebuttal because Butch has been sitting there quiet for a while. Go ahead, rebuttal.
Well, the first thing I got to say is that was the point I was making about legislation, to set aside the land so you're not paying those big rents that you're talking about. Second thing is they're not trailer homes. Tiny homes are a particular category. They're designed in a way to be much more home-like, not like motorhomes, right? The third point I'd make is that if you did this properly, you have these things called envirocycles, right? For what is probably $3 to $5 grand, you can put a whole sewage system on a trailer that parks next to the tiny home and produces grey water. So you solve your sewage problem with every tiny home. And then
Okay,
at the
the
same
law
time,
requires you to be
hey,
50
hang
feet
on.
away.
Hold on.
50 feet,
Hey, dude, just because you don't have the brain plasticity to think up how to solve the problems you're creating doesn't mean that they can't be
Your
solved.
solution is fabricated on a fantasy, dude.
Okay, so let me get to Butch. Go ahead, Butch.
Yeah, like you were bringing up about the CEOs. Now they're trying to solve the housing problem again, but maybe they should run for fucking office and put their ideas out there and run the country the way they think it should be run. But getting back to the CEOs, like I say, a CEO over here that makes $1.2 million a month, and at the end of the year gets stock options, right, to get $15 million bonuses because he fucked everybody in the facility. That's how it works in the United States. Over, like I say, in China, which you said before, I love China. No, I just like what works. Because that person over there in China that runs like TRA, they call him vice president of operations instead of a CEO. They pay him $120,000 a year doing the same job that they do in a facility over here. And the difference is, at the end of the year, they just get a bonus. And the difference is the people over there that work in that facility are so much more happier, so much more productive because your food is provided for them, their transportation, because they give to the workers. And the workers are like way more productive. So
Can I get a timer?
Yeah. Yes, Lyft. I was going to go to you next. That was Lyft, right?
It's yeah.
Yeah, go
There's
ahead,
a lot
Lyft.
to respond to. So first of all,
Thank you,
I'll say this,
Butch.
right? When you're talking about CEOs, right? One thing I'll agree on: maybe reduce the salary, make it only stock options, so that the health of the company, their worth and their value is compensated through stock options only. Sure, that's one way to go about it. Instead of giving them $50 million salaries. Sure, yeah. The second point I want to go to is to these tiny homes is delusional to think that this is going to work. First, right? Smart cars, you think that's going to work? That does not work. That is not viable in New York City or in actually in the United States, right? Does it make sense from a logical perspective? Sure. But you need to look at other aspects. Tiny homes will never work, right? Trailer homes is the closest that we can ever get to that, and that's what we have right now, right? And that's it.
Well, to the trailer home argument, I'll just say trailer homes are generally zoned out of the view of urban centers. So it's a lot of that is rural. Cities don't even let them come in. So you end up with, it's really just, a place to put the poor people over here. Whereas tiny homes, you can put a bunch of them. And also the trailer park owners, you buy a trailer and then you park it there at a trailer park, which is generally how that goes. They're still pumping out rent. So it's not really the same. Yeah, it's not really the same concept because you can you can take a bunch of tiny homes and make that tiny home park look way nicer than you will a trailer park. Because you look at a trailer park and it's a fucking trailer. It is what it is. A tiny home is a little different. You can make them look all
And
kinds of
Tim,
crazy ways.
and Tim, I want to add to that, just to add a bit more information,
Look at
which
smart
is,
cars, right? Smart cars
hang on.
didn't work,
I
right?
just want to add a bit more
Smart cars is the
information
same
to that.
concept, right?
The fact of the matter
reducing
is, what
waste,
you
of
can do
having
is
a
you can
small
take
thing,
the trailer
right?
out
It
from
didn't
under the
work though,
home.
right?
So the trailer can
So
come
that's
out
the
from
same
under the home.
concept
You don't
I've got
need
two
the
people
trailer.
talking.
Small houses.
I've got
Will
two
Liv
people
won't shut the
talking.
fuck up.
The
Well,
two people that talk
okay.
all the time.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know what's fair to go to
Well,
who,
I'd like
but
to add to that if I can, Tim.
let me 40 seconds to you, John, and then let me get to Lyft. Go ahead.
Right. So the first thing is that the trailers don't. The only reason that tiny homes have a trailer is because of the ordnance issue. So there's a $15,000 cost in the trailer that you can get rid of by having the trailer slide in and out from under the home, simply to move them from time to time. And the other point I'd make is you don't need to convert the entire housing market. You only need to convert maybe 5 to 10% of the current rental population to stabilize housing prices. So the whole point I'm saying is that once you enable it in inner cities, like Tim was saying, that's a legislative change. Once you do that, you actually change the dynamics of pricing in the housing market in total. And the final point is that is that people who get a tiny home have an asset they can use to buy their real home.
That's
May I say something?
okay.
Look, we had a
Lyft,
similar concept.
40 seconds to you. Go ahead, and then I'm going to get down to the
We had
bottom.
a similar concept with smart cars, right? Smart cars, right, saves gas. It works in the city. It's you can utilize it better. You can find parking better, and it did not pan out, right? Smart cars did not work, right? That's something that we can all relate to. So in the
People
same
don't live in their
concept,
cars.
hey, I'm not done. So in the same way
Didn't
that
stop
smart
you.
cars did not work for the city, is the same way that these little smart homes that or whatever, these little homes that you're talking about, micro homes, will not work in our country, right? It's not going to work in the cities. It's
You
not
don't
going to
even
work
know what they're
anywhere.
called. You don't even know what they're fucking called. You're criticizing
John. Okay.
It will not work. Where people
You don't even
want
know
to
what
live,
they're
it will
called,
not
you
work.
dumb cunt.
To live in rural ass, country ass areas, maybe it'll
Okay.
work there. It will not work where people want to live.
It's about availability of housing though, and that will release some of the need for the demand for housing, and you can do it quickly and relatively cheaply. But rage and danger. Let me get down to the bottom. What?
Liberal. I think there's other ways to go about it, right? How about expanding the limits on how high you can build housing? How about that, right? How about you can build higher, right? You can increase the number of apartments in buildings. Like that's
Okay, wait. Okay, so I guess I don't understand. You have an issue with tiny homes, but not tiny apartments?
That's right. Because developers make money on the apartments.
They're not.
He wants his developer mates to make
okay,
money.
let me make this point,
housing.
and then
It's
I've got to
expanding
move on because we do have people that haven't talked in a while. Let me make this point. The average apartment size in New York City is 599 square feet. That's
and
tiny.
I had a 750 square foot apartment. And you know what? It was pretty fucking big. For one bedroom, right? So
and so I don't understand why you're just build a
He
skyscraper.
wants his developer mates to make money, Tim. It's all about his developer mates.
Hold up, liberal. So in places like in certain boroughs, right?
The cunt can't help himself. He wants to rip people off.
Can you shut up? I'm talking. So in certain places,
you're not saying anything, cunt.
Okay.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Okay, guys, I've got to move on. So I'm about to drop both of you because I've been trying to get down to the bottom for a second. I'm trying to not be an asshole, but I'm getting frustrated with both of you. And so I'm about to turn on my asshole. And then I'll feel like an asshole, and I don't want you to make me feel bad because I have to be an asshole to you guys because you won't shut the fuck up.
All right, let them talk. All right, I apologize.
All right, Rage. Please, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted, thank you. I just wanted to say with the tiny homes, I think that's a really great idea. I think what it would boil down to in the end is actually property for each of these. Like you were saying, the person that buys the small home will either have to buy property and have all the utilities put in on that property to put their little home, or
live in a little home community where what the panel was saying is you have to pay $1,000 a month to live in your own owned home, if that makes sense.
Yeah, are you talking about, you mean like if they were to, and let me pause your timer. Do you mean like, oh shit. Fucking
You're
hell.
good.
I'll reset that. Anyway, are you talking about where, like, because in a trailer park, they charge you rent, and you think that in a tiny home park, they would charge you rent? Like, and you wouldn't be buying the land, you'd be buying the home? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely. Well,
I
yeah,
see.
because they're going to use that same model that they have for the mobile home parks.
Yeah.
The big people that own big mobile home parks or people with money are just going to use the same model as they do the mobile home parks. So we'll be paying. Go ahead.
No. I forgot to start your timer. I was busy. Go ahead and finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So all I was saying was, in the end, if you buy a tiny home, you're either going to have to put it somewhere and pay monthly to own your own place, or you're going to have enough money to buy a piece of land. Actually, where the tiny home where the tiny home would be zoned, and have enough money to buy that land and put in all of the utilities.
Yeah, well, I mean, so that's true that somebody, a developer that buys a plot of land and then turns it into a tiny home park could do that. But legislation could also say where the city itself purchases the property and then sells it to people at market rates or whatever.
Ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would absolutely be ideal. But we know that's not a working theory here in America.
Yeah, because so I'm looking, and this is New York City, San Francisco. Ballpark tiny home footprint is 1,000 to 2,000 square feet of land. And so small Midwest and southern cities, that would be 10,000 to 25,000 just for the land. And then medium cities, 25 to 60,000. And in expensive metros would be 75 to 150,000. But again, you could reduce it. And I think John's idea is just that you're opening up for people to be able to buy something very cheap. And right. Either own it or rent it very cheap. Also, you could rent those out too. And the rentals, we were talking $400 or $500 a month, for a tiny home. I mean, that's, you don't really see that, but it's an idea,
Very strictly regulated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very heavily regulated. Yeah.
Yeah. Cause I don't know if I see like a tiny home park, I would think that would look cool. Cause you can make some of those look really awesome. Hell, you can even get those fucking containers, those, the ones that they ship on the boats and turn that fucker into into a home. And that's relatively cheap, I would imagine.
That was a hot idea at the time, but then they found out it's almost the same price.
Well, actually, I'm currently living in a container home right now.
Yeah,
the home I'm in right now, I'm in a bedroom that's a container, right? And it's actually 10 large containers that have been made into a container home. And the primary advantage of a container home is that you can live in it while you build it. Because you see, once the containers go onto the property and they get once they're waterproofed, and even if you haven't got the windows in, because every time you cut out a hole and put a window in, that's a one window thing, you're essentially got a box that's weatherproof that you can live in while you do it. And the people, I live with a couple here in this house, they spent 6 years building the house, but they moved in within the first 3 months and didn't pay rent while they built it.
Yeah, some of those container homes are fucking awesome looking.
Why are you resorting to that instead of how about expanding the height of buildings? Right, there are certain boroughs that have buildings that only go four flights up. Right, you can expand that maybe 8 flights up. You're doubling the amount of people who can live in a borough close to New York City. Right, so. Okay. There's things
I'm not saying it's either or. It's not either or. It's both.
You could do that too.
And the point I'll simply answer, because you asked the question, is that typically what happens with high-rise buildings is that developers make the money from it. not the people who live in it. That's the first problem. The
We're
second
talking about
problem is,
housing, though.
well, hang on,
He
dude.
cares
You
about the
asked the
money.
question. Shut the fuck up and listen to the answer.
No, how about you fucking answer the question?
No. Listen,
going
cunt.
on
You don't
about
get to ask the question and then interrupt the answer.
Why are we, guys? Please.
I don't like this guy. Sorry.
Okay,
mate, ditto.
That's fine, but John's been a regular on this show for a long time, so just he's John is.
I'm sorry.
John is John. He's
John,
and you're an Aussie, so go fuck
I don't.
yourself.
Yeah, he.
John Swift here
apologize.
from England
John, go
at
on.
least twice a week.
Fuck your England, cunt. England. What the fuck are you saying?
Okay. That said, now I had ChatGPT pull up a. Hold on, let me see if I can get this bigger.
All right,
I have an idea.
That's what he
Can
said.
I just present it real quick?
Sure.
All right. If you go to any city in the United States, you'll see 5-story walk-ups. Those 5-story walk-ups, by law, had to have 1/2 the footprint as courtyard in the back. If you look, if people see, all they see is the 5-story walk-ups all connected all the way around the block. But if you look behind them, half the footprint of all those buildings is vacant in the back. At one time, they were courtyards. Okay. And then what happened is that as crime developed, people put up fences and barbed wire between each. But can you imagine if that land could be used to build?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Okay, so now you've got the electricity there already. You've got the sewer system there already. You've got very little to connect up.
Right.
And you've got an area to build.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
The thing is that, you have to convince these these cities that that back half of a piece of land, like most of them are 24 feet by 100 feet in length.
Right.
We used to call them railroad apartments, okay? Because they were so skinny and so long. And there was one on each side instead of one front and one back. And so these railroad apartments, and all these cities are loaded with them. That's the first things they put up. So half of that footprint is 50 feet by 24 feet. Now imagine that going all the way around behind every one of those buildings.
Right.
You're talking quite an area. And it could be built up and it could be made into additional buildings, provided the cities decide, hey, you know what, we can use that area rather than building, because to build a building taller, you can't do it. Once it's 5 stories, that's what it was approved for. You're not building it taller. You'd have to rip it down and put up a new one.
Well, one of the reasons, though, that cities don't want to do that is because a lot of the people that run the city are landowners, real estate owners themselves, and they don't want to drop the price and stuff. And this is why I don't like the culture of like using a home as some profit thing, because to me, a home is where you live, and that's what it should be. Because not everything, we shouldn't profit from everything in the world, right? Prisons, we should not be profiting from that because it gives incentives. And if you're profiting from things that people live in, there is incentive to increase that price, which means that there's going to be a lot of people that can't get into them. And so there are solutions to this. One of them could be tiny homes. Another one could be where you are allowed to build anything at all, clearing old land. And the cities have the ability to eminent domain things and turn it into whatever the fuck they want to. And they always do it for corporations, but they never do it for people. Right? They never do it to help people.
Let's move the Native Americans even further west. Give us more land.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
What the fuck?
Land is not an issue, right? We have, like America, we have massive amounts of land.
Yeah, but I'm talking about free land.
You're being sarcastic, right, Dangerfield?
Bro, have you been to freaking...
I'm just being cynical.
North Dakota, there's plenty of land to build houses on, right? There's plenty of land there. Nobody wants to live there, though, right? So when we're talking about housing problems, right, I think it's relegated to places where people want to live, places where jobs are, right? Cities. I think that's where, or locations where you can commute to the city, right? I think that's where we're talking about where we need housing, right?
That's where high-speed rail. We got high-speed rail. Why is it that these other countries have fucking, 400-500 mile an hour fucking trains? I think one of them even goes 600 miles an hour, and we don't have like any of that. We should be able to cross the entire U.S. in like hours. We should be able to.
The reason why we don't have it, is because it takes like over a decade to build that infrastructure, right? And
we built the Panama Canal, and it took 10 years?
It takes over a decade, but every president, every governor, every state, whatever thing that you have to deal with,
and
right?
we need to do it.
I know,
but it takes over a decade to get approval.
You have one governor in office. Let's look at New York City, for example, right? You want to build a subway, right? And one person sets aside funds. That person gets elected out of office. You have a new governor in place, and every 2-4 years, that person is going to take away the funds. It will never get built, right? That's the only reason why China can do it, because China has people in office like indefinitely, so they can create these 20-30 year projects. We don't have that. Every 4 years, your funding gets pulled. Right? Look at this current administration, right? Right? We have all these investments in research, right? It just got pulled, right? This is what happens, and this is why we can't have these long-term projects. That's why we don't have.
If you monologue, some of us don't get to talk.
I just want to say, what I heard was why we can't, and I understand, or why we haven't. But what I'm saying is that we need to, right? We can resolve all of those problems because we built the goddamn railroad all the way across the country. We built the interstate system. We can do it if we want to. Go ahead, Dewey.
All right.
We can't resolve homelessness. What are you talking about?
I'm 74 years old, so I'm a boomer. I started buying homes in 1973. I bought my first house. It was $15,000, and I paid $300 a month. But I was only bringing home $194 a week. So that was a stretch. And what happened is the price of the house went up, plus my salary went up, which allowed me to go out and buy a bigger house because I'm now having kids, and kids need more room. Excuse me. And so that's why things keep going up. The problem now is not that the housing is so high. The problem is that salaries have not gone up at the same rate that the houses have gone up. So it's not somebody out there trying to buy all the homes. It's just that your salary hasn't gone up enough for you to be able to buy a home. That's the first thing.
The price of the home has gone up too, though.
Yeah, that's true. But it's gone up faster than your salary's gone up. And that's why.
How many homes do you own, Joey?
And so, and you got to understand that $400,000 average is an average. That means there are homes above it that cost more and homes below it that cost less.
But Joey,
so you look for those homes that cost less.
But Joey, hang on. You said you earn $194 a week, right? That's 10 grand a year, and you bought your first house for 15 grand, right?
Yeah.
So your first house cost 1.5 times your annual wage.
Yes.
Right, but now it's 10 times.
Yes, that's because.
So what you're saying is the wages haven't kept up with the prices because if a house is worth 400 now, people should be earning going back to the ratio you paid. People should be earning 250 grand a year to pay for a 400 house. That's how you got into the market, right?
Exactly. And salaries haven't kept up with it.
Well, they're not even close.
No, it's a lot more than that, Dewey. It's not just that salaries went up. The prices of housings are right now is just outrageous. Because the cost of living increase that we've seen from when you were young to now is smaller than the cost of increase of the house.
Yes. So your salaries have not gone up.
Yes, but that's not that's not why housing is unaffordable for people. Housing has become more expensive than the cost of living increases. It's even more it's even higher than that.
Joey, how many houses do you own?
I just own this one little house.
Well, there are people obviously that own lots of houses, and what's really happened is that because when you have billionaires, when you have people with so much wealth at the top, they've got to park their money somewhere. Okay. So they park their money in assets, and they tend to buy all the assets where they can park their money, which includes now, of course, houses. And so what that does is because that park of the investment money becomes people buying houses, there is a whole class of people who are simply buying houses so they can park their money, and that pushes the price up for everyone.
And that's every boomer that's ever bought a house has done the exact same thing.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about people who've kept one or two houses. I'm talking about people who've got 5, 10, 20 and more.
Yeah, I understand that. Corporation.
Right. I love how we got to this topic out of immigration somehow.
Well, it's because you were saying that.
Can I just throw something out there?
I know.
So let me throw something out there. When I retired, I spent weeks looking to where I could afford to live on just Social Security. So I went back to where I used to live, and I looked around, and lo and behold, I found the 1,600-foot bi-level house for $95,000.
Where do you buy a house there?
I live in Peoria, Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Now you say, oh, well, that's Illinois and it's way up there.
Can I ask you a question?
It's still affordable.
Yeah, people should just move, right, is what you're saying. They should quit their job and go somewhere else.
I'm not, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm just telling you.
I mean, that's kind of what you said, because you said that in other places you go to, houses are affordable, so you have to go where the houses are affordable. That's what you said.
He retired, though, Tim. He said when he
Dewey
retired.
said he's 73, right?
No. Earlier, when he was talking about the pricing, he said the averages mean that there are cheaper houses, and you have to go where the cheaper houses are. Isn't that what you said, Dewey?
But it's that way in every city. I mean, if the cost of housing here, the median cost of housing in Peoria was $300,000, then you've got some above it that's going to be more, and some below it that's going to be less. And any town you go into, it's going to be that way. So you
don't think we have you don't think we have
to put money into it and refurbish it, then that's fine. That's what I did with every house I bought.
Yes, as coming from somebody who grew up in the generation where everything was affordable, I'm glad that worked out for you, Dewey. But that we're dealing with a different time, Dewey.
What I'm trying to tell you is, even when I was even as I was starting out in my career, things weren't affordable.
Well, hang on, Dewey, though. You said you earned $194 a week. That's $10,000 a year, and the first house you bought was 15.
Okay, so what I was making was $4.80 an hour.
Yeah, okay, that's true, mate. But what I'm trying to say to you
is that's not $10,000 a year.
$194 a week, you said. Now, what's 194 times 52? It's $10,000, right? So what I'm saying is you were earning $10,000 a year, and your first house cost 15. That's 1.5 times the annual wage. And I'm saying now houses are 10 times the annual wage, the average annual wage. And of course, not everyone's earning the average.
Times, but it is more expensive. I want to say 10 times. But yeah, I do agree. Yes, it's more expensive.
Right.
Okay.
It's certainly not 1.5, is it? No one's saying that it's 1.5 anywhere, are they?
It's not. It's not one of them.
Right.
Right. And it's not even 3.
Well,
Right.
you know, I
But
don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe it is around there, but
Well, I
Okay,
mean, Dewey,
listen,
what
I
is
have to leave.
your
I
okay?
have to leave. I just wanted to say that the showing of Melania movie in Iran was like a box office hit.
That's funny. That's pretty clever. Thank you, Danger. But so Dewey, is your point that we have to increase minimum wage and then people will be able to buy houses?
Not just minimum wage. I mean, but everybody. Your salary has not gone up with the cost of living.
Well,
we
right,
can't
but
increase minimum wage because we need certain people to produce wealth, right? And it may and look. I'm being honest with you. I'm not saying that I believe it, but this is how it works, right? Certain people produce wealth for others, right? And minimum wage workers, in a sense, they do that, right? So if you're advocating for increasing minimum wage, then you're not going to build wealth for other people. You know, it won't work. People won't agree to that. It won't work.
I don't know. Oh wait, okay. So wait, increasing minimum wage doesn't build wealth for people.
It doesn't build wealth for other classes. No, it doesn't.
What he's really trying to say is, I'll explain it. He's trying to say that capitalism works by exploiting people's labor. So if you pay people more, you can't exploit their labor. That's what he's trying to say.
Essentially, yeah.
Why don't you just say that?
To what point, though? I mean, like, what is the point?
To exploit people for profit.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, what was the point of the statement? I don't really understand how,
you won't like.
Well, rather than just say, look, capitalists are assholes, they're going to exploit people for money. He just wanted to try to say it in a roundabout way to make it sound good.
Dude.
Well, let him say it.
If you don't want to be in the class that gets exploited, right, you have options to not be there, right? You have options like going to college, getting a degree, getting out of that exploitative class, and then you can pop it out.
No,
I'm just saying.
No, a doctor.
It's a hard truth.
A doctor
it's an ugly truth.
A doctor is exploited.
Said by a daddy's boy.
Yeah. A doctor is exploited. An accountant that doesn't own his own business is exploited. Not everybody in the country can own their own business. Right? That's a ridiculous assertion.
You don't need to own you don't need to own your own business, right?
And if you work for somebody else, you're being exploited. Your capital is being withdrawn into somebody else's pocket.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? Look, you brought up accounting, right? Let's say that maybe I work around that industry, right? Like, and let's say someone like me who's, I would say, above average.
Whose daddy paid for his schooling. Someone like you whose daddy paid for his schooling.
I don't know. I don't know that that's true.
Went to community.
Your daddy paid for your schooling, didn't he?
Okay.
Somebody like me went to community college, right? Community college.
Admit it. Come on, admit it.
Dude, what the fuck? I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay,
your
go ahead.
Your daddy paid for your schooling, didn't he?
Sorry, what?
Your daddy paid for your schooling, didn't he?
No. If you let me finish, then I can explain how it was paid for. Right?
Go ahead.
Right? You go to a city college, right? That is paid for largely, if you don't make enough, right? It's paid for by the city, right? And loans that largely you don't have to pay back. And then, you go from there, and then you make like $160,000, and then
doing what?
You get out of.
Wait. What did you do from a community college that you now make $150,000?
County Field, 160. County Field.
You make $150,000 a year as an accountant.
160.
I made $120,000 a year as a data analyst, and I only had an associate's degree.
Yeah, but Dewey, you cannot listen, Dewey. You cannot compare your life experience to a single other human being that exists in this country right now. You can't. That is a different time.
There was a different time. I agree.
The average, according to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median annual wage for accountants and auditors was about $81,680 in 2024.
When you get out of college,
That
that's your
means
starting salary, dude. That's your starting salary. That's
other
what you get
salary
right out of.
estimates put the average accountant around 67 to 76,000 in 2026.
Bro, that's not average. I don't know where you're getting those.
According to Indeed. According to Indeed,
when you get out of college, you start off at
right here. Accountant salary in the United States, $67,689.
Yes, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. Sure.
No. Look at this. Accountant, highly qualified bookkeeper, 5+ years manufacturing, small business, $27 to $30 an hour. That is not $150,000 a year, sir. So I don't know what happened where you lucked into something. Highest paying companies for accountant in the U.S. Every Payments, $500,000 a year. Vantage Group, $480,000 a year. And because these are so high, that means this means the majority of people are actually making far less than this.
To earn that sort of money, you got to work for one of the big four, and you know that.
Let's see, highest paying cities for accountants. New York,
which
80,000. Irvine,
KPMG?
New York, 80,000. This is Every Payments is 500,000 per year. Let's see, Financial Center Cage Manager.
It's one of them.
Okay, see, I'm not buying.
He works for one of the big four. Of course he does. I mean, it was.
I'm not buying that. Yeah. So, well, here's the thing. If what you're saying is true, you got lucky. That's called luck.
It's not luck, dude.
No, it is luck.
Not luck.
It is luck.
No, it's not.
Because a person that is doing the same exact job that you're doing, the majority of them are making nowhere near that, like half that.
All right. Pull up the same stats, but search up CPA.
Dude, you work for one of the big four. Stop pretending you're an accountant. Okay?
I did work for one. I am an accountant, dude.
No, I'm saying stop pretending that you're merely an accountant.
Okay, CPA.
When you work for one of the big four, you're more than an accountant, right? You're essentially extorting money, right? I mean, the amount of the reputation of the big four are well known.
Okay, so CPA is much higher, 96,536. Here, like Oklahoma City, 119,000, Dallas, 115,000. And how long did you go to school?
Longer than I should have. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so just become an accountant, and then you can make $120,000 a year. It's easy, guys.
Yeah, actually, dude, I would advocate for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
All you need is personal skills. You don't need to know math and
work for one of the big four, rip off Fortune 500 companies, setting up SAP systems that never work, that fuck up their supply chains across the globe. I mean, oh my God.
You're half right. You're half wrong. Right?
More than half right, mate. I know. I've got your number, dude.
No. You're half right. You're half right. You're not fully right. Okay.
I'm mostly right.
I spent my time in manufacturing. I've been in manufacturing for 50 years. All companies work off an ERP system. If you're manufacturing, you use an ERP system because it gives you what you need to know quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot what ERP is.
Not if it's an SAP system installed by.
You forgot what an ERP is.
That's true. SAP sucks, but I was on an Oracle system.
Yes, Jules is right. Dewey came up in the golden age of adulthood in America. That's right. And then they pulled the ladder out from underneath them because the problems we have today came from Dewey's generation, sadly.
Tim, I'm just going to say this. I know a lot more about Lyft and what he's getting up to every day than he knows about tiny homes. I can tell you that.
No. You know only half of
Hey,
it.
dude,
Okay?
I'm all over you like a rash, and
You
you
know
know
half
it.
of it, dude. Look.
Hey, mate, I'm all over you like a rash, and you know it.
Like a gippy rash.
That's right. I got to get the rights.
No, you know half of it, all right? It doesn't
More than
work.
half, my friend. You don't know where I came from and where I played either, dude.
You went to Big Four?
No. I ran a corporate design company specializing in corporate identity design for a couple of decades at the highest level.
Did you have one of the Big Four implement your system?
Sorry.
Did you have Big Four implement your?
No, I
system?
didn't. No, I didn't need any of that. I was a boutique professional firm, but the thing is, I worked at the level where the Big Four would often be, coming into those same companies. Of course, over time, the big four have acquired design firms and other creative agencies to try to expand their revenue take. But at the time I was doing my thing, they weren't quite into that game yet. They just didn't have the expertise. They still don't have it. That's why they buy it.
No,
But what I did see was their big fees and how fucking useless they were firsthand.
No, look. I won't disagree with you that maybe
You
there's
can't.
some truth. Maybe there's some truth to what you're saying, but
There's a lot of truth.
you implement something incorrectly, and then you know what? You need somebody to fix it, and then you hire the company that implemented it. Right? It's a constant revenue stream, right? So in that way, you know.
Dude, the amount of SAP systems that the Big Four have sunk Fortune 500 companies on is like more than have worked by some margin. I reckon the failure rate must be 2/3 to 3/4, to be perfectly frank. Right, and we only hear about the worst of them because then people go, oh, we want to take them to court, and then realise that, I mean, the last one I heard the story on, there was something like 70 change orders after the initial quote. 70 change orders, and then the whole thing fell through the fucking floor and wiped out almost 12 months of their fucking revenue because their supply chain just fell in a heap, and then they had so much money wiped off their share price. I mean, give me a break, dude.
All right, let's stop talking about the Big Four because I don't think people are.
Yeah. I've got your number,
No,
dude.
but I won't disagree with you. Okay.
Right.
I think there's some truth to what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth, and you know it.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of truth.
I don't even know what we're talking
I
about.
appreciate you saying so.
No, he's long story, but
yeah,
essentially, you know what? So going back to the point, right? To get out of the part of the economy that gets exploited, right? You have options to get out, right? You can do things like community college, which is largely not a burden on the financial aspects of the individual, right? So you can get out of the exploitative class, right? But but that class is necessary to build wealth.
Okay, I don't think. Okay, maybe we're operating under different definitions of exploited, because under capitalism, every employee is exploited. They are not paid the full value of their labor.
No, but
I thought that's what we were discussing.
Yes, but like you just searched up, right? Somebody with a CPA making $120,000, right? Are you being exploited? I don't know, right? You're kind of building.
Well, what value
that.
to the company are you bringing? If you're bringing $300,000 in value to the company and you're only getting paid $119,000, yes, you're being exploited.
Well, no, because if you don't work for the company, then you're bringing pretty much zero value to yourself, right? You can't just start off willy-nilly by yourself.
No, the point is there's an imbalance. The point is there's an imbalance. I understand what you're saying, right? There's administrative costs and all that to secure this employee and maybe train them up and sure. But the point is, if their value that they're bringing is $300,000-400,000 and they're only getting paid $100,000 to $120,000, right? That number should be higher. Right. There is.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you get trained.
Hold on. I've been waiting to speak for a second.
I apologize.
Yeah, Groffy. Yeah, sorry. I should have got to you sooner. Go ahead, man.
You're okay, bro. How you doing, little bro?
Doing fine. Yep.
Love it. Yeah, I feel like the core issue that you guys are talking about is affordability. And Dewey and Lyft, you guys are just bringing up this point of, yeah, there's still accessible options to get out of poverty, essentially. But liberal, this is why I like your platform. You've been able to you've been trying to present objective data as to how these options are increasingly less and less available to people. So I get the point that you're making, Lyft and Dewey. Of course, people can level themselves up. You know, you can get a 10, 15, maybe even 20K loan to put yourself through school or get some kind of certifications and level up, right? Understand, but less and less people are able to do that. And even more so, once you're even in, you could do that and get into the workforce, and there are less and less jobs that are actually available, right? And this is objective data that we're seeing. I understand the individual cases you guys are talking about, right? And even in terms of housing affordability, like Dewey, you were talking about, but like objective data is showing otherwise.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you know,
Well
with
said.
the CPAs, I believe have to have degrees, don't they?
Yeah, you
Like
do.
a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean, you could get that, like,
you know, maybe you can get it for, I don't know what the average price of a
free.
tuition
No, you
is
can
now,
get it for
but
free. You can get it for free.
if you're a child,
No. If
yes,
you
if
go
you
up
just get
through
out of
the
high
educational
school,
system. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If you're a child, yeah, that's correct. But if you're an
The vast
adult,
majority of people are
you,
pivoting midlife.
yeah,
The vast
that's
majority are
right.
pivoting.
right.
Yeah,
That's
the
No,
vast
if you're
majority of
pivoting, yeah, it's going to cost.
You're right, Gra. That's exactly right, Gra. And can I say, Liff, look, now you understand some of my background and the fact that I know quite a bit about what happens in your trade at your particular level. You'd understand when I say that one of the things that I was retained for was to develop new products and services. And so when I talked about tiny homes, it wasn't a fly-by-night idea. What it was actually a fairly considered proposal. I didn't even go into how you'd finance that, right? And I won't do that now to bore people. But the point I'm simply making is that the actual idea of value creation, where you go, hey, where are the spots in the economy where we can create value that's broad, that's available to people as a way up out of poverty? And rather than you entertain that as a possibility and go, okay, well, how would we solve the problems to make that possible for people? You simply wanted to deny it. Okay.
No, I didn't deny it. What I
Hang on. Let me finish. I'll let you respond. I'm saying I don't know whether you denied it because you hadn't thought it through, or whether the objections you had in your mind you couldn't find a resolution to.
All right, go on.
But I'm certain there are resolutions to all those things. And my simple point was to take on what Gra was saying is that the avenues for people to make their way out of poverty are limited. And if you use tiny homes in housing to do that, you disaggregate in some degree the rental market, which then will flatten out the growth in prices in the housing market proper. And what it does is it gives people access to a $50,000 to $100,000 house that once they own it, they don't pay rent on. So then suddenly they can accumulate savings, they can escape poverty, and they can use that house when they sell it to the next tiny homeowner to get the deposit to buy the next house. And what that does is it moves capital away from developers building high rises that give you about probably the same amount of space in an apartment if you're lucky that you'll get in a tiny home, but it liberates all those backyards and all of the suburban land that people could make money from.
Yeah,
Right?
Exactly. And I just want to
But
say really quick, I just want to say, Lyft, he's saying that you denied or you pushed back or something like that because you decided to bring up the point that capitalism always demands an exploited class, right? That's not a moot point, but it's just like that doesn't need to be said. We know that. He's still trying to bring up a strategic approach of how to improve the system.
I'm not fully disagreeing with him. What I'm saying is I'm giving a more practical approach where I don't think that tiny homes would work. What I think is expansion of the housing that we currently have, right? Like I said, we have limits on how high certain buildings can be built.
Okay.
Right?
So what John is talking about is the trend of housing, where I think for the past like 40 years, instead of the focus on smaller homes, more robust materials that can last longer, they've gone to larger square footage, right, and less dependable materials because they could build that more quickly and sell that off more quickly, right? So I mean, Dewey, you should agree with this because this is the kind of approach you said you've been in the industry for like 50 some years. So when you were growing up, this was how the housing market was to an extent, right? There were tiny, quote unquote, what we would consider now tiny homes that people were able to use to move through for social mobility. Right. So I understand that capitalism, of course, will try and do what it does, but there are still very helpful. I don't get what you mean like tiny homes wouldn't work. People are desperate for social mobility, right? And there are less and less
That's a
options
big
for
thing.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, and
Well said,
because it
Carl.
just opens up more, it opens up more options for people. Currently it's not really an option for anybody. If it was an option, a lot of people would take it and they'd probably be happy with it. And also, your electric use goes down in a tiny home. It's way cheaper to maintain it. It's
Heating
cheaper
goes
to
down.
your AC, your heating and air goes down. I mean, it's cheaper just all the way around. I
Wait,
will
Pete,
also
so all these
say,
people paying rent.
I will
all
also
these
say
people paying
that,
rent that could go to actual equity. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? What you're advocating, though, is going to lead to, first of all, much smaller housing. And then where does it stop, right? Are we going to live in shacks and then start charging, less rent because we live in shacks?
No, come on. No, don't
I'm
do the
just saying.
slippery slope stuff. Don't do the slippery slope stuff.
But it kind of is.
That's a weak argument.
Well,
You know it's a weak
Lift. Think about it this way.
No, hold on, I want to hear from you.
Well, you start with the basics in life, right? You get a starter home. You've heard that term, a starter home.
Yeah.
And then you can move from there as you save. You start, within your means. As your means grow, then you can, if you want, move on to something bigger. That's how it goes. So it's not limiting your ability to go to something larger if you want, and you have to live in that.
College for houses.
Yeah. Exactly. It's just in a discussion, as long as there's not too many of them in the discussion, because then it makes people think about, okay, well, maybe I didn't think about that before. So it's not
liberal, because I agree with you on the high-speed rail. First of all, I think that would grow the economy. I think it would be really good overall. But the problem is what it takes to get there, right? It's going to take us to become more authoritarian. We're going to need to have, we need to either expand the term limits of our governors or whatever, or multiple governors. It needs a long-term plan that we have to adhere to that people can't cancel. And we don't have that right now.
Well, the other thing we don't have
again,
right now
like
is,
I said, sorry, but like I said earlier, like that goes without saying. We've been dealing with these kind of questions or issues for 40, 50 years, and now we're just at a point where people are even more squeezed than ever. Right. So I understand what you're saying. Trust me, Liv. Like liberal mouth. I love your response. Yes, like we need some of the contrarian voices to help prepare us on strategically how to handle things. But if you truly believe in progress and in these ideas, the contrarian position has to stop at a certain point, and we move forward. So I'm totally okay with an authoritarian approach if it was like actually progressive shit. Not this fascist regime right now.
Well, we built the interstate system. That wasn't authoritarian at all. We built it wasn't authoritarian.
That was so long. We're so far past that, though.
But we're not, though. Because think about this.
He's saying authoritarian from the perspective of capitalists, because capitalists would feel it's authoritarian for them not being involved, or private industry not being involved in the process. But I get what you're saying, liberal.
Well, I mean, but think about it this way, though. They eminent domain private property all the time. And so that's what it would require. It would require states getting on board, the ones that the rail would pass through, and they can eminent domain. They do it all the time, but they generally only do it for corporations. They hardly ever do it to benefit people. Right?
Yeah, but liberal. Somebody agrees with you, right? And then people are like, oh, shit, our state is in a deficit. Let's elect someone else. That person's like, you know what? Let me fix the deficit. We're done. Let's not spend any more money. Then that project never gets built. It takes 50 years. It took like 50 years to build one train stop in New York City. So it's going to take
you can write punishments into legislation. If you change your mind and renege on this, your tax rate and or whatever goes up.
You
write that into the legislation
in the contract.
Yeah,
you put a massive break fee in the contract.
Yeah.
So if the contract's broken, it costs them 10 times more than completing the project.
And you lose all federal funding for everything else. Dewey, please go ahead. I know you've been trying to jump in there. Go ahead, man.
I'm just going to say one thing, and then I really do have to drop. My dog says she's got to go outside.
Your dog can talk.
Another problem with housing right Another problem with housing right now is contractors aren't building affordable housing. What they're building is the upper end because they get more return on that than they do the lower price housing.
And you can prefab tiny homes in a factory, and you can make one every 2 days.
Yes,
and that's the difference.
Well,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dewey. I mean, that's a decent point, but again, this is why the state can take more power over production of things that help people, and I think they should. So the state itself could literally be building homes.
And that's what he's saying in terms of authoritarian, right? It would come off as authoritarian and how they're just moving forward without involving private industry. But real quick, I want to make an analogy, right? I think you understand this analogy. You got 6 dogs, you got a bunch of dogs that are chasing you, and you have a fence you have to hop over. Okay, and your approach of over assessing the fence, right, which is the political system that we have to like kind of work through, right? Eventually, at some point, you got to hop the fence, man.
Yeah, but I may not make it over the fence. I wonder if I should go under the fence. Maybe I can go through the fence. And by the time it's like, why is this dog on my ass? Ow. It looked just like, I figured it out. The dog was going to catch me anyway. That's funny.
Can I? That is pretty funny, Tim. I got to say, I was thinking the same thing. I'm not getting over that fence.
Let's say the dog are the American people, right? Then you want to defend yourself from that, right? You want to defend yourself.
Hold on. Before you pull this hypothetical, let's be clear. The dogs are poverty and capitalist over exploitation.
Well, then I can't make my point because I.
I figured that would happen.
That's funny. It's like, well, fuck you then.
Funny.
Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna eat the dog.
Yeah. We're eating the cats. We're eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats.
Eat the cats, eat dogs. Then no. Look. I agree. Look, I agree overall. I think liberal has a really good point, and the problem that I have is like I don't know how we can implement it without some type of authoritarian like rule. And I don't want
rail or tiny homes.
Huh?
I think he's talking about high-speed rail.
Tiny home.
No, I'm talking about high-speed rail.
Right.
Because I think that would benefit multiple economies a lot. It would also incentivize people to visit because if you can go to, New York and then take a high-speed rail and then travel down the East Coast, or let's be a little bit aspirational and say you can travel to the West Coast, that would bring so many people here. It is a huge thing that would benefit all Americans. But the thing is, like, it's a multi-decade like thing that we have to all agree on, and I don't think that we ever agree on things for more than 2 to 4 years.
Well, let me ask you this. Whenever they want to build a pipeline for oil, do you think somebody is like, well, we can't do that because then that makes us authoritarian? Or do they just build the pipeline?
No, we saw it happen, right? We saw the whole, whatever the thing from Canada.
Thank you, liberals. No, thank you, liberals. What liberals' point is we have to see infrastructure and housing in the way that we automatically approve these kind of like pipelines and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's saying apply the same standard to the
Free. Can you say that again?
Liberals' point, right? You were already jumping in to push back. The liberals' point was we have to see how we automatically approve these pipelines, right? And these corporate subsidies, right? The way that we kind of don't question them as much or barely even see the process of approval for those. We need to have that same kind of energy for housing, right? And healthcare and infrastructure to move them forward quickly because we just know that that's better for society. Like, I'd be totally okay with billion-dollar companies and billionaires as long as we have high-speed rail and universal healthcare.
We can approve them. It doesn't mean that it's going to be built quickly. Just because we approve them quickly does not mean it's going to happen.
Well,
right?
sure, it's going to take a while.
Oh my God!
Unless
Here's
you're a
this fence
Republican,
again. Here's this fence again. My guy, we gotta hop the fence.
unless you're a Republican, unless you're a Trump supporter, where you change the name of the Kennedy Center, and the next day that shit is put up, right? Like that is the action that we need, but that also takes a little bit of sacrificing a little bit of democracy to get there.
I mean, we're already sacrificing so much with how we're approaching immigration and stuff.
It's not sacrificing democracy, though, because the government already has the right to take your land if it deems it in the best interest of the community.
But then you file a lawsuit, and then it gets held up in court, and then you got to wait like 3 years.
And that's what you do until it gets done. Yeah, because you would go and you would plot out wherever it was, and maybe you would avoid certain places, whatever the case is, and then you would work all of that out, and it would take a while, and you would get it finished. But you have to start. You'll never finish the race if you don't start it.
Exactly. Like all these stipulations, I understand, but we have to get to the point of actually progressing for everyone, for the working class, right? So I understand that you have these concerns, but the government should be understanding that it's better for them to step in and create a small tiny house market for people that's more affordable, right? Or the healthcare market or the education. Like these things are necessary because people, if they're not going to step in harder to address people's wages and directly address things like that, then at least ensure that there's still an affordable option for people.
Yeah, but you won't get elected running on that, dude. That's the problem.
Sorry,
And
you
they-
won't what?
And they can do it in segments too. You can take two major cities and you can just connect them with high-speed rail. And then you connect another segment to it. And then you connect, and before you know it, you've got, so you don't have to do the whole thing all at once.
But you're then look, if you're looking at high-speed rail, right? Let's say we're looking at the East Coast, right? The most liberal side of America, right? Let's say we're looking at the East Coast, right? Then you're contending with Amtrak, right? You're contending with, well, I guess only Amtrak, right? Amtrak is going to fight that tooth and nail.
Yeah, so did the horse and buggy. So did the horse cart industry.
And it's not Amtrak fighting it; it's the oil companies who want cars on the road, and it's the aerospace industry, the Boeing and the plane makers, right? It's the alternative transport sectors who don't want high speed rail because they profit from not having it.
Yeah, because think about this: you could go from Tulsa to Dallas in a half an hour or an hour. You could literally live in Tulsa and find employment in Dallas and it not be even a problem. And you wouldn't even necessarily have to have a car. So like the benefits well outweigh any, stoppage there. Or for example, going from Tulsa to Oklahoma City. I mean, they already have a damn highway that runs right there. You could build that fucker right next to the highway. Because they already have rights of way access, and I believe all of that's already been eminent domained because there's certain the easements of the highways this country still owns. The government still owns those easements, so you can literally take it right next to the damn the interstates that already exist.
This is the problem with democracy, and I love democracy, but this is the problem: is that you can't enact long-term agendas because you get derailed in the short term, right? That's why, that's why I believe China is going to outpace America because they can.
They will.
They have like a 50 year.
Already have.
That's
true. Haven't yet. They have. They can enact a 50-year plan. We can't do that.
That's false.
Let me show
that's
something.
False. I feel like I need to look this up. No. I feel like I need to look this up to be sure on specific initiatives, but there's definitely been initiatives that have gone across multiple administrations that are bipartisan where they're improving a certain system or something like that. So to say that we don't do that at all here is insane.
All right, so there are a lot of
look up making one stop in New York City, one train stop in New York City. It took like 30
Yeah, you keep on
plus
referencing that.
years.
You keep on referencing that. Like you're being super pessimistic, bro. And I understand that, yes, we need to address these strategic things, but ultimately we need to all be on the same page that there is this of this progressive mindset that, yes, we need to be better about infrastructure. We need to fix healthcare. We need to do all that. And then we can go into all the strategic stuff. But it feels like you're just pessimistically shutting this down by saying, "Oh, but we're going to worry about this, and we might have to do this." Like that's
I'm
my
just
thought of
I'm
advanced
trying to be
technology,
rational.
right? Like I might scratch my knee, or my
No,
toes might tear, or I might
P.
twist
Look,
my ankle when I land, or
P. PP. I'm an optimistic person at heart, but like I understand reality. I understand.
You're an accountant. You can't be an
possible.
optimist. Give me a break.
I understand what's possible and what's not possible. So
I've never
if
met
I
an
sound
optimistic accountant
pessimistic,
in my life.
No, I understand, but again, for my analogy, right? Like you can have that process where you're analyzing and making sure that you have the right strategy. But as these dogs start coming up on your ass, bro, at a certain point, you gotta jump. You got to get a good grip and just climb and jump, and whatever little cut you have, or if you twist your ankle a little bit,
no, it's not
cool.
just
I'd rather
me.
that than
You
have
have
the
to
dogs
convince
eating.
the population to do it.
Well, that's where the politician
Poverty
comes
is
into
convincing
play.
the population.
That's where politicians come into play, because if you sell this to the public, and I don't think it'd be a hard sell at all. Like you can go from Tulsa to Dallas in an hour or half an hour or whatever. That's what we're doing. If you sell it to them well enough and you start that project and some jackwad comes in behind and says, well, we're going to cut that off, the public will freak out if you've sold it properly enough. It's the people that you have to convince. It's the people that you have to convince. Dan, welcome in. Go ahead.
Look at the number of projects that Donald Trump has canceled. He's canceled mining. It's some sort of mineral that's used in steel making. He's canceled or tried to cancel an offshore wind project.
They did cancel it. $4 billion they already put out for it.
But the courts reinstilled it.
But Dan, that's because Trump is an anti-progressive authoritarian.
Correct. Yes, Trump is an outlier, Dan.
Really, it's more like he's trying to do away with everything good that Joe Biden did. I mean, he's even gone so far as to put his name on projects that Biden put forth.
Yes, but to that point, he is an outlier, Dan. And he's an authoritarian. He's legit.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree that he's an outlier, but I don't see anybody in the Republican Party behind him that's anything better. Is a good way to put it. That's, I'm looking at this and I'm saying.
Do you think we should pursue things, though, if a Democrat gets into office and wants high-speed rail across the entire United States? Do you think that we should pursue that? Or do you think that we shouldn't because Trump could get elected, or a version of Trump could get elected after? That's the question.
Well, what I would support is that if a project has been determined to be worthwhile, and it is started, that we don't have some Jasper just come in out of nowhere, and because he hates everything, anything that somebody else has done, then he cancels it. How much effort has he put in to killing the Affordable Care Act? How much effort did he put into killing the Highway and what do you call it Act? I'm short a term here. Age is creeping up on me.
But I get where you're going, Dan. But like again, this is because Trump is an anti-progressive authoritarian. Like nobody likes authoritarianism, but we're not talking about authoritarianism like what Trump is doing. We're talking about authoritarianism against private interests and overstimulated capitalists, right? Like if this was a authoritarian who is supporting working class interests, there's no issue.
Yo, B, can I ask you a question?
What's up, bro?
This is a little bit more of an extreme view. Don't kick me. It's not racist or anything.
Oh God.
But like,
oh God.
No, it's a
Well,
little bit.
somebody says this isn't racist. It's
No.
Hold on, let's prepare for the most racist thing that's been said today.
I swear.
Take it away, Liv. Take it away, Liv.
It has nothing to do with race. I swear on my life.
Then why do you preface?
So my more extreme view is that first of all, you guys know that none of these policies really kind of impact me on my day-to-day life, right? So what I think
none of what policies? Sorry, be clear.
None of them. Literally,
none of what policies? Are you talking about none of the Trump policies? What do you mean?
Literally, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, none of the federal policies passed by Trump impact me, right?
Okay, so what's your question?
So I think they should be enacted to the fullest so that people it does impact can feel it, and then they can vote a different way once they see, oh, maybe this shit ain't so good for me.
You mean?
I mean, I've said that on this show before. The worst thing for Republicans is for them to get everything they want.
Yeah, but like, is like, let's walk with that. Is that
now.
like I think that should happen because I'll
No.
weather it.
It is happening.
Hold on, exactly. That's they have that right now. Yeah. They have the House, they have the Senate, and they haven't pushed forward any working class policy right now when they have the most power. And even over the past 40, 50 years, whenever they've been in office, they haven't put anything working class focused. So I don't fully understand your question. Why would you want him who is the worst version of what the GOP has been doing over the past 40, 50 years? Why would you want him to just have full reign to keep going and make it worse?
Why? Because first, it won't affect me. Second, it'll affect the people who voted for him. That's why.
Yeah, so he's basically saying if he gets what he wants, it's going to hurt them to the point to where they'll turn on him. And that's what's happening right now, though, Lift, because MAGA, I see very few people come up anymore. And the ones that come up are really just nut job racist people. And it's already affecting that base. It really is.
Did you vote for Trump, Lift?
It doesn't matter who I voted for.
Oh,
he did.
Hold on.
Doesn't matter.
Liv, you wanted to ask me a question. So can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Who'd you vote for?
Doesn't matter who I voted for.
Okay.
He's a shiver looking for a spine to run up.
No, it literally does not matter. No, it literally does not matter who I vote for.
It doesn't.
You are a shiver looking for a spine to run up. I mean,
he asked me a question. I answered it. It doesn't matter who I voted for.
Thank you. Okay, you answered. What do you think the role of government is? Do you think it should be supporting working class policy, or do you think we should continue supporting corporate policy like we have for the past 60 years?
Bro, I do not agree at all with anything corporate, okay? Like, yes, I work for them. Yes, I make a lot of money from them. I don't agree with any of it. Like, it just, like, I feel like.
Okay, so then this energy that you have, right, where you got this fence and these dogs are chasing down your ass. These dogs could be the corporate shills that you're talking about that you don't agree with. They're chasing down your ass because they're eating everything in sight in terms of housing, in terms of education.
If that dog
hold
on.
And the fence is right there. I understand where you're coming from. You need to be strategic. You are literally one of the people that, instead of this energy of pessimistic energy of, oh, there's so much that we'd have to overcome, it's like, no, you actually understand. You have some insight into a certain aspect of this corporate machine that you could help unravel, right? I'm in the same kind of position. I'm a project manager for a large health insurance agency, and I understand that, like, if push came to shove, I can help to dismantle this system, as opposed to this pessimistic approach of, oh, they're so powerful, we can't do shit. Sorry.
I'm gonna say. Hang on.
Hang on.
This
I'm going to
this
say
guy
this.
called me out. He knows.
Hang
He
on,
knows
Yeah,
Lift,
well,
hang
let
on.
give Lift a chance to respond. I mean, he was talking. Graffy was talking
Yeah,
to him.
sorry.
No.
Sorry. Yeah,
Go ahead,
Lift.
Lift.
Look, John knows around where I work at. He knows that like I can't do what you can do, Fee. Like you can't just dismantle a fucking like system that I work in. Like it's just not possible. You can't. You just can't do it, right?
That's not what he was saying, though.
Exactly.
He was saying
That's not
use
at all
your
what I was saying.
insight. He was saying use your insight, and you can come up with solutions and help other people learn what they
Right,
can
like it
do.
might come to the point where we need to do
Yeah.
a strike against some, something, and people need to know certain ways of doing. I don't know, but like just the insight might need to come up, and your pessimistic approach
Right.
of they're too big to overcome means we would never get to the point of changing anything. Like if people
Right.
have that approach throughout history, always, oh my God, we would never have these platforms. I would never be talking to y'all. I'd still be in chains or something like that. Like, come on.
Fee, you think that I haven't tried this? You think I'm sitting up here? You think I haven't tried this? You think that the reason I have this belief of not challenging the system is because I haven't tried it? I tried it. It failed. I
didn't say
learned. I learned not to do that. You work with the system. That's it.
I bet.
But that's
Serious.
kind of what I'm saying.
I
Hold
know
on,
you are.
That's kind of what I'm saying. But your idea of work with the system is more so comply with the system, right?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
saying work within. No, see, yeah, you said yeah straight up. That's terrible. I'm
No,
saying
I'm
more so work within that system, right? To still understand how you can break it. Like you can be more aggressive
Bro,
and
you
upfront.
can't break it, dude. That's why dude, I tried.
Okay.
Look,
You
I
can.
tried. Right, I tried. I swear on my life. And for you, John, yes, I tried in the Big Four. I swear on my life, I tried. I tried hard. I tried every meeting, every time that I have opportunity to speak up, even when times I didn't have.
You
Right? I
poor
spoke up.
man. You poor man.
Well,
What?
let me.
I fucked up. I probably shouldn't have spoken up. But you know what?
Look,
I felt in my heart that I had to say something. Not in my heart.
That's not why he was saying you poor
had no
man.
control.
That's
What?
not why he was
Look,
saying you poor man.
I want to add a bit here because I do know both sides of this. And the reality is, see, I never worked in that system because I couldn't abide it. And I also knew that if you wanted to make change at that level, you had to do it as an independent operator and you had to get your own leverage, right? So I got my own leverage, my own particular set of skills and my own proprietary systems. And I use that to drive the change that you can't do within an institutional structure like the Big Four. And it's not that it's not that people, whether they try or not, can't do it. So in this respect, I said poor man because I empathise with Lift because I know precisely the straitjacket that he occupied, and whether it wouldn't have mattered what he did, because we're not just talking about people who don't want to change. We're talking about people who exact a very high price for stepping out of line. Okay, so I mean, you know, your career, your families, your future.
Yeah, bro, I got fired. I got fired for it.
Right, the future of your network, like basically your entire existence. And now,
And I get
you said, now,
I
hang
get
on,
that.
let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
I'm not saying that that's the reason not to do it. I'm saying that that's the reason why people within those structures will never do it, right? So you guys are right in saying that if you want to change it, it can be changed, sure, but not from within. And so it can only be done from it. And what you're saying, Gra, is to appeal to Lift's sense of knowledge of these things and say, well, why can't you help the good guys with the information you have about the bad guys? And that's pretty
Exactly.
much
In a
right.
sense where
I
if you're
know
not in
that's
a
what you're saying.
Yeah.
And
right.
that's a pretty fair point because that's been my thing with Lift
Like
all
if
the
you're
way
still
along is
in that
going,
system, study
right,
it.
it's
Still be
almost like
studying it.
it's like he's been conditioned by the negative effects, so much so that the ostracization and all the other negative consequences make him almost scared to actually want to put his neck out again. And I get that.
Well,
right? Because I know people who were whistleblowers in and around that structure, and you know, it was devastating to their lives. So when you're intimidated directly by those systems of power, and directly, I mean that they single you out. It's a, you know, well, people have seen that on the streets of Minneapolis, what that feels like, right?
Well, that's when you get retribution, right? But this whole, like what you guys are talking about, this psychological thing, the founders even knew this. Let me read. This is from the Declaration. So prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. And that's what we're seeing right now. And but it also says that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles. So at some point, you have to acknowledge that, yes, this can cause me suffering or whatever, but is my ability to change something worth it? And is the outcome going to be better?
Can I say two things? First, I apologize.
Hold on, before you say that, I want to finish off Liberal's point by saying we are dangerously, continuously getting closer and closer to that point.
There's two things I want to say. First, I apologize for being so antagonistic towards John. John, I appreciate your views, and I don't hate you anymore. And the second,
I didn't take it personally.
I did not like you at first, but I like you now. But the second point I want to make is that I tried both ways, right? I tried fighting the system, and I saw how it worked out. And I tried working with the system, right? I'll be honest, right? Yes, I worked with the system. I did what they kind of wanted, and my salary doubled when I worked with the system.
Works, yeah.
Well, of course.
And so, yeah, but it's hard to hear you guys saying fight the system when it's like I tried it, it didn't work. I ended up getting fired, then I worked with the system, and then I made $160,000. I can do more by using that and donating it to charities than I can fighting the system and getting fired. I can do more.
That is one way.
That is one way to do it. Yeah.
That is one way to do it. Yeah, for sure. But you can also, right? Once integration and things started happening, there was no way for people of color or minority groups to actually progress through the system or gain social mobility without people who were already in the system quietly following the rules of the system, but understanding within themselves that they are progressive. That's all I'm telling you. Follow the model of previous people who were in the system and allowed others, they didn't pull that ladder up behind them. They kept that ladder there quietly, still studying the system, kept that ladder there so that when the opportunity came, they could pull up some people with them, right? Or they could help implement some change in policy that allows a better approach in their company.
Bro, how do you think I climbed with the ladder? You think I did it by appealing to fucking, racist people? Absolutely not. Well, maybe they might have been racist, but I appealed to people who had the same values that I had.
Okay, so that's even better. I'm not understanding the issue here, because you made it sound initially like you were part of an organization that was more antagonistic to this kind of stuff, but it sounds like you have pulled yourself up.
No, because I was part of an organization, and then I fought it. I fought it very hard, tooth and nail. I fought everything that they stood for, and then I got fired, right? And nobody stood up for me. And then I went to a different organization, and then I worked with the system. Not everything was black and white, right? Certain things I had to do that were not, were not preferable or were not things that I believed in, but it worked out for, the betterment of
you,
of myself. Yeah.
Of you. Correct. Yeah. And well, see, and look, that's the question that every person has to ask themselves. Your integrity. If you see your community around you collapsing, and you're like, well, I'm good. There's a point where you have to draw a line, and maybe you're not to that point. Maybe you'll never get to that point. But that's kind of something that you have to gauge. And see, that's why I'm not good in corporate corporations, because I just I won't engage in it. I just, as a person, I can't.
Liberal. It's hard. I agree with you. It's hard. It's hard because you have to pick and choose when and how to do it.
Right.
Because if you don't do it, then you climb up the ladder. Then maybe you can make more change. So like it's not as black and white as it seems, right? As people
Well, no,
make it.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying like this is a judgment call that everybody has to make. You know, that's why corporations don't like me, because if they ask me to do something that went against my my integrity or my sense of justice, I would tell them to go fuck themselves with Rabbi Shmuley's dildo.
Brother, I did that. I did that.
Right, and it never works out. But see, it never worked out for me either. But I can live with myself knowing that I didn't do that, and to me, that's valuable, right, for my own personal well-being.
Yeah,
financially speaking, it's not great.
Bridge a gap between, if you can bridge a gap and maybe help someone who, if you weren't there for them to help them stay, right, or help them not get fired, or help them say, hey, maybe you shouldn't be seeing this right now, then maybe it would have been worth staying in that system.
Well, let me give you an example. So I worked at Avis Budget.
What's funny is Lyft, you're sounding like me now.
Yeah, well, so let me give you an example. So Avis Budget, I signed on as a social media manager, I think is what they called us, but we just did the social media comments, and worked cases from social media. But I said one of the things that I would require if I was going to accept the employment offer was a split keyboard. So I get in there and, take 3 months, I'm out of training or whatever, and they still won't I still got to wait for approval. Well, while I'm doing this, I'm kind of, gripe about it. It's like, I don't understand because, why it's such a hard thing. I'll buy my own and bring it here. Well, that's when I start realizing that all of these elderly people that work there had been asking for ergonomic chairs. They would sit there in pain all day, and they would it became this thing. People were complaining about all of these like OSHA violations, essentially is what it was. And I'm like, well, why haven't you reported? Because I don't want to rock the boat or whatever. But there were many of them. So I called OSHA myself. They had agreed at one point that they would be interviewed by them and tell them until OSHA showed up, and then they didn't say anything. And of course, I get fired, because I'm the one that called OSHA, which is a violation on its own. But good luck proving that in court. So it's like I don't know. There is a balance where, you pick your battles, and like I put myself out there and got fucked over it, but I walked away feeling okay because I felt like it was the right thing to do. They weren't abiding by the laws, but I ended up getting screwed out of it trying to help somebody that wasn't willing to help themselves. So, I don't know, man. Like, I guess that's just one of those deals.
I did what you did one time, and then I guess I came to a realization where, you can't. You have to look out for yourself because people won't look out for you.
Right.
Even if you try to look out
now,
for them.
I did get my split keyboard, for the record, for about 2 weeks until they found a reason to fire me. So I got my split keyboard, by God. Nobody else got anything else, but there I was with my split keyboard. How did you get that? They would ask me. Well,
yeah, but bro, they target. And the thing is, like, in the corporate world, man, like, and the one thing that I hate, is having to deal with HR situations, like when
sucks.
If you work in corporate, right? You probably know that women are not treated the same as men. Is that fair to say?
Oh my God.
No,
I was going to agree with you at first because HR is always out to protect the company and not the employees. But now you're going into something else, bro.
But women are treated differently from men, right?
And now I haven't personally witnessed that, but yes, I imagine that is true in subtle ways.
I would say the opposite. I would say we still have a culture that prioritizes men.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, women get treated worse by HR.
Bro, if you work in corporate and you speak up, right, and you're a man, and maybe if you're a tall man, people shut up and they listen. If you're a woman, man, they talk over you real quick.
Now, yeah,
no,
that is.
no.
I mean, there are. Let me. So
depends on
I
the
say
case.
I
It
didn't
honestly
see it
depends.
firsthand, but that's not true. My wife had to deal with this. It was every time that she would get a promotion, she would only get it after the guy. This guy that they started at the same time, and only whenever he would get a promotion would she get one right underneath him. And it was like that for like 10 years. It's pretty fucked up.
So that bias exists in society, right? Or
Yeah,
in
but there's
corporate
also
society, right?
still a lot of there's still yes, that bias
Lucy.
exists, but there's still a lot of more progressive environments. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. So
Well, go ahead.
so you have HR coming at you, right? And
Like
then
being on a TikTok panel.
I invited Lucy up. I want to hear
That's
her.
funny.
I want to hear her elaborate on this.
So you
That is
have
fucking funny.
You have HR coming at you, right? And then you have somebody who's progressing a career, and then they ask you, "Hey, was this person treated worse than you?" What do you say?
Yeah, well, perception is reality. So even if it wasn't intentional, I'm certain that they would feel that way.
Hey,
Yeah.
let Lucy talk so I can
Lucy,
talk over her.
no. I love that comment. I mean, I started laughing because I'm like, I can't tell you the number of times that I've had a guy that'll sit up here and he'll be quiet while all the guys are talking, and then the moment a woman starts talking, they're just like, bleh. Tell us, Lucy.
That's the point, though. That's
Yeah.
representative of how it works.
Right, Lucy, let us have it because we're a bunch of sausage. It's a sausage fest up in here anyway, so it's good to have. It's good to have. Go
I've
ahead.
said on many panels where I'm talking and or trying to talk, and you can't get a word in edgewise. Even all friendlies, all your friends, and they just talk over you.
Well, let us have it.
So I've learned to not have anything to say. Just have smart remarks in the comments.
No. So Lucy, so we were talking about how in the corporate or guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the corporate system, how it's different for women and men. Let's start there. Is that true?
I've always felt that that's true. I haven't actually really worked in corporate, but that's why they have a term for it, the glass ceiling. They don't have a term for men in that situation.
You haven't worked in where have you worked? Like, I'm not asking you where do you work or
No,
just
I'm
general.
retired now. I'm 65. No, I was in the Army for a while and did not get treated well at all. Then I worked for the U.S. Postal Service and did not get treated well at all.
Yeah, so the point that I'm trying to make is that what I've seen is that women don't get treated as equal as men in the workforce. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
I disagree.
No, bro.
Well, if
Bro, they're
women
not.
they call women aggressive, and when they're just being assertive, it's not the same thing.
No, I understand. Okay, I just want to say this really quickly. I understand what Lyft is saying, but the point that I've been trying to make here, Lucy, is that culture is completely shifting, right? I've been in 3 corporate environments, and overall, yes, there is some of that, but there's way more women that are CEOs, medical directors, like program
Bro,
directors, all that
my
kind of stuff.
boss was a CEO. It still happened. Are you saying that
No,
you
I'm not
guys?
saying it doesn't happen, my guy. I'm saying overall our culture has completely flipped in terms of that, right? Where now we're going to see more and more and more of an approach where women aren't spoken over. They're given their rightful authority as experts or something like that.
Nah, bro. Look, I wish that what you were saying
Again, I'm
was
coming
true.
from 3 corporate environments. So if
Okay,
we're going to speak
so
about
I think there's some validity. I think there's validity. So I think there's
about 2 different industries.
Experience. I've got 3 anecdotals.
But aren't we talking about 2 different industries? Accounting, finance versus essentially, medicine. Aren't these 2 different industries? One is more female orientated than the other.
Well, that's probably true, but I think, I don't think that we're fully there yet in every instance, but we are making progress. That's for sure. It's a lot better than it used to be, I would imagine, for women. Lucy, do you think that's probably accurate? It's better than it used to be?
I hope so, but I don't know. I haven't seen that it is.
I'm going to see if the wife will come up and talk.
But
again, I'm coming from my own corporate
if it's better
experience.
now
It is
than
way
it
better.
used to be, if it's better now than it used to be, man, I can only imagine how bad it used to be because I've seen
it was
dude.
awful.
Look, I
It
have
was
no,
awful.
dude. I've been there. I've seen it, man. It's super fucked up and like, I obviously I'm not the one to speak up because that's not my position, or I feel it's not my position.
Yeah, well,
but like.
I'm just putting in my own experience from my 3 different corporate companies that I work with, the type of environment. Yes, I understand where you're coming from, where there is still some of that. But all I'm saying is, like Ho said, the culture is shifting. We're in a much more progressive environment, and we continue to be more and more women every year are becoming, getting into higher levels of leadership and giving the authority. They're not just like given that position and then walked over.
Now with Trump in office, though, it remains to be seen if that's going to continue or if we're going to go back 20 fucking years.
Right.
We're starting. We did see that just immediately, like 300,000. Black women had their jobs removed. And even white women were starting to get fired from their jobs. My wife included had an issue with that, and don't know if it's gender related, but it's certainly, it's certainly possible. But let me ask, don't you guys ever, and this happens to me where you're on a panel with women, Lucy, for example, is here. Do you ever catch yourself and consciously think, don't speak while they're talking because that's going to be viewed as talking over the woman? Have you ever caught yourself thinking that?
Yes.
100%.
And that means that we are making progress. Now, I'm sure some men get irritated that they feel that way, but it's probably something that a lot of them do that they don't really realize that they're doing. And maybe those are the guys that have never had those conscious thoughts of, okay, shut up, because the woman's talking.
Yeah.
So we are making waves, Lucy. We're working on it.
Hey Tim, I've got to get going. It's 6 a.m.
You just talked over Lucy.
I'll say
about time.
You know, I'm a Republican, dude.
Can I just have a quick departure?
It's so awkward to be present in the room when you hear a guy speak over a woman and there's nothing you can do about it, but it's just, I don't know.
You're like, here it comes, here it comes.
It's like, especially when it's a MAGA idiot, but that's another thing. I just want to. I got to get going, guys. It's 6 a.m. here. I've been up all night, which I haven't done for a while, but I do enjoy catching up with Tim and the panel. So it was good to hang
Appreciate
out.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah,
I've really enjoyed that. But I just wanted to say in closing. Lyft, it's a difficult thing because look, I worked for almost 2 decades running my own firm at the highest level, contending with the forces that you're talking about, and then I made a decision that was too toxic, and I left that environment to do something else I thought was a lot more helpful to others. So it's one of those things. It's a question for every individual. Tim made it. He talked of his experience. I think that the problem is, and I just want to say this for your benefit because I'm sensing you're reasonably younger than me, and that is that progress that you think is happening where you go, well, if I stay, I'm helping people keep their jobs, or I'm helping a company get growth, or I'm helping something happen that makes an improvement somewhere. The thing that's not being factored into your thinking there, which is hard to factor in because you don't see it, are externalities. And as an accountant, you know what they are, right? So all those externalities that get pushed out into the community, into the environment, all the costs that aren't borne by the activities, right? They're the things that aren't on the balance sheet. They're not on the profit and loss statements, And so for all of the functioning accounting, for all of the econometrics that you can do to say, hey, I'm making gains here, I'm helping growth, I'm making change. The truth is that you've got to look at it more from a point of view of a holistic outcome. Are all those costs that are being borne by private individuals, by communities, by other parts of the system, are they really worth what you think you're giving to others when you're doing it? Because what I found is that over time, the truth of it was really that I was helping myself. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized that those other things I thought I was doing weren't really being offset by the other harms that all these organizations are doing to the planet, to the communities. And we're really seeing that happening in the United States right now. And that's where I want to finish, because you guys are all living in an environment that's really rapidly degrading over there. And I'm a bit more fortunate here in Australia, but I'm not under no illusions, because we can't defend ourselves. And if it happens there, it's going to come here. And guys, I just want you to all stay safe. I'm really concerned with what's going on. And I think part of it, Lift, is to say that when you look at what's happening in the streets of the United States right now, when you look at the degradation that's happening in the highest levels of government, in the highest levels of the corporate world, the depravity of it all, I'm sorry, but the costs are just way too great, and that means that the only thing that can be done is change, right? And what Grau was talking about, getting over the fence, yeah, everyone has to do that, because the reality is those dogs at the moment are fucking ICE dogs, right? They're the dogs that are chasing people, military in the streets, right? So
John, first of all, I apologize for
no need to apologize, dude. It's all part of the rough and tumble. I didn't take it personally, and I called you the C word because I'm an Aussie dude, so that's how it goes. I call my mates cunts, right? Because they're good cunts.
I think that
so you're a good cunt too.
We agree on more things than we disagree on. I think we just have a different way about maybe
That's
this.
right. Now that's true. I'm an Aussie, and we say it pretty straight, but. Part of what happens, I think, is that Americans are quite polite, to be honest. You guys are polite and you want to talk around shit. And I'm like, man, just fucking say it. Just fucking do it. But I just want you all to be safe. And I also want you all to try to stand up to what's going on in whatever way you can find to do it, because it's just not good. It's like people over here where it's troubling everyone worldwide. I mean, it's really bad, right? I don't need to tell you that, but I just, Anyway, good luck, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thanks,
Tim.
John. We'll catch you later, man. Get some sleep.
See you guys.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I will.
And if you love the work, send gifts and keep tapping. We aren't even at 50K yet. I'm about to wrap up, though, so I guess you don't have to gift or tap. But anyway,
Cheers,
thanks,
guys.
John. See ya. Babyface, I don't think you've talked yet. Did you want to say something?
Tough to get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, it's been that way all day.
I'm
even for me.
I'm a little bit on the polite side when it comes to interrupting people when they're talking, but the corporate environment, it depends on what size the corporation is and what the philosophy of that corporation is. If you work for a corporation like Google or one of the big giant tech places or Amazon, is going to be quite different than a small corporation where maybe there's 5 to 10 people. So the environments are completely different.
But when we talk about corporations, it's usually large corporations. We're talking about Fortune 500 at least.
I didn't have a clarification on that. That's different. Yeah. I think it all matters, though, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not wrong. It's certainly a different culture, and I think I wonder though if you're less or more likely to, like as a woman, for example, be mistreated at a smaller company, mid-sized company, or a large company.
A small one.
Good question.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I feel like the larger ones pay their HR people enough to know better. And you know what I mean? Because they don't want to get sued
Yep.
No, actually, yeah, but smaller corporations don't have HR, so maybe they get treated. Actually, that's a really good. I'm actually super curious.
I can
Well,
I
we
can
can look
tell
it
you
up.
because I've
Let's look it
worked
up.
at all levels of them. That's why I'm self-employed, by
So
the
a
way. But
small, a
go ahead.
small non-Fortune 500 company. How do women get treated there?
On to your HR point lift earlier and all that, and kind of the specific topic we're on right now. Small companies are worse on that. They have less of a smaller HR departments. They have less revenue to fight any kind of legal cases, whereas larger companies usually try to be better about that because they have a larger, broader global impact,
Bro,
and they also have if they are sued, the kind of settlements can be much bigger.
bro,
Yeah.
every large company I
So
work
this
for,
is-
where it got, sorry.
I was just going to say this is interesting because in large corporations, they have the most complaints filed, right?
Yeah.
But the experience is worse for small companies because there's just not, they aren't filing complaints because they don't, so even though there aren't complaints there, the actual like reports of sexism is worse in small companies. Is what I'm saying.
Because every complaint that I ever heard in large companies or government, actually even government, right?
Yeah, owner is
they all
often the
got
problem. The owner is often the problem, and that's a big one there. When the owner is like taking
complain too.
what's
No,
that?
but the point being is that all those women who file those complaints, they got fired. They no longer, or they quit. They fired. I don't know. They no longer work at the company. So I
Yeah,
thought
and not even immediately, but they'll get fired eventually. Kind of like me, how they're like, well, just give him his fucking split keyboard. We'll figure something out. 2 weeks later,
they start taking laws. They start watching everything you do. They start monitoring what you fucking do on the internet.
You know what I was fired for? I was fired for smoking a cigarette on my break. Yeah.
Bro, dude, they are ruthless, man. They're ruthless. They if they want to fire you, man, they start observing everything that you do,
right?
And they find any minor infraction and they start tallying it up. It's really fucking nuts. And I know because I got fired once. I think everybody who's gotten fired, I think this is how getting fired works. They start watching you. They start logging everything you do. Maybe somebody watches you and sees, starts watching, every action.
Yeah. In the higher corporate environments, right? Like I was doing tech stuff for a large insurance company, right? Like what happens? The first sign is essentially one of your supervisors or something like that. They start micromanaging or asking you to give them like a full rundown of what are your daily activities and stuff like that. Once you start getting something like that, yeah, just start looking for some different job.
Yeah, I did do that, and by the way, I also took like fucking 10 days, sick days to go to Cuba. But like, man, it's the stress and how bad you feel when it happens, man.
But this is a topic. So I want to shift topics slightly, right? This is because our whole culture is super capitalist and profit focused, right? So every aspect of life is geared towards increasing profit. So in that corporate environment, like yes, it is super cutthroat and stressful because they're looking to maximize how much profit they make more so than improving the work lifestyle and actual output for employees. Like in Europe, a lot of companies they have less work days or more flexible hours and all that, and they definitely have like better parental leave and all that because they know employees can be much more productive if they're actually like taken care of. And we just don't have that here. So I don't know if
I think we do have it
that.
here,
How do we
man.
shift?
Dude, I took a fucking month off. Like I think we have that flexibility.
No,
here.
we don't have it. We don't have it. We have some of it, right? Again, we have some of it, but we don't have it across the board like how other places do, right? It's not the culture of the U.S. to have that.
I want to play this video. I haven't watched it. I just came across it because trending on Twitter right now is Trump Epstein cover up. And this apparently is a victim of something, and she's screaming. So let me hear what she says. It's, I don't think, related to what we're talking about, but it is abuse towards women. Anyway, here we go. This was in 2009. And according to the people in that thread, that woman was never seen again. This was 2009. Her name is Gabriella Rico. Yeah, it's 2009. Screamed about an elite party she attended and then vanished forever. Epstein victim comes forward. Yeah, and then 2026, Epstein victim comes forward claiming elites did exactly the same horrors. Crazy.
Can I bring up something that, like, I think we've been a little bit kumbaya, but, like, can I bring something else up that maybe...
Oh, God, here we go again. This is just
it's like the racist. Is this the racist thing?
No. We're way past that, first of all. And
no,
I said it wasn't
fine,
racist.
Man.
It was not racist, first of all, okay? Second
no,
of all,
it wasn't. I'm just giving you shit. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, dude. People follow me, and like, so I need to make sure that I'm clear about not being racist. But anyway, can we? I brought this up when I first came on, and if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Just tell me. But like, I want to discuss like foreign policy and like what we might do in Iran. Like, is that okay? Is everybody on board with that? Is that okay? Can we talk about that, or
we can talk about it? But I'm not okay with it.
So,
Lyft must have gotten a phone call.
What about my profit topic? Because I felt like maybe Lucy was gonna jump in there or something.
Lucy and this guy with diamonds.
Sorry, I got muted.
I didn't mute you.
No, I got a phone call. Sorry. But so on the topic of Iran, look, I agree that the certain things he did were bad. Like, I don't think that, Venezuela is bad. I think Iran would be actually a good thing. I think now we have proven that we will take action if you don't adhere to our, I guess, requests. And I think in the case of Iran, right, when it comes to nuclear weapons, I think that threat is now viable, and it's also a good thing, I think.
To go after Iran? No, it's not a good thing.
Well, yeah.
The nuclear.
They should never.
Okay, so the nuclear deal is just an excuse, and let's point out the fact that Donald Trump is the one that reneged on the nuclear deal, and then turns around and says, "You got to sign a nuclear deal," even though they'd already signed one, and he removed it. But then he also was arguing that they have to go in there to save the protesters, and then also because of something else. I mean, he's just throwing out excuses. They've been wanting to go into Iran since they went into Iraq. This was Wesley Clark had, talked about this also when they had a plan to do 7 countries, I think, in 5 years. They got all of them but Iran.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit different now. Like, I think that, first of all, you already stated that they really want to make a deal, which means that they want to avert military actions, because right now we're moving our military, Navy is moving in that region. So, like, they saw what we did in Venezuela. So I think they're more likely to make a deal to, at the very least, wait until this presidency passes, right? And so it will avert
it will avert. How to say? It will avert threats for at least 3 years.
It will
Wow.
avert threats.
Yes.
Iran hasn't threatened us, though. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it will avert threats towards American interests. Let's put it that way.
There are no threats from Iran onto American interests, though. Graphy, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. No, there aren't. Where?
Yeah, kind of.
No.
It's like you want to invade other countries because of your feelings. There's no evidence of anything.
Iran.
We could invade any country in the world and probably be successful. Does that mean that we should? Does that mean that's how we use leverage now?
We should, while we can, with a unhinged president, where we have unhinged regimes in charge. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, wow. What about North Korea? Should we just go over there?
No, nuclear. We don't go after countries with nuclear weapons.
And that's why Iran needs a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's why we need to prevent them from having one.
No, that's why they need a nuclear weapon, so that the United States will leave them alone. Because,
from the point Iran, yes, I'll agree with you. Sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? But from the point of America, we need to prevent that from ever happening, so they can't do that.
Why?
Why? Because first of all, I honestly think if they build a nuke, they're going to launch it at Israel.
No, why would they do that? Why would they do that?
I don't know, man. They fucking hate each other. Those two countries hate each other. They hate each other.
Why does Iran hate Israel?
They hate each other, bro. It's like fucking 1,000-year war, dude.
No. Israel didn't exist until 1948.
I know. Yes, I know. But then they have fucking country, and then the whatever united fucking thing they had, they gave it to them. It's like that was so long ago. It was 1948, 42, whatever.
It wasn't even 100 years ago.
Yeah, I know, but dude, you can't just evict a person from people from a country. It's over. It's over.
Right,
It's
but
done.
okay. So let's. What did Iran ever do to Israel?
Look, I don't know the details. I know they hate each other.
No. Okay, so let's grant your that they hate each other. Let's grant that. Okay.
They do, dude.
Why does Iran hate Israel?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. I think it's because they both believe that the land belongs to themselves. Like, that. I think that's what it is.
You believe that Iran thinks that they own the land where Israel exists right now?
I think they both think they both own land.
Yeah.
That's not true at all. They've never made that claim. Never once.
So then why are they fighting each other?
Okay, so I'll explain it to you. Israel has been attacking Iran in various ways for like ever, because Iran is one of the most powerful militaries in that region. Israel wants to dominate the region. And in order to do that, unopposed, they have to get rid of them. That's why, I don't remember what year it was, maybe it was 2019, they unalived like 50 nuclear scientists. They've been going on, random bombing campaigns for a while now. Israel has. And so, and Iran responds to them whenever they do it, but Iran doesn't attack offensively. I don't think they've ever attacked offensively without it being like an actual response to what Israel is doing. I mean, those are the facts.
Well, there is another factor to consider. When you said they hate each other, India and Pakistan is one of the most dangerous borders in the world for the reason of how much they hate each other, and they both have nuclear weapons. So this argument doesn't work.
No, dude. Look.
Doesn't work. You got to do more research on that, bro.
No, I know about that, but they created a path where they don't use guns. They just fucking attack each other with fucking batons and shit, whatever. But like, Iran and Israel. I don't know why they hate each other. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the Holy Land or whatever whoever thinks is a holy land, and like I think that's why they keep battling each other, and it's for the detriment of all the people. To be honest,
Are you
well,
confusing Iranians with Palestinians?
no, I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, so well, I just want to make clear, like in 1953, the United States and Britain went in and instituted a coup.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know.
Right,
Yeah, I
and
know the origins of Israel.
and
I know. Yes.
well,
I
that
know
wasn't the
what they've
origin
done.
of Israel. That was just what we've done to meddle in like Iran, and they
I know,
didn't have
yes,
nukes then, but we still did that, right?
I know, but I know where you're going with this.
Well, where am I going with it?
Yes, they should not have. You can't just take people's land and give it to someone else. That's where you're going with this.
No, that's you're talking about Palestine.
No, I'm talking about Israel.
Nobody took Iran's land.
No, which is why, which is why I have no idea why Iran has any beef with Israel, unless it's about primacy in the Middle East. Is that what it is?
I mean, yes, that's part of it, and the fact that they're Islamic probably plays into it. The fact that Israel can't fully take over all of those areas because Iran is there.
Israel is making a deal with Egypt. Egypt is a Muslim land, so like
in the United States, and we pay them to stay out of it. We pay them half of every dollar that we send to Israel. We pay Egypt.
But the point that I was making with that is that it's not about religion because they were willing to make a deal with Egypt, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes, and that's a country that has to leave Israel alone and or help them harm the Palestinian population.
Sorry, what?
I have a question for you. Are you looking at this from a religious aspect or what?
No, I'm looking at this for why the fuck are they fighting? That's my perspective.
Okay, and the fact that you don't readily know should tell you that the problems that they're having are ridiculous and unfounded.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Right. So why? Okay, so Israel and Iran having an issue. What does that have to do with us, though?
Because we can't have. First of all, we only have one real ally in the Middle East.
They're not an ally.
We can't. They kind of are.
No.
And
What do they do
them.
for us? What do they do for us?
They provide intelligence. They provide look. They created the dome thing, right? And
That's
so
for
that
us?
technology
Not for us.
is also transferred to us. Yes, it is. And
Yeah,
also
the smart city surveillance stuff that they use to surveil the American public. Sure, that came from Israel.
No, not surveil. No.
Yeah.
The defensive aspects of it.
What did they
Defending
give us?
against little rockets.
We pay for we give them the bombs that they use to fill their Iron Dome. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, no, sure we do. But that technology is something that we have acquired and what we will probably use.
Pretty sure we paid for it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're right.
Well, there ain't no probably about it. We've given them a lot of money.
You know what? You know who else? We gave money to Taiwan as well, right? They developed technology, and so we protect countries that develop strong technology. And so Israel,
to the point of attacking another country for a reason that you can't tell
No,
us.
I don't agree with the attacking, dude. I don't agree with that.
Well, no.
I have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
You were saying that you want us to go and attack Iran.
Yeah. That's how this all started.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying no. I didn't say I want to attack. I'm saying it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Well, I mean, either or. I mean, it's the same difference to me. So you're okay with us attacking a country for a reason that you don't understand?
Well, can I say something?
Sure.
In all fairness, you're talking geopolitics and foreign policy, which is one of the most complicated things on the planet to really dissect, and everyone thinks they have a good grip on it. It's a complicated situation. It's not one thing. It's not one reason. It's a multitude of reasons they hate each other. That's the truth.
Also, the Iron Dome that he was talking about was jointly created by the U.S. We funded it completely, and Raytheon actually produces the rockets for it.
Right.
We know that.
Yeah, I mean, Israel wouldn't, I don't think, be what they are without the United States.
Yeah, and
I mean, of course,
healthcare and education that we should have,
And
really.
what ally kills your troops, steals your intelligence documents, and blackmails your politicians? Can you tell me what ally does that?
And if you don't know what he's talking about, look up USS Liberty.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, if that's an ally, why the fuck do you need enemies?
And then there was also John Goddard.
It's like, hey,
John
buddy,
Goddard.
I love you so much, I'm going to unalive your whole family. Anyway, Jonathan Pollard, who they then, once he goes over there, after he served his prison term here, they hailed this guy as a fucking hero. And they've been trying to drag us into shit like the Lavon affair. They went around and planted boom booms in Egypt, and it got caught. And their plan was to do it and blame somebody else for it so that the United States would come in. But it didn't quite work out.
Liberal, I couldn't post the link, but if you just Google Ranking Member Robert Garcia's statement on the Epstein files, you'll see what I was talking about. She's on the oversight committee.
Epstein files.
Or he, I don't know. It's a he or a she.
Let's see. Major White House cover up 14 hours ago. Justice Department released. Maybe this is it. Let me pull it up here.
She posted it yesterday.
Probably gonna have to fucking go through a commercial.
As you and committee members make your way through these millions of documents, what stands out to you?
Look, I think a couple of things. One is obviously there's an enormous amount of documents that have to be reviewed, and obviously there's millions and millions of pages. But let's be really clear. What Todd Blanche actually said today was that essentially the Department of Justice was going to withhold about 50% of the files that they would not release for a variety of reasons. So they are basically saying that their investigation and their document production is over when half the files are still in their possession. And I'll remind the Deputy Attorney General that the subpoena that's been in place since the summer, which is separate of the law that Congress passed, there's no exemptions for ongoing investigations. There's no exemptions for internal discussion amongst department heads. And now we're seeing that survivors' names possibly are appearing in documents. We're seeing the mentions of Trump, and there are hundreds of mentions of President Trump that we're going through are being put in place, then pulled back, then dropped, and then removed. So this continues to be a White House cover-up, and it's clear that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi continue to hide. And we're not sure why we do not have the names of the pedophiles and the powerful men that abused, raped, and trafficked girls and children. We're demanding those names be released.
Okay, so did he say something more than that? Because he did, kind of suggest that they were, pulling back some of the stuff. Is there something else?
No, he also did a written statement. He's just saying that 50% of the documents are not being released by the DOJ.
Let's see. This is from December 31st. Let's see. Robert Garcia.
Real quick.
Yeah, what's up, Lucy?
Can I just make a quick PSA? I can't speak. Okay.
Oh, Bunny. That's Bunny. Welcome in.
It
Thank
is.
you.
It's me.
Yay.
All right. Hi, everybody. If everyone could do us a great favor, we are only at 51,000 likes right now. We should be pushing at least 100K. If it's free, easy to do. If you are on the panel, please make sure you are not tapping. Otherwise, make sure you're making that gift goal rise up. We're at 24 of 50 needed of these league balls. Oh, halfway there. Let's make sure we're hitting these goals.
Thank you, Babyface.
Keep in mind he also has Cash App the green apps, the blue, green, all the different colored apps in his bio. Also, he has a subscription goal. He needs or wants at least 75 subscriptions right now. He's at 44. So if you could subscribe, help support him. If you want to see more of him, keep in mind he's also now on EPIC Studios. He needs a certain number of followers to be able to go live over there. So if we want to be able to see him go live as things get more and more restricted here, please make sure and follow him there. That is all I have. I'm going to bounce on back down to the bottom.
Thank you, Bunny.
Bye.
I appreciate that. I love that people that watch this show come up and do PSAs because they know I fucking hate doing them. But I need to because it's my finances changed over the course of my time on here, and it's harder for me to justify doing this for as much time as it takes sometimes than it used to be. Kind of sucks, but it sucks for everybody. Okay, so I think I found it, and thank you, Jules, for the link. I think that was Jules that sent that in my Discord. Yes,
I
Jules.
have one question. Question. What was the venue she said you were going to? I didn't hear that.
Epic Studios. It is an app like this, similar to this. I have an account over there. It's the same name at LibLoudmouth. You can go follow on there. Push those numbers up, I guess. I just started it just the other day, so it's pretty new.
Can you have panels and stuff?
I know that you can do co-host. I don't know if you can do panels. I don't know yet.
Okay.
But I imagine they'll add that at some point in the future. So, we'll see. But yeah, check me out over there once I get more familiarized with it. The only downside is when I do videos on there, I have to record the video with my camera. I can't record it in the app, and then I have to upload it in there, and it like changes the way it looks. It's kind of, they're gonna have to fix that. But
until then, you're stuck with me. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
No,
Well, okay, so let me read this. Today, Representative Robert Garcia, ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, released the following statement. Quote, Donald Trump and his Department of Justice have now made it clear that they intend to withhold roughly 50% of the Epstein files while claiming to have fully complied with the law. This is outrageous and incredibly concerning. The Oversight Committee subpoena directs Pam Bondi to release all the files to the committee while protecting survivors. They are in violation of the law. We are demanding the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men and P3DOs who abused women and girls. Will begin a thorough review of this latest limited production. But let's be clear, our work and investigation are just getting started. Okay, so it's not saying in here that they're, pulling them back, but I imagine they are.
Also, Pam Bondi is scheduled to testify in front of Congress on 11 February in regards to Epstein.
I wonder if she'll actually go. What do you think?
Keep that date on your calendar. It'll be interesting.
And what date was that, did you say?
11 February.
February 11th.
The 13th.
Of course, they'll point to Bill Clinton and be like, "We don't have to go. See, he didn't go."
Yes, she's scheduled.
Yeah, of course. Bill Clinton not going when subpoenaed is bullshit too. But that's a different. Bill Clinton. I can't with that. Now, hell, what were we even talking about? I don't remember what we were talking about now. Yeah, I feel like that Trump is like they're redacting the names of the abusers so that because they know who it is, and now he can use that to blackmail them. Do you think that might be something that he'll do, and or is doing?
Oh, I think so.
I think there's a lot more in this Epstein file than. I mean, I don't know if you read through a lot of it, but there was even stuff about cartels and people being unalived and buried at Trump Golf Course in California. I don't know if you read all that. There's so much in there. It's just mind-boggling. Like, I mean, I can't even get into it on this without getting banned like 10 times.
Yeah, you'd have to say allegedly every word you'd say.
Well, and like Howard Lutnick was accused of running a Ponzi scheme, like a global Ponzi scheme, from a guy that worked for one of the banks. He was the one that reviewed those, when they get their accounts flagged and shit. There's one in there that talks about that. A lot of it's redacted, of course, and now he's Secretary of Commerce, which,
Lutnick is actually mentioned. Lutnick is actually mentioned in there, and
yeah, he went to the island.
And then here's another thing. Way before it even happened, what's mentioned in there about Trump's fixation with Amazon and trying to hurt Amazon. And what did he do in his first term was take the AWS contract from Amazon that Pentagon had and give it to Microsoft. And so that's all mentioned in there before it even happened. So that was, that was...
Yeah, Bill Gates was all up in that ass, and he's like, oh, this is absurd. This is crazy. Like, dude, your wife left you because of this. Don't tell us this isn't true. Your wife knew it was true. And then we got Elon Musk in Tallulah. He's in there, and there's one of these. It says, probably just Tallulah and me. What day and night will the wildest party on your island? And then Jeffrey says, how many people will be for the heli to the island? So and at one point he's like, Jeffrey was talking about the ratio. He's like, well, I don't know if your Tallulah will appreciate the ratio, meaning the number of men versus women there on the island. And he's like, oh, she won't mind at all. So they were Tallulah's engaged in it too.
There's shit in there about Gaddafi. There's shit in there about fucking cannibalism of children and whatnot. I mean, there's shit in there that will just, I'm like, what the F am I reading?
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, it's, and if you notice, the people surrounding him are all up in the Epstein files. And Maggie's like, yeah, but you can't prove that he did anything. It's like, well, when all of your friends are P3DOs, should we not question what you are?
There's not a single person from his administration that's not mentioned in there. Even the new Fed chair that he brought up is actually mentioned in there.
Yeah, it's
mind-boggling.
It's crazy. Nice story about JE in New York Mag. You look great in the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back. Love, Melania. Dear G. Who is G?
I'm not sure, but I just read somewhere that Melania is actually the Achilles ankle for in this whole damn thing.
Well, now it's interesting you say that because in there is Achilles heel multiple times, and I guess
that's what I meant.
Yeah, he hurt I guess he broke his ankle or whatever. Let me open it back up. Actually, why don't we just start going through some of these while we're on the live? How about that? FBI document dump.
Melania is the Achilles heel, is what I've been saying in this whole entire thing, and this dump. I think more exposure of her is gonna reveal more of the truth.
Well, okay, so in the comments, so I can do searches in the dump. So you guys come up with search terms and motherfucker. Here we go. You guys come up with search terms and I will
Gabbard. Look up Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay, let me pull this up here. Search full Epstein library. Okay, let me do this. Here we go. Tulsi Gabbard. We've got Tulsi Gabbard. Let's see. Let me just do Tulsi. Okay, Tulsi.
There was a whole thing about her being a Russian spy and everything. So I'm curious what it has in it, because she has a very, very important seat, right, or position, and she's engaged in trying to go after this election fraud crap that.
Well, what's crazy is that like a lot of this stuff is, it's news articles, I guess, that he sent himself. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So that's just the resolutions were introduced by Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, that's nothing. There's so much crap in here. Let me see if I can. U.S. Intel Agency leaders to stem leaks. Counterintelligence continued reporting. Let's see. FBI news briefing. Subject. That's weird. Why is this in there? Brennan Struck.
And then also the name Paulo is associated with the Melania. If you're really interested, look up the name Paulo.
Like Paolo?
No, Charlie in the chat posted it. Look up that name.
Oh, P-A.
Okay.
P-A-L-O.
Payo? Let's do that. P-A-L-L-O. Glad somebody got that.
See, at this point, I don't think it's about liberals or conservatives. I think it's just about being an American and fucking calling right and wrong.
Okay. Altered placebo and rug labeling changes the outcome of episodic migraine attacks. Negative to neutral. It's a... What the fuck? Why is this in here? Right? Like, why? Why? Okay, so that's weird. That's not even in here. So why did this come up? Okay, so I think that may be the name of one of the...
authors.
Yeah, well... I don't understand. Okay, so what about Paulo is...
now he's saying that might be the wrong spelling.
Okay, so Paolo De Leon.
It's the Paolo. Sorry.
Okay, that was my initial thought. New derivatives account.
Paulo.
Keith Buckholz. Let's see, Shrikanta Gouda.
He's
Paolo
one of
De
the guys
Leon. Okay.
He's one of the guys that introduced Melania to Trump.
Let's see, Valanki. Well, let's see if Melania is in here, because I did a search for Melania before, and there's so much in there.
No, you have to look up Paulo on on Google, and you'll see the linkage between Melania and Paulo and Trump. He was actually invited. I mean, dude, just look up Paulo, and a lot of shit will open.
So you mean Google Paulo instead of looking it up in the...
No, look it up in the
document.
Epstein files as well, and then also you have to Google it. You have to do both. It's like trying to do the legwork, because we're not getting much. We have to do the research ourselves.
Well, let me see if it'll allow me to do this. Okay. I wonder if I can separate search terms. No. See, and they did that on purpose. I should be able to fucking do multiple search terms, quotes, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Financial LLC. So what about Paulo? What about
So
Paulo?
he was married to Amanda Ungaro, and Amanda Ungaro was um, deported back to Brazil because I forget what happened. And Paulo and Amanda were at the White House even after their separation. This is his ex-wife, and they met with Trump and Melania and all these people. I forget what event it was. There's like a whole write-up on this. That's why I said you got to look this up
Okay,
on
well,
class.
okay, so this is when Donald met Melania. Paulo was there.
Right. That's what I'm
But
talking
this is
about.
from 2016, so this isn't
Right.
new
It
information.
just gives right. It just gives you the link and it helps you explain what the relationship is between Paulo and
Well,
Trump.
right, but we're talking about the new stuff. What's new about it?
The new stuff is in the Epstein file. I have to dig into it
Well,
myself.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if we already knew that there was an association there back all the way back to 2016, and I'm dealing with new documents, I don't really, you know what I mean? I'm looking for new shit. Does that make sense?
He's currently the U.S. Special Representative for Global Partnerships. He was appointed March 11th, 2025. So he's in the administration.
Wow. Paulo. And it's the same one?
Yeah.
It's the same guy.
Same guy.
De Leon.
I'm telling you, Melania is Achilles' heel on this whole damn thing.
And in 2020, Trump appointed him to the Board of Trustees of JFK Center for the Performing Arts.
Okay,
so they seem to
so
maintain a relationship.
Paulo Trump appointed. I'm not. I guess I'm not seeing that. He was appointed what now?
It says United States Special Representative for Global Partnerships, whatever that is.
That's a pretty important job, meaning that he's involved with opening up lines of trade and other crap with other countries.
Okay, so what did he do? Like you're saying, look, what am I looking for?
Oh yeah.
Charlie, do you want to come up real quick? I know Charlie, that's why I asked.
Well, I mean, but this is information that we've had for a while. Yes?
Charlie's like, hell no worries, brother.
What's wrong, Charlie?
A lot of people don't want to touch this topic
Yeah,
on social media, especially this social media.
Charlie says, no, you haven't heard of his name prior to this dump, except I literally just pulled up an article from 2016.
Right, but we didn't know his affiliation, how deep, but what it was about with Trump.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm asking you, what new information from this dump do I need to be made aware of about Paulo? You just said, look up Paulo.
Charlie, do you want to explain?
Charlie says, and why are you pulling it up? He asked me to pull it up. You guys asked me to search Paulo. Am I living in the goddamn Twilight Zone here?
I told him to search it, Charlie.
Okay, I don't know. You're saying his name has been around, but you've never heard of it until the dump. Bro, I just pulled up an article with that motherfucker's name on it from 2016. And I'm going through the new documents based on something that's what I went through. And this guy said, look up a guy named Paulo. And I'm asking you guys, what is new about him that wasn't known before? And for the record, I've read that article that I pulled up before because I recognized the guy's face. Bullshit, Charlie.
So here's the thing about Paulo, right? He's a former modeling agent. So there's speculation that Paulo was the one recruiting some of these girls.
Okay, and did we prove that Melania was like brought in from Paulo?
That's what I'm trying to find out right now. Let me look through the files myself.
Okay, so
that's
you
what
don't
I'm trying
know.
to find. I don't know. I'm digging into that right now.
Okay, but you said that he was the Achilles heel.
No, I said Melania is the Achilles heel. I'm trying to find the link between that. Because there's been speculation Melania was introduced to Trump as part of the Epstein thing, and she didn't meet Trump on her own.
Well, Michael Wolff already reported that that was when Trump met Melania, was on the Lolita Express.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to find out more about Paulo because of his affiliation with Melania. And you asked me what to dig up, and I said Paulo and Melania. That would have been a good start, trying to figure out what the links are. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, but it was already reported on.
Yeah, I don't think we knew about his affiliation with the modeling agency and all this other crap, and how deep he was tied with Trump. Again, let me dig in there myself. I just was trying to give you names to look up.
Okay. Exactly, Jules. And I do believe it was a dude named Paolo. Wasn't he a modeling guy? Yeah, I mean, I do recognize that guy's face. I don't remember the name, but I recognize his face from that picture. So I'm sure I've seen it before.
And
anyway.
Actually, the Daily Beast, we had to retract the story talking about Paulo and Melania because Trump threatened them. And so they retracted a story about it. This was like months ago. And so now that these files are public and Paulo's mentioned in them, I would like to see what the fuck really is going on.
There's a story in The Observer that quotes Paolo as saying, I brought Melania to the States. I discovered her in 1996, and 2 years later, they met at the Kit Kat Club at one of the parties he threw. So that's not retracted. That's online right now.
And there's also two different Paulos, for the record. There's a De Leon and there is a Zampoli.
Zampoli, that's the one.
Yeah, there's two different. There's two different Paulos.
Zampoli is the one that's the interesting one. I don't know who the other one is.
He's the one that I think. Here, let me pull this back up. Oh, I think I closed it. Let's see here. Hunter Biden is wrong. Jeffrey Epstein didn't introduce at POTUS to Melania. Paolo Zampoli did. He's on the right. I know I was at page 6 when we got the call from Trump. Paolo was her modeling agent at the time. He's now at the United Nations. And this was that, for the record, that was reported in August of last year. And here's that picture. Now, I don't know like how old that is, but Melania looks a lot younger there.
1996.
1996. Okay.
I think there was something about Paulo mentioning in the new Epstein dump about let me look it up real quick before I speak on it. I don't want to say anything bad.
Yeah, because from Paulo De Leon to Teresa Metallo, Keith Buckholz, Jason Wang. Fortunate news, we here at Risk have identified a process where it can provide the LS2 team in the SIC code and NACE code. However, we ask that your team help out by acting as the point of contact for retrieving the KYC, PCR, and RDC documents. Vice President Teresa Metallo, Vice President W. Why is this in the... And see, look at this. And all this shit is like redacted. But I don't even know what this is about. Gideon Pinedo, who I believe is previously directing him. Like, what does this have to do with it? This is Deutsche Bank. Okay, Paulo de Leon is assistant vice president of Deutsche Bank.
Ah.
And I mean, but look at this. They're not even necessarily talking about, oh, I don't know what I just clicked. They're not even necessarily talking about like child victims, yet they're still redacting names. I don't understand that. I don't know what this is for either. Diana Center.
Must be campaign donors.
Do what?
They must be campaign donors. They got to retract those.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because
Doesn't make any sense.
Deutsche Bank was the one that, had helped him get out of all his problems. They've been laundering money and shit for a while, too.
Yep.
Let me go through Southern Financial. See, I'm not good with numbers anyway. I wouldn't be able to put heads or tails together on that kind of shit. Okay, so, well, then let's look up Melania. Did she ever have like a different name? Do you guys know?
Oh, Knauss was her maiden name.
KN. Say it again.
Knauss.
Okay. Melania Knauss. Okay, here we go. This is this'll. Okay, so then this came up. This is, of course, I've already shown this picture.
I also put a different spelling of that name on chat.
KNAVS. Okay, so they potentially spelled it that way too, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they used to use the V instead of a U.
Okay. On Twitter.
Different country.
I wish they. I don't think anyone born after 1980 understands what this shirt is referencing. What the fuck is that? There's a lot of like nonsense in here. First Lady said in let's see, New York Times Direct.
Another key interesting figure is John Luke Burnell, who was also unalived in the same manner as Epstein, and is mentioned in this dump considerably, and also mentioned by the victims considerably.
Yeah, he's
involved in the.
He was the owner of the modeling agency. What was that called? It was the big one where they'd like set up in fucking malls and shit, and
Victoria's Secret.
Well, it was it wasn't that. It was
Ford?
I can't remember. What?
Ford modeling? That was a big one.
Board modeling? No, I can't.
Ford with an F.
No,
like the car.
That's not what I'm thinking of. Jean. Okay, so maybe he wasn't in charge of that one. What's the big modeling agency in the 90s? Elite.
Another good name to find out is Lex Wagner, because he's the one that gave Epstein the key to the kingdom of Victoria's Secret and how Epstein became famous. And he hasn't really been talked much about. So curious to see what they're saying about him in the files.
Oh, here's
was it Elite Models?
No,
Elite
it was, I can't remember, but it was, they used to set up in malls, and they would, kids would, you'd have to pay to get your kid in there, but it was, otherwise I would know the fucking name of it. But I just remember because I remember seeing it when my wife and I first got together, and she had thought about going and, joining it. Let's see here. This is iMessage. Steve Bannon, no, I don't want to fall into just being a surrogate. Offered entire hour on Hannity Tuesday night. What? Japan's crypto guy in New York wed afternoon. I'm flying back. Miro also in town. You around? Who is? And see, look at this shit. They're blanking out the fucking name of this person. Yes, still in D.C. Miro, New York. Good for you. Let's see. May have to miss Friday. Abe sent his right man to see me in D.C. Who is Abe? Do you know who Abe might be? Turkey, lira. Can you grab it? My favorite. When Henry first sued 2 weeks ago, he claimed Quatnets created a hostile work environment by regularly mentioning Bannon despite the former Trump official's polarizing politics. Okay. The mere mention of your name is now a claim for damages.
Abe is assessed to be Abe Saffron Jr.
Abe Saffron Jr.? Who is that?
Let me look. Let me see.
Okay, well, that was fruitless.
It's Abraham Saffron Jr. I gotta Google that name.
Okay, explosive private school below from lot. Ghislaine from left. Here we go. Let's pull this up here. Senior journalist at Maxwell's Daily Mirror says he saw Ghislaine shredding documents aboard her father's yacht shortly after his death. The Maxwells denied this, but Jackson has never retracted his version. Whatever her impulses were after Maxwell unalived, one thing cannot be disputed. Ghislaine was heartbroken. Oh, whatever. Below from left, Ghislaine with from left, India Hicks, Sophie Dahl, Amy Sacco, Naomi Campbell, Donald Trump, and Melania Noss, and Tim Jeffries. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Can you tie him to Anthony McAgnoni? Who?
Abe Saffron Jr. is a millionaire nightclub owner out of Australia who's no longer alive.
No, that's his father. That's his father.
Oh, that's a senior. Sorry. Let me see who Junior is then.
I'm searching that name that you just put up, Charlie. Let's see. Let's see what we get
Yeah,
here.
he stayed out of the spotlight, it seems.
Counterterrorism. Washington Post reports that in an interview, Christopher Krebs offered a cool. See, there's a lot of this crap. Like, it's like he was a serial unaliver and he just like kept snippets of a bunch of shit of all the people he was blackmailing, you know?
I think that might be what he was.
Yeah, because here again, this is from FBI.gov. LL Knapp. From, why is...
This is what I like.
Robert,
seeing the right and the left come together on this is fucking like amazing. Just want to say that.
Who on the right is coming together?
I said people on the left and the right coming together. Not everyone, but some people coming together on Epstein issue is amazing.
Yeah.
Well, if they just give up their party loyalty, there'd be a whole lot more common ground.
I think this is bigger than any party.
It is. We shouldn't have parties. Let
This
the politicians keep the party.
This isn't about a party. This is about just evil in the world.
Yeah, well, nobody's going to go to jail over this. I don't think anybody's going to go to jail. I don't think they'll investigate, even if a Democrat gets in there. I just don't think they'll do anything. Now, the NOS, the original spelling you gave, the KNAUSS, there's only 2 pages of this. That's interesting. Let's see. And see, look, he's just like, what? Why the fuck is there a snippet in 2022? Why? Why is this in there?
To be fair, there's something written in the Epstein files that says Epstein was a asset for the U.S. and other foreign countries. So if he is an asset would like to keep notes on what the hell is going on around the world and would be doing exactly this.
Well, no, I'm asking because this snippet was from 2022. This was after Epstein was unalived, so I don't understand why this is in the files. Like, was this part of the investigation? They like did a Wikipedia search and like snipped it. I don't know why it's even in the files. I run into a lot of that stuff where it's like, why is this? Like, what is
It's supposed to be all their notes also, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and somebody's like drawing on it in ink, but I don't like, but this was in 2022. So whoever was doing that, why?
The more important question is, do we even know that these are the complete files? Like, when are we getting the chain of custody, or is it the Congress getting the chain of custody to prove that these are the complete files? Just because someone says they're complete files doesn't mean that they're the complete files.
Well, I mean, they already said they still have quite a bit or half.
They tried the shady shit with that video of the cell where they had a editing software pop up on the top, and you could see the cursor pop up, the editing software, and then there was like a 1 minute missing from that video, and nobody could explain that 1 minute.
You talking about the prison video?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I love when they release it. They're like, "See, we're the most transparent ever," and then there's like a whole minute missing.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like the fact that they've already shown that they're not releasing, even if they're asked or required to, tells me like, how are we supposed to believe what they're releasing is, one, actual, two, complete?
Yeah, who's this Big Ray and Charlie? I like.
Oh, they're just people I know. They're good people. We got our own little group that we follow. They're just people we talk on the side in our own little group. But it's just the reason.
Yeah, but I hear Charlie say, "I wish I could say more, but I promised." Like I don't. What does that have to? I don't.
We got our own group. Again, the thing is, there's a lot. There's like a fracture between MAGA and conservatives. Conservatives are leaving the MAGA group because they can't align themselves with MAGA anymore, based off of what the hell is going on. And so, because of that, talking to MAGA on this subject is almost pointless. Does that make sense?
Yes, we noticed.
And so, sometimes, that's why I say being a liberal or a conservative should not be.
But who is a liberal and who's a conservative in this?
Well, I mean, right now your thing is liberal, not to be fair.
No, I know, but who's the conservative?
Well, I mean, I lean conservative, to be fair, but that doesn't mean.
But what does that have to do with what he said in the comments?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just trying to tell you, like, it's just nice to see liberals and conservatives get together on something that's evil.
Well, I don't care. I don't ask anybody what they are because I don't give a shit. I never have. Like, I just, if you call yourself a conservative, I really don't care.
I think we just have a conversation going on the side, and and he probably told someone that he wouldn't talk about something with someone or whatever because they're digging into it themselves, and we're digging into it ourselves. Everybody's digging into it themselves, so that's really it. I mean, it's nothing malicious or bad.
Trust me, bro.
It's my favorite.
Yeah. And this is, why is this? When did I search for that? Nos. Why is she mentioned in this? Trump and his then girlfriend Melania Nos hang out with financier Jeffrey Epstein and This is weird. It's a fucking prison transcript of like the time, going down like the time frame of what happened to Epstein the night he unalived. But then in the middle of it, it's got news articles that are totally unrelated.
But I mean,
so weird.
Are those news articles dated before or after? You're saying they're after, right?
Well, I don't know. I didn't look to see what the date was. It's just weird that they put that 4143. And see, look at this. This is even, and this is weird too. Look at this. So EFTA, you see the number, right? 44143. You see that?
Right.
But that's not what I clicked on. I clicked on EFTA 000-43963.
So someone actually created this program where they're downloading all the Epstein files in real time as soon as they get dumped. And what the DOJ has been doing, they've done a number of occasions, is they've taken the file down, made some edit to it, and put it back up, or just taken the file down completely after posting it. I don't know if you know that. But I could post a link on where they're posting these files in real time. And they're not being changed.
Never mind. I know each page has its own EFTA number. That's right. And so that's why you'll see the jump from 43963 to like 1013216, I guess, because it consists of all of these EFTA numbers. That's what it is. Let me go back to the top. That means this document has a fucking shitload of things inside of it. So see right here, 43963, that's what I clicked on. 43963. And so the next one is 43964. Yeah. So there's just a fuckload of, oh my God, there's like 1,000 fucking pages in this one thing. And it's all like, the first part was the prison stuff. And then it's just a bunch of news articles. He's advocated a budget that would cut fund. I don't.
And I want to tell people, don't trust AI to give you a summary of this or give you a review of this. AI is programmed to do what the programs first wanted to do.
Exactly.
So don't trust AI. Trust your own eyes and your own brain. AI cannot do the analysis of a person.
Yeah, this is crazy. From email at Washington Post, the Daily 202. So this is 2019. When did he get unalived? Do you remember the date? Off the top of your head, I don't remember the exact date.
August 10, 2019.
August 10, 20. Okay. So this was before. So I guess he just sends himself like, yeah, this is like serial killer behavior where you're like, ooh, I'm going to get a snip of that because that's got, all of my blackmail people in it.
Believe it or not, that's not a serial killer. That's an asset behavior.
Well, I mean, I'm just comparing it to like serial killers that take, mementos or whatever, when they follow their own investigations. I'd like Albert to decide.
That's a high-level asset that's involved in high-level operation would be doing this.
Yeah, well, and now it makes us go through millions of fucking documents, most of which have nothing to do with anything at all. Throw this shit into a quantum computer and be like, put this all together. Why is this relevant?
That's what they want us to do because that's why they dumped all those files in. As soon as, like I said, these AI whatever systems that are out there, they're not going to give you the complete truth.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. You got to read it yourself.
Okay. I think you took what I said a little too seriously.
Oh, sorry about that.
Margot Rogers And see, I wonder what the why they will leave out some names and not others. You know what I mean? Like, and they don't have any, like, because they were supposed to put in there why they redacted things. What is this? Just a Meacham, Mr. and Mrs. John Meacham.
One thing we could all agree on is they broke the law when it came to the Epstein Act. And they're still breaking the law. They're still breaking the law.
They didn't put any punishments in there.
I think Congress could figure that out if they fucking pull the head out of their ass. They need to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
Then Congress is the one that needs to hold these people accountable.
Well, one thing I'm certain is that that's not going to happen.
So it starts with Pam Bondi, believe it or not. And the February 11th hearing is very, very important. I mean, I know ICE is important, and I agree that they're breaking the law and all this shit, but I think this is way bigger than ICE at this moment. I'm sorry to, like, I don't want to downplay anyone's unaliving and anything, but this.
Yeah, I disagree, because this will bear no fruit unless you're willing to go after Israel for doing what it did with Jeffrey Epstein. It will bear absolutely no fruit.
I kind of agree with you. I do agree with you, but I think we need to go after them. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, of course we do. But they're, the people implicated are not going to. It's just, I just don't see it. Historically speaking, in the way that this government operates, I just don't see it. Catholic priesthood, Tony, yeah, because at the top of this, I don't know if you noticed, religion, pedophilia, Johnny Weston, father pastor, sexual targeting, religion, connected to religion, plus UK Prince Andrew. So, and this was a 2022 Wikipedia article also. So I wonder if this was part of the investigation that the FBI was doing, and they were just like printing it off and making notes and shit. Because otherwise, I don't, it wasn't Epstein. He was already unalived. Trump, religion, America.
Why is another question? Why would those files be in this dump?
Right.
That's my question. Like, again, and no one's fucking asking these questions.
Now, this is flagged religion. Trump went to Sunday school and was confirmed in 1959 at the First Presbyterian Church in Jamaica, Queens. In the 1970s, his parents joined the Marble Collegiate Church in Manhattan, which belongs to the Reformed Church. The pastor at Marble, Norman Vincent Peale, ministered to the family until his unaliving in 1993. Trump has described him as a mentor. The church stated that Trump was not an active member. In 2019, he appointed as personal pastor televangelist Paula White to the White House Office of Public Liaison. Trump, Epstein, Soviet Russia, sexual abuse of children. What the fuck?
You know what I find funny? The fact that the new Fed chair is in here as well. I'm wondering if any and all people that he appoints, even going forward, are going to be in these files.
And if so, is that just to keep them all close to him, or is that because he knows that
your
he
wheels
can
are turning
blackmail
like
them?
Now your wheels are turning similar to mine.
Well, that's why I labeled this the way that I did. Will Trump use JE files to blackmail people? Because that was my thought. I mean, because if you redact the abusers, the benefit to him is that he will know who it is, but the public's not going to know who it is, so he can privately continue to blackmail. And if Israel, for example, is the one still pulling the strings, they can direct him on who can get to do whatever you want.
There's always a ringleader. Always a fucking ringleader. And I just want to know who the ringleader is that they're protecting. It could be Trump. It could be someone else. That's what I want to fucking know.
I think it's just Mossad. I think that's what it is.
I do too. But I want to see that. I want someone, like once I get that proof, then it changes things.
Well, I mean, because Ehud Barak was talking to the guy, and he's a former prime minister, and he somebody was like, "Wow, he wasn't Mossad, and he wasn't this." It was a MAGA guy was up saying all that, and I'm like, bro, if you're not willing to make those connections there, that that this was happening, he was just doing it in his own private capacity. Like I'm. That's crazy.
And, like, why is it 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever it's been since these Epstein file dump, that Israel attacked Gaza, breaking the ceasefire?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've been attacking them since the ceasefire. Like, they've killed quite a few people. But
this last one was, like, I think 27-something rockets fired into Gaza, I think, today.
I thought I saw it was 27 people unalived, but
it could be that.
I mean, you may,
but either way, it was quite a bit of an attack from Israel.
Yeah. Now this one isn't even opening. So I did the K and A V spelling, of Melania, and it's not opening.
It's not there, or it's not opening.
It's not opening. Yeah, and it's weird because here I'll pull it up here. If you see, usually there are words, but this is, I don't know if it's just a, maybe a URL or something, but it's not.
You could put that, so do you have like any chat bot, and you could just put it in there, be like, translate this for me from computer language to people?
Oh, well, this isn't the full thing. This is a snip from, like the it's not opening.
Actually, there's a good chance that one's encrypted, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, let me see if I can't download. Here, let me do some things. I gotta hide my save link as. And see, now is going really slow. So I wonder if they didn't hide a fucking. Okay, here, I think. Here it is. Okay, I got it. Yeah, but now my computer is going like really fucking slow.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the one they don't want you to look at.
It's huge. This document is huge. What the fuck is this shit? Look at this.
What the fuck?
And it's pages and pages and pages. 2,400 pages.
Control F, the name Clav, or her last name that I gave you.
Yeah, I did that, and that's where it brought me here, which is right here, KNAV. But I think you're right. This may be cannot create the font meanly used. Yeah, it may be. What the fuck?
I think that's an encrypted file.
Hi, this is QMail send program at mymail.registeredsite.com. I'm afraid I wasn't able to deliver your message. Below this line is a copy of the message. jevacation@gmail. Apparently to jgoldberger@agwpa.com.
Who's Jay Goldberger?
I don't know. Here's the shard evidence of Brad's involvement. This should be taken to the USAO. This fake 242-page case gets filed the week of the Rothstein meeting. Ken Gene investors so they can show it as filed. They misspelled my name to avoid us finding it on Pacer at the time. Brad files this case so as to make the fraud more viable. He then denies knowing about it. I think our best shot is to subpoena, of course it's redacted, in the case against Edwards. They will crack. And that was...
So they're literally talking about fraud.
Yeah, this was from a website to Jeffrey Epstein. And then...
You know what gets me? There's fraud in front of our face happening within the administration, and yet we're focused on fraud in Minnesota.
Yeah, Jules,
bullshit.
Jules, that's a good point. I wonder if I can get ChatGPT to turn that text into the images. So, let me see here. This email contains legally privileged and confidential information. See attached. Maybe attorney-client privileged. Oh, so that may be what it is. It's the encryption from the attorney-client privilege. And so they can't see it because it's lmfederal.pdf.
And be careful with ChatGPT, is owned by Sam Altman, who's also a Jew.
Right. Let's see. Yeah, this entire 2,400 page document is this crap. Okay, well, I've got something that I'm going to do. I've got a secret weapon. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to figure this shit out, y'all. Okay. The Mystery of the Encrypted File. Episode 3. Which file was that? Okay, that is 0379, 0379. It's part of all right, let's see. We'll see what this, I don't know. I have no idea what will come of this, but we'll see. I'll examine the PDF document. Yes, please do. All right, let me move this chat. What do we got going on in the chat here? Charlie said I wouldn't try. Maybe it can stitch together the image from all those words, or I guess from all of those letters.
Well, it depends the type of encryption they use. If they use 256, then you're not going to get shit.
Oh, I got my ways. One character at a time. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah, and see, this is what I spent my whole morning doing, was just going through this shit, and there's just so much crap. When people get paid to go through it, that's good. What else was it? Somebody else said something else. Let me search vagina.
Look up the whole Trump family. Look up Donald. Look up Donald Trump Jr. Look up fucking Barron Trump even.
There we go. Girl's age, masturbation, sexual contact. So Epstein, no. Vibrator massager, grabbed buttocks, intercourse, oral. Okay, so there's one. I wish I could.
Trump Jr. is mentioned in there quite a bit.
Okay. Victims SA. Epstein touched himself in the presence of Jane Doe number 8. Epstein fondled JD 8 bottom and pulled JD 8's underwear to the side. Date of birth, age 17. Epstein, touched himself in the presence of JD number 18. Okay, so yeah, it's two different people. Epstein did that. Epstein placed a vibrator on number 11. Jesus Christ, these sick motherfuckers. That's crazy. Okay, what do we got here? Rothstein. Jeffrey Epstein versus Scott Rothstein. Turn the civil lawsuit into the prosecution of a bunch of criminal cases by attempting billion-dollar Ponzi scheme orchestrated by Scott Rothstein. Elements of the malicious prosecution claim are proof of Epstein's lack of probable cause and his malice. It's obviously relevant to the absence of probable cause. Okay. Let me see what it shows in the evidence. Michelle Campos. Okay, I don't know. Oh, there's LM. Brad Edwards and Associates. Where did we see that LM from earlier? We saw LM earlier and something else. I don't remember what it was. That's another court case. And see, it sucks about like the court cases and the, the verbal, like, this happened to me without the corroborating evidence. They're certainly not going to do it, and the MAGA that's left aren't going to fucking buy it. Vagina. Okay. Photo spread. See, there's a photo spread of this.
LM stands for Little St. James Island.
Okay. J.E. fingers, nothing but massage, just massage. What the fuck? This is like disturbing just going through. Place. Okay, so a lot of this is like, do what?
To think our government has held this for how long? And it doesn't matter, and this is why I say, like, it doesn't matter if you're liberal or conservatives, because the government has held it through multiple administrations, and they still are holding it, and that should be alarming.
Yep. So I'm just reading the snippets of this, and it's just so bad, y'all. Taste buds in Bursa. What? Let me pull this up here. Is your Florida trip set? Reed Richard, I thought it was found in a swallow. Writing from your favorite city, Seattle. Am sitting with Boris. This is from Alice Jacobs, who told me a funny story about your friend Axel. Apparently, Richard discovered taste buds in vagina of insects that lay eggs. So he wants to submit article to Nature entitled How Vagina Tastes. Okay. Jesus Christ. Publicly traded one of... Okay, here we go. This might be something.
Apparently,
Gene
there's something
Christensen.
mentioned about Bill Gates in this, about having STD and trying to give his wife medication to cover that up covertly.
Wow.
And Epstein knew about it.
Leon Black call with Gene Christensen. This is 2023. Leon Black, Wall Street person, 72 or 71-year-old now, founded largest private equity global fund that exists today that's publicly traded. One of Epstein's friends, very powerful. And of course, let's redact this. 7 to 8 years, Black was sexually violent with her. Oh, okay, that's probably a victim's name then. Bites part of her stuff. JC represented victim for civil defamation case, not abuse case. Went to USAO in Manhattan. JC doesn't represent her anymore. Got a call from victim woman who said that she heard about lawsuit against Black. Victim said Black raped her around 20 years ago in Epstein's townhouse. Victim described it, felt pain on massage table with head on floor and legs and shoulders, excruciating. Substance abuse problems in 1990s, preyed on by Epstein. Minor victim, 16-year-old.
And also, there's something mentioned about Howard Lutnick, who publicly stated that he cut ties with Epstein in 2005 and condemned Epstein. And if you look in the files, you see he visited Epstein Island in 2012.
Right. Yeah, I actually saw that this morning. Just like that one English lady, it publicly said, it's disgusting or whatever. And then after she made the statement, she emails him to apologize. It's gross. Yeah, look at this. Epstein and Black used to talk about Victim and described her as being 10. They knew about her, whatever. From 2001 to end of 2004, she was trafficked by so-and-so, sex with at least 25 different men, works in IT, 5 different last names, tech experience. Current address is such and such. Since October 2021, was a teacher of something. Victim then had sex with men in front of Victim, handed Victim off to Maxwell and Epstein. Victim had to sleep in their bed with them. U.S. Virgin Islands in late 2020 and early 2021, officials were trying to interview underage girls who had been on the island. Victim was interviewed. Victim viewed Maxwell as a mother figure, but describes things she did as mean, believes that there were some men that Epstein wanted her to go with, and Maxwell said no.
So all those reports that were filed against Trump were filed to National Threat Operations Center for the FBI in Northern Virginia. And when Trump came in, what did he started doing? He started riffing people, and he riffed more than, if you don't know what riff is, that's basically laying off people in the federal government. And he got rid of majority of, if not all of, the National Threat Operations Center up in Northern Virginia. So what if, this is my speculation, what if all of this riffing and whatnot was targeted to get rid of the people that could or would investigate this shit?
That's very possible. I'm doing a search for Bubba, by the way. Bubba says, I'm going to climb up there and knock the bear off the roof with this here baseball bat after the bear. Yeah, I mean, what you say makes a lot of sense, though. Because, and then you would just surround yourself with people who were also, it's like mutually assured destruction.
Well, not only did he do that, but he also put up a questionnaire for all feds that are, if you go to USA Jobs, you'll see it. You have to do like a loyalty questionnaire type of thing. And that assures the people that come in are the people that you could trust.
Right. And now look at this. Ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. This is the same email. Why is that in this dump? Why are they releasing things they already released and calling it part of this new dump? You know what I mean?
I think we're being played.
Yeah, I think this is it's crap. Like, I think it's so that we go through this and spend our time looking at this stuff while he goes into Iran and fucking, puts tariffs on and then takes them off for companies that pay him money. Yeah, because I from this, I don't know that you're like ever gonna. I don't know that you'll ever come away with any kind of evidence, because without the corroboration of the emails and stuff, it's all just speculation.
Well, let's say even if you do, right? Let's say you go through everything and you're able to pinpoint it and figure it all out. What then?
Right. There's nobody going to be willing to, unless you can completely take all this over and all this back scratching bullshit where these rich elites have been trafficking and raping kids. Like, unless you get rid of that and put somebody else in, they're never going to investigate themselves.
Well, I mean, the people that are writing the law are in it. The people that are reviewing the laws are in it. And the people that are supposed to be making sure that all this is done legally, the Supreme Court justice, they're in it. So, I mean, like, what do you do? The whole damn system is in it.
Yeah, this is nuts. What the fuck is this? Just saw a
John
TV
Roberts is in
commercial
it.
for the book. At least your name was not mentioned. That was Mark to Jeffrey. Who's going to play you in the movie? And then
Look up Justice Roberts' name. He's in this files.
All right, let's see. Now, was he communicating, or is this just a bunch of like news clippings?
No, he was communicating. So look up Justice Roberts' name and stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but so far it's just. Okay, here we go. Here's an email. And it asked me again if I'm 18 years of age. Motherfucker. This is separate as the chairman. Okay, so to Jeffrey Epstein from David Stern. Let's see. As chairman of the healthcare business, I get $100K a year in both cases. Well, let me go back to the beginning here and let's see what's going on. This message is confidential. Rachel, while my lawyers are now discussing with me the offer letter to clarify what we had discussed, could you briefly describe the mechanism for the max 40% shareholding in non-core businesses? That's Rachel Jacobs. Oh, it put these fucking, it put John and Roberts together, even though it's John Burton and then Lindsay Roberts. That's bullshit. That is not how a search is supposed to function. You know what I mean? Fucking cocksuckers.
Try doing quotation marks on John and Roberts. If they use Boolean logic, the quotation marks.
I don't think it works because it doesn't let you separate them either. Okay. Well, it pulled it up, but let's see if it removes some of that other crap. Nope, it's still nope. Look at this. Even with the quotes, this is the one that it did earlier, right here. John, even though there's a colon or a semicolon, Roberts. So that doesn't even work. Would rather not consider it. Let's see. Oh, another fucking New York Times piece. Okay. Lindsay, John Roberts, that's the same. Hospitalized. Have you seen that they were actually talking?
We were looking at it yesterday, and we saw a report about John Roberts in here, about them talking, and John Roberts saying that he's going to Florida or some shit.
Okay, Senate Judiciary. Let's see, federal judge. Okay, well, at least I can get through some of these. If it's a fucking article, I'm just going to move on. You know what I mean? Before being inaugurated. Cut you in, explain the state, okay. Supreme Court Justice held in here. Poo-pooed them as fanciful. The fuck? Gregory Brown to undisclosed recipients. BCCJE. Vacation attachment segregated. Okay. So he just sent a news article. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. That's bullshit. Psychiatrists have to agreed. What is this? No. I mean, there's only 5, maybe. Yeah, there's only 49 results. Oh, what is this? Okay. What do we got here? What do we have here? Is there a JR in this?
That's the flight logs.
Yeah, I'm looking for JR. I don't see any JR. JEAS. Okay. Let me do this. Well, that's weird. It pulls up in the thing, but it doesn't. I can't do a search for it. Huh. Well, let me keep going down. You know what? Let me do John. Weird. I think this changes to other stuff eventually. But again, I think this is old. This has already been published. Why is it in this dump? You know?
And to be fair, like I said earlier, just because we saw something yesterday and you don't see it today, doesn't mean that it wasn't there. The
Right.
damn DOJ has been removing, scrubbing, and doing a bunch of weird shit with this.
Casablancas. That was the agency I was thinking of. John Casablancas. And it wasn't Burnell, but that, for some reason, why it made me think of that. Okay.
Yeah, yesterday we no shit saw John Roberts and we were looking at his things about it. Not saying that it's, I don't know, like a lot of shit has been moved and taken down.
Well, I'm not quite done yet. There's a few left, so let's see. And see, there, it's more fucking flight logs. But I don't understand how it's coming up with that. What are these statements? Unless that's metadata. That's the metadata of the pictures. I certify statements made before me are true. Let's see. That has to be the metadata because it's more of those logs. But but I can't search for it. You know, when I search the PDF, it doesn't let me search for it. Same thing here. Okay, that's a news article. Yep, and that's the end of it. Oh God! I mean, there's 3.5 fucking million documents. I'm not going to be able to go through them all today. I don't know what else I'm going to keep digging through it, but the news, maybe they'll get through it, but Klippenstein and those other independent outlets, I would trust to get through them over CBS.
Well,
Barry Weiss is like, we'll do it.
Based on this and based on the fact that we know Israel likely has us by the balls, I would say keep an eye on what the fuck is going on in Iran.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was it, month ago or so? I knew we were going to go back. Israel wants to get that because, they were getting fucked up the last time when they attacked and then they got hit back. They got fucked up. And so they're like, oh, let's do a ceasefire. Oh, we'll work it out. And then, we're done. Operations are finished. And they just needed to rebuild back again and try and, get more assets in there. And I don't know why Iran stopped. They shouldn't have stopped.
I posted a link. If you guys want to keep track of what's going on with Iran, Russia, or whatever, go to that link because it's basically they're tracking all the Pizza Huts and gay bars around the Pentagon to see what the activity is like, and based off of that, they're able to make an assessment. It's been very accurate. They used it for the Venezuela raid. And it was extremely accurate. And they used it for Bin Laden. It was extremely accurate. They've used it historically, and scientists even have written articles on this. It's just
that's
data
fucking
aggregation.
Funny. I guess it just means there, an influx of people coming in. Everybody loves pizza.
Well,
that's fucking funny.
Think about it. If you're working over late hours, you're gonna want something to eat, and the best thing is pizza while you're sitting at the desk.
District Pizza Palace has 167% spike. 182% spike at We the Pizza.
And it tells you exactly what the hell is going on, like the risk level and reports and everything in that website is awesome.
That's fucking hilarious. I've never heard of that before.
It's just like we use Waffle House to tell the weather.
Yep. It's and this Waffle House, it's just funny. We're using data to determine what's happening before it even happens.
That is funny. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I've been live for 6.5 hours now, so I appreciate everybody. I won't be back until Tuesday, so I guess enjoy y'all's weekend, and best of luck with those files, and good luck to us all. We're going to need it. Anyway, thank you, Lucy, for coming up.
Okay.
All right. We'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Everyone.